Introduction. I, Jiang Ye. In an era marked by the arrival of otherworldly realms, I unexpectedly became an elementalist and began to traverse various dimensions. The land of twilight, where darkness envelopes the night. The continent of ice and fire, where unbearable cold and scorching heat coexist. The land of oblivion, a suffocating silence reigns. Slaying magical beasts and wandering through different realms, I transitioned from a state of poverty to one of immense wealth. A single thrust of the black spear, leaving no demons in its wake. Chapter 1. The Soul Contract. The earth lay shrouded in the cloak of night, as silver moonlight cascaded upon an ancient castle, imbued with an air of the unknown and the mysterious. Are you certain? Above the grand hall, a silver-haired woman slowly rose from her throne, her profound and shadowy eyes gazing at the cloaked man before her. I have no other choice. My essence is wounded. Rather than languishing in slow demise, I would rather take a final gamble. The man clutched his chest, blood flowing ceaselessly from his lips. This is the last time. After this, we shall part ways. The woman's voice, laced with a hint of languor, carried a note of authority. Let begin. The man's voice was deep and hoarse, as if burdened by unfathomable anguish. With blood as the guide and the bell as the assistant, summon the grim reaper and restore the cycle of reincarnation. The woman raised her right hand, crimson blood coalescing around her. In an instant, the moon appeared to sprout veins, its tendrils spreading forth, staining it a deep scarlet. The red light reflected upon the man. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and placed his palm upon the ground. A massive array of glowing red symbols slowly unfolding, filling the hall with a terrifying elemental power. Boom, boom, boom. The resonant sound of a bell echoed, seemingly emanating from the depths of the earth, vibrating gently, as if alive. The scarlet light continuously converged towards the center of the array, gradually revealing a blood-red door. Bang! The door burst open, revealing an abyss of darkness within. Boom, boom, boom. The bell's toll quickened, an unsettling emotion spreading within. Gazing towards the door, a pair of crimson eyes emerged from the darkness, radiating a faint red glow. Thud! The man collapsed to the ground, his lips devoid of color. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, writhing like worms into the abyss. Yin Piao, have you also failed? The woman's countenance turned pale as she stumbled back to her throne, a flicker of desolation flashing in her eyes. As the sun set in the west, the crowd at the recruitment square gradually dispersed. A young man squatted on the steps, weariness etched on his fair and delicate face, indicating that today's job search did not go well. His name was Jiang Ye, a resident of Chengdu City, freshly graduated from university, having grown up in an orphanage, sustaining his life through scholarships and part-time jobs during his studies. Since the arrival of otherworldly realms 3 years ago, prices had skyrocketed and job opportunities were severely lacking. After graduation, Jiang Ye faced numerous setbacks in his quest for employment. Gazing at his balance, after paying the rent this month, he had merely 2024 yuan left. As the sun sank lower, the crowd dwindled. Just as Jiang Ye was preparing to leave, a few scattered individuals began to gather in the distance, causing a stir. The Tianling Adventure Association is currently recruiting several assistants to venture into the land of twilight tomorrow morning, with generous compensation. A bespectacled man announced amidst the crowd. The land of twilight? Entering there is akin to courting death. Why are ordinary folks gathering for this? The crowd became increasingly noisy, with onlookers beginning to dwindle. Quiet, everyone, please settle down, the bespectacled man urged, maintaining order. We will only be heading to the outer regions, and within our team, there will be elementalists arranged by the association to ensure everyone's safety. All you need to do is assist in transporting goods. We will offer 1% of the proceeds from this expedition as compensation. Those familiar with our association should understand what this 1% implies. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, a slight smile gracing his lips. I'm not going. It's too dangerous. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. A business where one risks their life for mere profit. As time ticked away, only a dozen individuals remained, most with a mindset of mere spectators, while a few appeared hesitant, caught in indecision. The bespectacled man began to exhibit signs of anxiety. A deep, magnetic voice resonated. The bespectacled man appeared relieved, turning to the newcomer. A tall figure clad in a black hoodie, standing at around 6 feet, approached. What's your name, young man? The bespectacled man inquired with a professional smile. Jiang Ye. After much contemplation, Jiang Ye resolved to take the risk for he was in dire need of funds. Come, let's sign the agreement. The bespectacled man, seemingly anxious about Jiang Ye changing his mind, hurriedly led him to the back to sign. With a leader stepping forward, those who had hesitated previously also found their resolve and joined in. After about half an hour, the paperwork for several individuals was completed. Everyone, I sincerely apologize for the delay. The bespectacled man organized the documents in his hands. I will send some important details to your phone shortly. I hope we can work together harmoniously. As the crowd dispersed, night had fully descended, and two shadowy figures concealed nearby began to stir. Recalling the scant provisions left at home, Jiang Ye decided to make a stop at the market for some food, as it was cheaper than the supermarket, and discounts were available at night. Moments later, Jiang Ye exited the market, carrying a bag of rice and a few wilted cabbages, making his way back to his rental apartment. His apartment was located in an old community, and as he walked, the number of people on the streets dwindled. Following incidents of magical beast invasions, many had relocated to safer areas, where law enforcement teams were stationed to address such occurrences. Turning a corner, Jiang Ye entered an alley, faintly hearing footsteps behind him. He glanced back, finding the alley empty, prompting him to quicken his pace. Carrying his burdens, his speed was limited. The footsteps grew closer, and suddenly he turned around to find a thin man, about 5 feet tall, standing right behind him. "Fatty, come out." Jiang Ye looked ahead, spotting a burly man, nearly 6 feet tall, emerging from the corner. "I'm surrounded." Jiang Ye's heart sank. "Don't be afraid, little brother. We're just here to collect a protection fee." The thin man grinned, revealing a deceitful smile. "You got the wrong person. I have no money." Jiang Ye shook the bag. "Look, these cabbages are already wilted." "And that means you're refusing?" The thin man feigned sorrow. "This area is under the protection of Firelord. My brothers risk their lives against magical beasts to ensure everyone's safety. Collecting a protection fee is only fair." "Stop your nonsense, you bunch of scoundrels. Just because you've claimed an elementalist as your big brother, you think you can run rampant. You've done nothing but extort and threaten, and have gained quite the notorious reputation." Jiang Ye cursed inwardly. "Stop talking nonsense. Thin one, go." The two men moved closer to Jiang Ye, one in front and one behind. Jiang Ye set down his belongings, assessing the situation, and prepared to break through towards the thin man. Sensing Jiang Ye's intentions, the thin man withdrew a knife from his pocket. "Behave yourself, or you'll suffer the consequences. Don't move." The thin man pointed the knife at Jiang Ye and gestured for the burly man to search him. "Come on, unlock your phone." The burly man pulled out his phone from his pocket. "Hurry up, don't waste my time." The burly man, seeing Jiang Ye hesitate, punched him in the abdomen. He then restrained Jiang Ye's hand, forcibly unlocking the phone. Jiang Ye bent over in pain, leaning against the wall. "Just over $1,000. What a damn poverty," the hefty man cursed. After transferring the money, he swiftly kicked Jiang Ye to the ground and followed up with several vicious blows. "What waste of time. This piece of junk phone, even a second-hand store wouldn't take it," he mocked, carelessly tossing it aside. Let's go," he muttered, feeling utterly unlucky that day. "Damn it," the lean man lamented, carelessly slicing through a sack of rice with a small knife, then kicking it aside as they left. Grains of rice scattered before Jiang Ye, piercing his heart like a barrage of sharp swords. "Why must you make my life so arduous?" He felt like a rat in a sewer, homeless for 22 years, enduring the scorn and arrogance of others. Everything relied solely on himself, only able to observe from the shadows the possessions of others. Like the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, despair crashed over him like a relentless tide. Jiang Ye stared blankly at the retreating figures, his pupils swirling with resentment. Then, as if mocking himself, he let out a bitter laugh and picked up a brick from the wall, smashing it against the hefty man's head. "Ah!" The hefty man's scream echoed. The lean man, walking ahead, quickly turned to see the hefty man clutching his head. Jiang Ye relentlessly struck the hefty man's skull with the brick. "You bastard!" The lean man dashed over, delivering a kick that sent Jiang Ye sprawling to the ground. I'm going to kill you." The hefty man, now recovering, approached Jiang Ye, bloodied and furious. Before he could rise, another kick landed. Jiang Ye instinctively curled up, but soon found himself under a relentless barrage of blows. Minutes later, the hefty man picked up the brick from the ground, lifting the defenseless Jiang Ye by his collar. "I'm going to give you a taste of your own medicine." "Bah!" Jiang Ye grinned through gritted teeth, then spat a mouthful of blood onto the hefty man's face. All right. The hefty man laughed maniacally, raising the brick high to strike Jiang Ye's head, causing a torrent of blood to flow. Bang, bang, bang. The hefty man rained blows down upon Jiang Ye, blood splattering everywhere. Enough, enough! The lean man hurriedly restrained the hefty man. This isn't some other world. Killing someone won't end well. Is he dead? The lean man looked at the bloody Jiang Ye, who lay motionless. Stop talking nonsense and help me drag him to the back of the alley. We can't let anyone see. After tonight, we'll pin this on the monsters. Who will ever know? The hefty man urged. Just leave him here. Hurry up, the lean man insisted, then tossed Jiang Ye onto the ground. At the end of the alley, only the faint rise and fall of Jiang Ye's chest indicated he was still alive. Lying there, breathless, his body felt as heavy as lead, excruciating pain engulfing him, as if unseen beasts were tearing him apart. He lacked the strength to open his eyes, his body cold as ice, feeling life ebb away little by little. The night, an endless darkness. Is this how I am to die? I refuse to accept it. Rustle, rustle, faint footsteps echoed nearby. Jiang Ye, grasping at the last thread of hope, summoned his will to cry out, "Help, help me." The rustling ceased, and silence enveloped the surroundings. 1 minute, 5 minutes, half an hour passed. Just as despair sank to its lowest depths, a hoarse, deep voice broke the stillness. What if dying like this is not a form of liberation? No, no, I want to live, I want to survive. Jiang Ye summoned every ounce of strength to shout. What can you offer me? The hoarse voice inquired. Everything. Very well, then offer me your soul. Write your name. His finger traced the ground with the last of his strength, with blood as ink, with my finger as a pen. Jiang Ye. In the darkness, rows of mysterious characters emerged on the ground, emitting a faint red glow. As the last stroke of Jiang Ye was completed, a scarlet magic circle formed instantaneously, glaring in the darkness. In an instant, the characters seemed to come alive, lifting off the ground and hovering at the center of the magic circle. They began to shift positions as if performing a ritual, ultimately aligning into orderly strings that sank into Jiang Ye's mind. Jiang Ye had grown exceedingly weak, unable even to open his eyelids, but he felt a warm current enveloping him. After a moment, the searing pain began to subside, and his consciousness grew hazy before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 2. The Land of Twilight. Uncertain how long had passed, a cacophony erupted around him. Jiang Ye opened his eyes, slowly rising from the ground, and realized he felt no pain. The crowd appeared startled, cries of surprise rising in a chorus. Jiang Ye paid no heed to them, hastily making his way toward his rented room, the onlookers parting to clear a path. Back at his rental, the acrid scent of blood lingered in the air, and through the mirror, he confirmed what he feared. He was covered in blood, a large scab forming on his forehead. Slowly washing his body with warm water, the long-dried blood had turned a dark brown. As the warmth dissolved it, the blood flowed away, bringing an immense sense of relief. My body seems to have changed. Jiang Ye gazed at his reflection, noticing he appeared more robust, the muscles in his abdomen tightening and filling out. Could it be due to last night? Jiang Ye's thoughts drifted back to the previous evening. Offering my soul? He pondered, somewhat perplexed. He then closed his eyes, searching within himself to perceive any changes in his body. Suddenly, he discovered a mass of dark, chaotic energy in his lower abdomen, slowly absorbing surrounding dark particles of light like a black hole. This peculiar phenomenon triggered memories of a post he had perused earlier. Is this the elemental core? The proof of becoming an elemental mage surged within him. The dark particles being absorbed were likely dark elemental energy, and I had become a dark elemental mage. Aside from that, he sensed nothing else unusual. Is this what they mean by surviving a great calamity, only to find fortune? He recalled watching videos online during college of humans wielding various elements to combat monsters. Jiang Ye had often fantasized about it, dreaming of escaping his financial woes, given how valuable the spoils from monsters could be. A particular video stood out in his memory. A man facing a tree-like monster over 3 meters tall, exuding an aura of calm. The creature's trunk bore 2 eyeballs the size of fists, glowing with an eerie green light in the dark, its branches thrashing like tentacles. Simply watching the video sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the dorm, including Jiang Ye. Yet the man merely raised his right hand, gathering a ball of red flame, which he hurled at the monster. The creature barely withstood it for a few seconds before being reduced to ashes. Feeling the dark elemental core within him, he sensed a powerful energy contained inside. Instinctively, Jiang Ye raised his right hand, channeling the dark elemental energy to gather in his palm. In an instant, Countless dark particles coalesced into a shadowy sphere the size of a fist, the elemental fluctuations intensifying as he continued to infuse energy into it. With a resounding bang, Jiang Ye unleashed the shadow orb towards the wall, causing the entire room to tremble and emit a deep, resonant sound. A shallow pit, measuring 20 centimeters in diameter and 1 centimeter deep, suddenly appeared on the wall, with plaster and dust scattered across the floor. "This is the power I possess," Jiang Ye marveled, an overwhelming surge of ambition rising within him, impossible to suppress. "I must grow stronger. I must change everything and no longer be bullied." Hope sparkled in his dark eyes. A series of dull knocks interrupted his thoughts. Upon opening the door, he found a middle-aged man, approximately 1.7 meters tall, with unkempt facial hair, standing before him. "Uncle Wu, what brings you here?" Jiang Ye inquired, recognizing the landlord. "I was wondering whose pressure cooker exploded," the landlord bellowed, his voice rough and hearty. Jiang Ye quickly retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Uncle Wu with an awkward smile, appreciating his humor. "Ha ha, you lad, you're quite considerate." The landlord took a deep drag, but soon furrowed his brow, his expression turning troubled. "What's wrong, Uncle Wu? Had another row with Annie?" Jiang Ye teased. Go on, Uncle Wu replied. "I'm the one who calls the shots at home." Yet, he hesitated, exhaling a plume of smoke as he looked at Jiang Ye. "Come on, Uncle Wu, with our relationship, is there any need for pretense? Have you heard of Fire Lord?" He continued. "That elemental master from our area has recently allied with several others to form a 4th District anti-demon civil team. In essence, they're openly collecting protection fees." "Such scoundrels!" Uncle Wu gritted his teeth. "They have also summoned landlords and merchants from our district under the guise of unified management, demanding we collect rent from tenants to be submitted collectively." He crushed the cigarette, but underfoot. "But don't worry, Jiang Ye. I'm aware of your situation. After all these years, I would never unjustly charge you. Even if they miss a few, it won't be known." "This is utterly absurd. Is there no one to intervene?" Jiang Ye clenched his fists. "Who would dare? I've heard that Fire Lord is the nephew of a member of the enforcement squad. In this society, the enforcement team wields terrifying power, and the influential are eager to curry favor. Besides, it's only us common folk without connections who suffer," Uncle Wu lamented. "All right, I must take my leave. If I linger too long, your Annie will start to suspect." Uncle Wu waved and descended the stairs. Another connection to that Fire Lord, Jiang Ye closed the door, knowing this debt would eventually be repaid. But for now, what mattered most was earning money. He was nearly broke, though fortunately, there were still provisions at home for a few days. He pulled out his phone, which bore a noticeable crack, but was still functional. A message received at 10 o'clock last night caught his eye. Sender, Tianling Adventure Association. The message contained various reminders, such as the necessity to follow team arrangements, refrain from possessing noxious gases, and not to stray from the group. Having attended once before, Jiang Ye was familiar with these protocols. He quickly scrolled to the bottom. Assembly time was noon at the Tianling Adventure Association building in Zone C of Chengdu City. He prepared a bowl of porridge, accompanied by a dish of pickled vegetables. This was a customary meal for Jiang Ye. He consumed 3 bowls in quick succession. After all, venturing into another realm meant braving the elements, and according to the agreement, he wouldn't return to the real world for 3 days. At the Tianling Adventure Association building, a woman stood by a massive floor-to-ceiling window, swirling a glass of red wine as she gazed over the city. "Ding Jie, if the president learns of this, it won't end well," a red-haired man with a buzz cut murmured, bowing his head. "Oomph. That old fool should have stepped down long ago." The woman's voice was as cold as ice, laced with an ominous undertone. "You know what to do. I expect no missteps." "Understood," Ding Jie, the subordinate affirmed, determined not to disappoint. After an hour-long bus ride, Jiang Ye arrived at the Tianling Association building. The towering structure loomed over 1,000 square meter open space, starkly contrasting with the surrounding buildings. Within the brightly lit area, Jiang Ye sensed a severe deficiency of dark elemental energy. Should he utilize elemental skills, he would likely deplete himself quickly. His instincts urged him to avoid usage during daylight hours. Checking the time, he arrived half an hour early, but a crowd had already gathered at the entrance. A bespectacled man stood in their midst, conversing with them. Everyone, the bespectacled man called out. "Due to a recent announcement, aside from the team leader, a captain-level elemental master will accompany us to the Twilight Lands." "What? A captain level?" Excitement spread through the crowd, the prospect of safety elevating their spirits. This individual was a core figure in the Adventure Association, known as Fire Lord, possessing intermediate third-tier strength. The bespectacled man introduced him with zeal. Again him, Jiang Ye thought, feeling a twinge of unease at the unexpected turn of events. "All right, everyone," the bespectacled man declared. "It's time to enter and collect your gear." He led the group into the building. The first-floor hall was vast, surrounded by glass walls, exuding a spacious and bright atmosphere. In the center, a circular service counter was staffed with personnel verifying information and distributing resource packs. Jiang Ye stood at the end of the line, observing his surroundings. The staff wore matching uniforms, diligently performing their duties. A prominent sign on the left glass wall read, "We do not produce resources. We are merely transporters of the otherworld." In the resting area below the wall, two individuals reclined on a sofa, catching Jiang Ye's attention. One was a robust man resembling a fitness coach, whom Jiang Ye recognized from the information as the team leader, a beginner second-tier Earth Elemental Master. The other, a young man with a buzz cut and red hair, was likely Fire Lord. After receiving their supplies, the bespectacled man led the group towards the two men. "Fire Lord, Jiang Ye," the bespectacled man addressed them with utmost respect. "These are the individuals selected for the journey to the Twilight Lands, a total of 8. "Yes, you may leave now," Fire Lord replied. "Li Jian, please explain the rules to them. Prepare to depart in 10 minutes. Fire Lord scanned the group before departing. "Greetings, everyone. I'm pleased to work alongside you." The man rose from the sofa. "My name is Li Jian, the team leader for this expedition. You may call me Deputy Leader Li. I hope for a pleasant collaboration in the coming days." His voice carried a timbre that suggested experience and resilience. "There are no strict rules here. Your only obligation is to obey." Li Jian stood before the group with his hands clasped behind his back. "Some of you may have ventured into other realms and consider yourselves seasoned, but ultimately, you are just ordinary individuals. To survive and return, you must follow my commands." He surveyed the assembly. "Check your backpacks. These are the only items you can bring to the Twilight Lands. Place personal belongings in the storage boxes over here." Li Jian gestured to a box on a coffee table. Inside the packs were essentials: water, compressed biscuits, a flint, and a flashlight. Jiang Ye had already secured a 30-centimeter military knife at the counter. Having visited once before, Jiang Ye only brought his mobile phone, which he promptly surrendered. In this alternate realm, electronic devices, such as mobile phones, lack any signal. As the time approached, Team Leader Li gestured for the staff to activate the elevator. "Follow me," he instructed, leading the way. With a beep, Li presented his work ID, prompting the elevator to begin its ascent. There were no visible floor buttons displayed, and after approximately a minute, the elevator reached its designated floor. As the doors slid open, the group trailed behind Li into a dimly lit corridor, where every few meters they encountered a metal door, each marked with a numerical designation. Clank, Li halted before the door labeled 1, swiped his ID, and the door slowly creaked open. "What is this?" Jiang Ye inquired, stepping into the room alongside him. In the center of the chamber, a crystal the size of a fist floated, emanating a gentle blue glow. The room, spanning over 100 square meters, was starkly empty. Save for the crystal, darkness enveloped the surroundings beyond a few meters. "Fire team, all present," Li announced, gazing into the shadows. "Indeed, let us commence." A shadowy figure gradually approached the crystal. It was Master Hua. In his hands were 2 bundles of scrolls, one white, the other deep green. As he stood about a meter from the crystal, intricate symbols suddenly materialized on the white scroll. Observing this, Master Hua subtly moved his finger, causing the white scroll to vanish instantaneously, while a ring on his left hand flickered momentarily. A spatial ring. Jiang Ye recalled seeing such an item on a forum. Even the most basic ones cost around 5 million, designed for item storage. His enhanced vision as a dark elementalist allowed him to deduce this detail. Boom! Master Hua snapped his fingers, conjuring a flame at his fingertip. He ignited the deep green scroll, which burned like a fuse. As it combusted, dark green sparks erupted, coalescing in the air. In mere seconds, the scroll was consumed, revealing a void-like circular portal with a diameter of approximately 3 meters before the assembled crowd. The portal shimmered in dark green hues, its interior a formless abyss, obscured from view. Truly magical, extraordinary, gasps erupted from the onlookers, most of whom were venturing into another realm for the first time. "Let's proceed to the Twilight Realm," Master Hua declared, stepping confidently into the portal and vanishing before their eyes. Chapter 3. The Phantom Wolf Pack. "Everyone, keep up," Li Jian signaled to the group. Stepping through the portal, they found themselves instantly transported to a grassy expanse. Upon glancing back, the portal had vanished without a trace. Heading south, they aimed to reach the outskirts of the twilight forest by the afternoon of the next day. Li Jian produced a compass, leading the way. Jiang Ye brought up the rear, keenly observing their surroundings. They were currently at the very edge of the twilight realm, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they estimated they would reach the forest by the next day. The area was teeming with wildlife, yet the presence of magical beasts was markedly more frequent. Initially, the meadow was flat, but as they progressed, the terrain began to grow rugged. The youthful members of the party remained largely unfazed until they encountered a chasm several meters wide that obstructed their path. Li Jian, there's no way around. It's up to you now, Fire Master remarked, surveying the seemingly endless fissure on either side. A minor issue, Li Jian replied, positioning himself at the edge of the chasm, his hands gathering particles of light resembling sand. With a resounding thud, he pressed his hands against the ground. The sand-like earth extended before them like a bridge. Reaching the opposite side, the sand expansion technique. After utilizing the skill scroll, one can master it, a young man with golden hair remarked. Skill scroll? Jiang Ye inquired, turning to the golden-haired youth. Indeed, it costs 500,000. One can purchase it at the Origin Hall. The man spoke with an envious expression. Origin Hall. Jiang Ye's memory was jogged. It was an institution established 3 years prior, primarily focused on the study of otherworldly phenomena, known for acquiring a multitude of materials sourced from different realms. I must visit the Origin Hall when I have the chance, to see if there are any items that could enhance my abilities, he mused, though he couldn't help but feel a bitter smile at his current financial state. Everyone, keep up, Li Jian called from the front. Quite sturdy, Jiang Ye remarked as he walked across, marveling at its exceptional strength. Achieving such stability without a support structure, solely through elemental power, was impressive. The group continued their journey, navigating several subsequent chasms in the same manner, signaling that they were drawing ever closer to the twilight forest. We'll rest here for the night, Li Jian noted, glancing at the time. It was not yet 4, but the sky had already darkened considerably. The group halted beside a towering boulder, weary from hours of travel. Nightfall in the twilight realm arrived swiftly, plunging the area into an unsettling darkness where one could not see one's own hand in front of their face. Even with a light source, visibility would diminish significantly, rendering the night perilous as unknown dangers lurked in the shadows. Jiang Ye opened his backpack and took several swigs from his water flask. Since becoming an elementalist, his physical constitution had improved significantly, allowing him to endure the journey with far greater ease than before. In no more than half an hour, it will be completely dark. After that, we'll rotate in pairs for watch duty, Li Jian stated, approaching Jiang Ye. You and this golden-haired fellow will be the 4th group, keeping watch during the latter half of the night. Understood. The golden-haired youth, referred to as Li Dong, responded first, his demeanor somewhat carefree. After Li Jian departed, the others began to prepare. The first group dug a shallow pit the size of a palm, then retrieved a special fuel from their backpacks, pouring it into the pit. After igniting it with a flint, it would burn for several hours. The remaining groups also unpacked their supplies, producing compressed biscuits and water for dinner, convenient to carry and devoid of any scent that might attract magical creatures. Night descended rapidly, and the exhausted group soon succumbed to slumber. Jiang Ye leaned against the massive stone, furthest from the fire. As darkness enveloped them, he sensed an unexpected surge of dark elemental energy flooding toward his elemental core like a torrent. Training here proved to be extraordinarily effective, and Jiang Ye focused his mind, directing the elemental core to absorb the dark energy voraciously. As time elapsed, a painful pressure began to build in his abdomen. Am I reaching saturation? He pondered, feeling the elemental core's response. It seemed uncontrollable, persistently drawing in more energy. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he bit his lip to stifle any noise, desperate not to alert the others. The sensation was akin to impending explosion. Jiang Ye's hands clawed at the earth, his face contorting in pain. Time crawled as the elemental core continued its relentless absorption of dark energy. Suddenly, the core erupted, only to quickly revert to its original state, and the pain dissipated in an instant. Is this what it means to reach the 2nd tier? Jiang Ye recovered, attuning himself to his body. His first realization was that the elemental core had expanded. If it had previously been the size of a marble, it was now akin to a ping-pong ball. This transformation indicated that he could wield elemental power for a longer duration and infuse his techniques with greater shadow energy. Clenching his fist, Jiang Ye distinctly felt a significant enhancement in his physical prowess, though his appearance remained unchanged. Even after his advancement, The elemental core continued to absorb energy, now seemingly insatiable. It would likely take considerable time to break through to the next stage. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind, and Jiang Ye turned to see the golden-haired youth striding toward him. "Why are you so far away? It's pitch dark. You're quite bold," he remarked as Li Dong took a seat beside him. "What is up? Need something?" Jiang Ye asked. Li Dong shook his wristwatch. "It's 3 in the morning. I'm here to take my watch. You're not still asleep, are you? Already?" "I hadn't noticed," Jiang Ye admitted, slightly embarrassed. "Sorry, I don't have a watch, so I lost track of time." "Not a big deal. I'm Li Dong. Pleased to meet you," he said, resting his head on his hands against the boulder. "I'm Jiang Ye. Likewise a pleasure to meet you." "Haha, why so serious?" Li Dong chuckled. "So, what brings you to this other world?" "Primarily for financial reasons. I'm simply trying to make a living," Jiang Ye replied. "True. Finding work in today's society is no small feat," Li Dong conceded. "Isn't that the case for you as well?" Jiang Ye countered. "Well, somewhat." Li Dong sighed, his expression turning somber. "The truth is, I'm here for my sister. A year ago, she was attacked by a magical beast, resulting in severe neural damage. She has been bedridden ever since, a so-called vegetable." His tone grew heavy with the weight of his words. "I discovered that in the Twilight Forest, there exists a plant known as nightmare, the fruit of which possesses the ability to heal nerves. Since then, I have been in relentless pursuit of it. But the nightmare is exceedingly rare, and I could not find it in the outskirts of the Twilight Forest. I apologize," Jiang Ye expressed with sincerity, "hoping that your sister would awaken soon." "Certainly, I am confident I will find it," a glimmer of hope flickering in Li Dong's otherwise dim eyes. As the night stretched endlessly, Li Dong added another splash of fuel to the pit to prevent the flames from extinguishing. Jiang Ye surveyed the surroundings and realized that his vision in the darkness had significantly improved. It seemed that the night was indeed his domain. The two engaged in casual conversation to ensure that someone was on watch at the other end. Suddenly, Jiang Ye noticed a pair of glowing green eyes emerging in the distance, approximately 20 meters away. No, the numbers were increasing. It was a pack. Jiang Ye glanced around and realized they were encircled. "Li Dong, do you not see those pairs of green eyes?" Jiang Ye inquired. "What green eyes?" "I can't see anything beyond 7 or 8 meters, Li Dong replied, puzzled. "This is troubling." Jiang Ye sensed an imminent crisis. "Quickly, notify the team leader. Vice Captain Li. Fire Lord, we have a situation." Li Dong shouted to the two. The others stirred, appearing to have been in light slumber. Li Jian and Fire Lord were the first to rise, scanning their surroundings. But in that enveloping darkness, nothing was visible. Fire Lord's brow furrowed. Although he could not see, his instincts warned him that something was near. Li Jian then placed his hand on the ground, and a faint yellow glow emanated from his palm, expanding outward. "This is bad. It's a pack of phantom wolves." Upon hearing this, everyone drew their combat knives, bracing themselves. The obstruction to their view was severe. Li Jian then pressed his hand to the earth, causing the ground to sink and form a shallow pit of about 1 square meter. "Quickly, everyone. Pour all the fuel in." Upon hearing this, the group hastily retrieved fuel bottles from their packs. Fire Lord tossed a ball of fire, igniting the fuel instantly. The immense flame illuminated the vicinity for several meters, allowing them to glimpse the creatures. They were wolf-like in appearance, bearing their blood-soaked jaws, eyes glinting with a green light, and dripping a viscous liquid, their deep black fur rendering them nearly invisible in the night. "We're surrounded," a man in the crowd exclaimed, trembling with his knife. Fire Lord's expression grew serious. While a single phantom wolf could be easily dispatched, the sheer number was overwhelming, and he needed to identify the lead wolf. "Li Jian, seize the high ground," Fire Lord commanded, launching a fireball into the pack. The phantom wolf struck by the fireball ignited and collapsed moments later. A howl pierced the darkness. The pack surged toward them as if commanded. Seeing this, Li Jian pressed both hands against the ground, and the group felt the earth tremble beneath them, suddenly shifting. A couple of individuals were violently thrown off as the land rose. "Help, help," came the cries. The wolves below surged forth, their gnashing teeth drowning out the pleas for aid. "Crossfire." Fire Lord raised his fingers in a cross, the fire elements gathering around his hands, causing the air to grow increasingly hot. With a thunderous explosion, a massive cross-shaped fire surged forth, engulfing the pack below in flames. The horrifying sounds of the burning wolves filled the air, sending shivers down their spines. The pressure eased as they stood atop a landmass nearly 10 meters high, panting heavily. The group stood resolutely, gazing down at the remnants of their foes. Jiang Ye suppressed his nausea, being just a recent university graduate. The surviving members turned pale, some collapsing to the ground, with two unable to contain their sickness. "Such uselessness," Fire Lord remarked, a hint of disdain crossing his otherwise indifferent face. What do we do next, Fire Lord? Being trapped here is not a viable option, Li Jian asked, regaining some composure. We must locate the lead wolf and eliminate it to disperse the pack, Fire Lord stated, his gaze fixed on the dark mass of wolves below. The lead wolf? Jiang Ye searched the pack. Suddenly, he spotted a larger wolf with deep blue fur lurking in the shadows behind the others. This must be the lead wolf. Fire Lord. There was a blue figure that just darted past over there. Jiang Ye pointed, opting to keep his identity as an elemental mage concealed. Fire Lord looked toward the darkness. Unable to see anything clearly, he promptly hurled a fireball in that direction. Indeed, the fireball zipped past the blue phantom wolf, confirming its identity with the fleeting flame. Perhaps sensing the attention, the lead wolf let out a long howl, causing the pack to stir and rush toward the earthen pillar where the group stood, attempting to topple it while the lead wolf circled to evade detection. You cannot escape, Fire Lord declared, producing a card and shattering it. A wave of green light radiated outward, plunging the pack into silence, their bodies convulsing as they lay prostrate. A paralysis card, as expected of Fire Lord. He uses a 30,000 item without a flicker of hesitation, Li Dong noted, a smile breaking on his face. The lead wolf remained immobilized, emitting mournful whines. Great fire explosion. Fire Lord raised his hands, gathering intense fire energy above him, forming a fireball approximately 1 meter in diameter. What a powerful energy fluctuation. Is this what a third-tier spell feels like? Jiang Ye marveled as the temperature around them surged. With a crash, the fireball descended upon the lead wolf, triggering an explosion that turned the ground within several meters into scorched earth. The shockwave swept through the group as they watched the pack scatter in terror, vanishing into the night within mere seconds. Let us remain here until dawn, Fire Lord suggested, clearly fatigued, as he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. As the crowd heard this, they gradually relaxed, collapsing onto the ground, relieved to have survived the ordeal. Time passed minute by minute. Jiang Ye glanced at Li Dong's watch. It was already past 9. In half an hour, dawn would break, a characteristic of the Twilight Realm. He retrieved several compressed biscuits from his backpack and began to eat, despite the unpleasant sight of the corpses littering the ground. After all, as the saying goes, the vastness of heaven and earth pales in comparison to the necessity of sustenance. As the time drew near, they prepared to depart. Just as the first light began to illuminate the sky, Fire Master leaped down from the earth pillar and strode directly towards the remains of the alpha wolf. Jiang Ye observed as Fire Master Pride opened the wolf's jaws and extracted 2 palm-sized fangs, promptly placing them into his spatial ring. It was evident these were valuable items. Li Jian descended from the earth pillar, prompting everyone to follow suit. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burnt flesh, and they all wished to distance themselves from the area as swiftly as possible. Hours later, after an unrelenting trek, a dense grove of towering trees came into view. The black marsh tree, a unique species of the Twilight Realm, stood with its pitch-black trunk, soaring nearly 100 meters high, its canopy a thick mass of foliage that blocked out the light. From a distance, the entire forest appeared as a terrifying abyss, instilling a deep-seated fear within them. Let us take a 10-minute break before we venture into the Twilight Forest, Fire Master announced to the group. Shouldn't we wait until tomorrow? Everyone is utterly exhausted. And we didn't rest well last night, suggested a stocky man, gasping for air as he looked at Fire Master. Is that so? A fleeting glimmer of malice flickered in Fire Master's eyes before vanishing. Isn't it better to go early and return early? Jiang Ye sensed the unease in the atmosphere and discreetly took a step back. I concur with Fire Master. We should proceed tomorrow. As there's less than 2 hours until nightfall, Li Jian interjected. Regardless, it will all be dark inside. What difference does it make between day and night? Fire Master replied, exhibiting impatience. I'm merely suggesting. Li Jian's tone weakened slightly. For them, scavenging for resources and transporting prey was extremely taxing. Very well then. You will accompany me into the Twilight Forest to gather some food. After a night's rest, we shall return tomorrow, Fire Master decided, looking at Li Jian. Understood. Li Jian replied, observing the clear surroundings for any dangers, and followed Fire Master into the forest. Chapter 4. The Cyclopean Stag. The others began to sit on the ground, each retrieving food and water from their backpacks, their hunger exacerbated by their previous fast. Do you think they will openly prepare a private meal? The stocky man remarked, gnawing on a compressed biscuit. Indeed, they are elementalists, exalted beings beyond our reach, someone chimed in. True, we are merely the laborers, others agreed. Once we return and earn some money, I can treat my wife and children to a nice meal, a burly man with a bushy beard said, smiling broadly at the group. Conversations flowed easily, perhaps because they shared similar backgrounds, leading to a jovial atmosphere. "They're back," Jiang Ye exclaimed as he spotted Li Jian and Fire Master emerging from the forest. One of them was carrying what appeared to be a black creature resembling a spotted deer, its body devoid of eyes. The black-blinded deer, commonly found in the twilight forest, has adapted to its dark habitat, resulting in its eye degeneration, Li Dong explained. "This one is worth 70 to 80,000. Someone in the crowd shouted. "Gather some firewood. We will roast it soon," Li Jian instructed, tossing the deer onto the ground. "Are my ears deceiving me?" Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. "This one be deducted from our wages, will it?" "Ha ha ha," Fire Master laughed heartily. "Of course not. Consider it a reward for you all. Tomorrow, be sure to be spirited. Additionally, Deputy Li will return to the real world to address the matter of our 2 fallen comrades, and from now on, I will lead you," Fire Master addressed the group. "Absolutely, we have witnessed Fire Master's strength firsthand. Deputy Li, you can leave with peace of mind." Voices of flattery emerged from the crowd. "Very well," Li Jian replied, his expression somewhat somber. He then produced a bundle of white scrolls from his pocket, igniting them. A white portal gradually formed, connecting to the real world. "Safe travels." Fire Master waved at Li Jian, a sly smile gracing his features. "Let us gather firewood." The group dispersed, scouring for scattered timber. Soon, a towering pile of firewood was amassed. After removing the internal organs and skin of the black-blinded deer, they skewered it on a long stick and positioned it over the firewood. Fire Master conjured a burst of flames, igniting the pile instantly, and the deer began to sizzle enticingly. "This is the sauce." Fire Master produced a container from his spatial ring and handed it to the group. "Truly, Fire Master thinks of everything," Li Dong remarked as he accepted the sauce and began to apply it to the deer. "Delicious." The aroma wafted through the air, causing everyone to involuntarily swallow. "That should do it." Li Dong tore off a piece of deer leg and offered it to Fire Master. "Please, you first," he insisted. "Ha ha. How considerate. You all enjoy." Fire Master waved his hand dismissively. Then we one hold back. The group eagerly drew their knives, slicing the meat and devouring it greedily, their mouths glistening with juices. "This is incredible. So tender," the stocky man exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Jiang Ye swallowed hard. Yet a sense of vigilance filled him, an instinctive feeling that something was amiss. "Why aren't you eating, young brother?" Fire Master noticed Jiang Ye standing aside. "I believe you were the first to discover the alpha wolf, correct?" "Yes, Fire Master," Jiang Ye replied, feeling as though he was being scrutinized by a predator, an acute sense of danger surging within him. "Don't be so stiff. Look how much everyone is enjoying their meal," Fire Master said, approaching and tearing off a chunk of leg meat, offering it to Jiang Ye. The pressure emanating from Fire Master made Jiang Ye feel that refusing to eat would place him in grave danger. "Very well, Fire Master." Jiang Ye accepted the deer meat and began to eat. "Ha ha ha. Eat to your heart's content. You can't find such delicacies outside." Fire Master laughed, wandering off to survey the surroundings. To be frank, the food was indeed delectable. It was perhaps the best meal I have savored in many years. Jiang Ye indulged himself, determined to relish the feast until he could eat no more. How stuffed he felt. Li Dong sat on the ground, rubbing his belly. At that moment, Jiang Ye's mouth was completely full, his speech mumbled and indistinct, his eating habits rivaling those of a rather portly gentleman. "Ha ha ha, Jiang Ye. I never imagined you could consume so much, and yet you remain so slender." Jiang Ye swallowed the venison, still famished, and continued to devour the meal voraciously. "Ah-ha." Li Dong yawned. "I'm feeling a bit drowsy. I think I'll rest for a moment." Indeed, a sense of fullness often accompanies sleepiness. Others echoed his sentiments, their eyelids drooping. As expected, the inevitable arrived. Jiang Ye felt his consciousness becoming hazy, his mind spinning, before he collapsed onto the ground. After an indeterminate period, a strong metallic scent of blood wafted through the air. Upon opening his eyes again, Jiang Ye discovered himself bound to the trunk of a large tree, surrounded by impenetrable darkness, with only a few meters of visibility. Turning his head, he noticed Li Dong was tied to the same tree. His wrists had been cut, blood pooling and dripping to the ground. Not far off, 2 other trees bore 4 individuals, similarly bound and unconscious, their wrists also slashed. Perhaps his status as an elemental master granted him superior physical resilience, enabling him to awaken first. It must have been the work of the Fire Master. Had he refrained from eating, the situation could have been far worse. Now, he needed to devise a means of escape. Jiang Ye shifted his body, realizing the ropes were not tightly bound, likely because they had not anticipated his early awakening. With great effort, One hand slipped free from the bindings, and he grasped the rope, channeling a shadow orb to sever it. Once liberated, Jiang Ye gently laid Li Dong on the ground, tore off a piece of Li Dong's clothing, and performed a rudimentary first aid on both of them. "Hey, Li Dong," he called, tapping Li Dong's face, but received no response. Thud, thud, a deep, resonant sound emanated from nearby. In the darkness, the unknown instilled a chilling fear. Jiang Ye hastily concealed himself behind the tree, holding his breath. Thud, thud, the sound drew nearer, approaching their location. It must have been the scent of blood that attracted it, Jiang Ye speculated. The pungent aroma confirmed his fears. He had never felt time drag so excruciatingly. Overwhelming terror paralyzed him, rendering him afraid to make a move, lest he become a target. Suddenly, a massive eyeball, glowing green, emerged from the shadows ahead, its diameter at least a meter. Thud, thud, the creature advanced towards the two individuals bound nearby. At that moment, Jiang Ye finally discerned the true form of the monster. Towering nearly 10 meters tall, its body was covered in long white fur. Its limbs elongated like dried meat, and its wrinkled face bore a single enormous eye, crowned with 2 antlers. The name Cyclopean Stag instinctively sprang to Jiang Ye's mind. The stag's skeletal fingers grasped 2 of the bound individuals, lifting them along with a portion of the tree trunk in its grip. Blood dripped incessantly onto the creature's face. Seemingly unsatisfied, it opened its gaping maw, extending a crimson tongue to feast upon the 2. As the tongue slashed across their bodies, they were instantly reduced to a bloody pulp, awakening to emit blood-curdling screams. With a crunch, the Cyclopean Stag swallowed them whole, the sound causing a chill to run down Jiang Ye's spine. Chapter 5. The Escape. Thud, thud. The Cyclopean Stag continued toward the remaining 2 captives. As it closed the distance, a blue magical array materialized beneath its feet. From the array, several glowing blue chains emerged, binding the creature firmly to the ground. Finally, it had taken the bait. A cross of flames shot down from above, striking the Cyclopean Stag, scorching its white fur, yet it sustained no significant injuries. Truly, it was a 5th-tier magical beast. A figure leaped down from the tree. It was the Fire Master. Jiang Ye remained hidden behind the trunk, concealed in the shadows. At this distance, the Fire Master would certainly not see him. He intended to wait and observe. The Cyclopean Stag bellowed in rage, yet the magical array rendered it immobile. "It's time to send you on your way," the Fire Master declared, producing a blue card from his spatial ring. Even from several meters away, Jiang Ye could sense the card's destructive energy. With a crack, the Fire Master shattered the card and retreated several paces. An overwhelming force surged forth, sweeping over the forest and forming a roiling blue cloud above the Cyclopean Stag. Thunder rumbled as lightning tore through the sky, a colossal flash illuminating the darkness. The force akin to divine wrath, crashing down upon the creature. The Cyclopean Stag let out a horrific scream before abruptly falling silent. "I have come for the Crimson Heart," the Fire Master proclaimed, drawing a military knife from his spatial ring and plunging it into the charred chest of the Cyclopean Stag. A roar erupted as the creature swatted the Fire Master away, sending him crashing against a tree. "What? It's still alive?" Jiang Ye watched in disbelief as the Cyclopean Stag, enveloped in smoke, rose once more. "Damn it, it's just a strong bough," the Fire Master muttered, regaining his composure and unleashing another cross of flames. With a thud, the Cyclopean Stag staggered, its massive eye turning green. In an instant, a beam of intense green light shot toward the Fire Master. Seeing this, the Fire Master began to sprint leftward, the beam hot on his heels. Wherever it passed, towering trees were cleaved in half with a resounding crash. Perhaps the moment had come, Jiang Ye observed as the Fire Master circled back towards him, slowly gathering a shadow orb in his hand. "What the heck, it's still so strong. Did I buy a counterfeit thunder card?" The Fire Master cursed under his breath. Suddenly, a shadow orb struck him unexpectedly, sending him stumbling backward several meters. "Who?" With a furious roar, Fire Lord immediately retrieved a crimson card from his spatial ring. In an instant, a fiery circular shield, approximately 2 meters in diameter, enveloped him. The light from the one-eyed giant deer struck the shield, causing it to fracture instantly. Fire Lord quickly gathered energy into the shield with both hands. In less than 3 seconds, the shield shattered, sending Fire Lord hurtling backward. The one-eyed giant deer let out a deafening roar, advancing step by step toward him. Coughing up blood, Fire Lord struggled to rise. It was then that he beheld Jiang Ye amidst the falling trees and scattered flames. Jiang Ye remained silent, his left hand concealed behind his back, as he unleashed a pre-prepared shadow ball towards Fire Lord. A wall of fire arose before Fire Lord, blocking the attack. Ha ha ha, how insidious. Fire Lord's face twisted in rage, his gaze towards Jiang Ye reminiscent of one looking at a corpse. Using human blood to lure monsters, what does that make you? A sense of crisis enveloped Jiang Ye as he began to retreat slowly. Ordinary humans are ultimately like ants. Killing you is of no consequence to me. A vial of crimson liquid appeared in Fire Lord's hand, and upon consumption, a powerful surge of elemental energy surged towards Jiang Ye. I didn't expect you to be a second-tier shadow elementalist. Well hidden indeed. Boom. A bolt of crossfire instantly felled the approaching one-eyed giant deer, which had been on the verge of death. It's your turn. I will make you regret coming to this world. Fire Lord's eyes glowed with a feverish red, revealing a sickly intensity. Boom. Another shadow ball was launched, and Jiang Ye seized the opportunity to flee rapidly. This aura is definitely not of the third tier. It must be that vial of crimson liquid that forcibly elevated him to the fourth tier. Fire Lord easily evaded, then pursued, as if toying with his prey, conjuring fireballs with both hands and occasionally launching them forward. Jiang Ye sprinted ahead, dodging the fireballs that came from behind. Suddenly, one fireball struck him down, searing his back with an intense burn, causing him to grimace in pain. With no other choice, Jiang Ye released a shadow ball behind him, buying himself a brief moment to rise and continue his frantic escape. Boom, boom. A heavy thud echoed from behind. It was the spot where the one-eyed giant deer had fallen. Is it still not dead? Jiang Ye contemplated a desperate gamble, beginning to circle back toward the one-eyed giant deer. Fire Lord seemed to sense his intent and hastened his pace, unleashing a crossfire. However, the skill was too massive, and with the trees densely packed, Jiang Ye easily evaded behind a trunk. Hurry, I'm almost there. Jiang Ye gasped for breath. Ahead lay a clearing. Remnants of the previous battle, the destruction of trees allowed sunlight to filter through. Another one-eyed giant deer emerged, even larger in size. Jiang Ye watched in horror as the creature dug out the heart of its recently deceased kin and swallowed it whole. Upon seeing Jiang Ye approach, it let out a thunderous roar. Boom. A shadow ball was launched at the one-eyed giant deer, but it inflicted no damage. The deer roared in fury, clearly enraged. Jiang Ye quickly turned and ran towards Fire Lord, using the tree trunks to dodge the fireballs. Damn it. Fire Lord's expression darkened upon seeing the one-eyed giant deer following closely behind. The Crimson Heart has certainly been consumed. This one is nearing the 6th tier. Faced with the approaching giant deer, Fire Lord had no choice but to flee. The tide of battle began to shift as Fire Lord ran in that direction. Jiang Ye followed closely, occasionally launching shadow balls. Fire Lord's face grew increasingly grim as he felt the effects of the potion waning, his body growing weary. I can only use this, he declared, retrieving a purple card from his spatial ring, a pained expression crossing his face. Teleportation card. Crushing the card, he was enveloped by a multitude of purple light particles, vanishing in an instant. What? Has he used another item? Jiang Ye gazed at the spot where Fire Lord had just stood. Boom, boom. The one-eyed giant deer continued its relentless chase from behind. Continuing like this is not a solution. Jiang Ye panted heavily, realizing that even as an elementalist, he could not sustain such intense exertion for long. Suddenly, the footsteps behind him ceased, replaced by a potent aura of death enveloping Jiang Ye. Glancing back, he saw the giant eye of the one-eyed deer turning green. Jiang Ye quickly crouched beneath the roots of a large tree. Boom, boom. A beam of light swept through, severing trees in succession and triggering explosions, sending dust and debris flying. Chapter 6. The Grim Reaper in Black Coughing. Jiang Ye lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his clothes tattered and torn. He had been caught in the aftermath of the explosion, leaving him in this pitiful state. So weak, he thought bitterly, gasping for air. Boom, boom. The one-eyed giant deer approached, a glint of greed evident in its enormous eye. I would love to taste roasted deer meat once more. Jiang Ye, overwhelmed by despair, closed his eyes, the vast chasm of power leaving him without a glimmer of hope. Cede control to me. A deep, raspy voice echoed from the depths of his soul. Are you the one who saved me before? The unique voice brought back memories of that fateful night. Enough chatter. If you wish to live, relax your consciousness and do not resist. Let me take control of your body. In an instant, a force from the depths of his soul surged through Jiang Ye, gradually pushing his consciousness aside, causing him to lose control of his body. Like being pressed by a ghost, Jiang Ye could perceive everything clearly. Yet his body stood up against his will. This familiar dark element, he chuckled darkly, observing his hands. He then raised his gaze to the one-eyed giant deer. To deal with you, this will do. In a sudden transformation, Jiang Ye's eyes turned blood red, emanating thick black smoke. Within mere moments, the surrounding area was enveloped in complete darkness. The one-eyed giant stag came to a halt, lowering its gaze towards the swirling black mist. As an aura of death began to permeate the air, within the murky depths, two crimson points flickered ominously, and then a figure, 3 meters tall, slowly emerged. Cloaked in black robes, bearing immense black wings. Beneath the hood lay an abyss of darkness, and a pair of glowing red eyes instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. Death! Lord of Death, the one-eyed giant stag murmured in a garbled voice, gazing downward. Have you attained sentience before reaching the 6th tier? The Reaper rasped. Yet you must still meet your end. At these words, the stag's white fur bristled with terror. Its eyes turned a shade of green as a beam of light shot towards the Reaper. Too feeble, the Reaper declared, raising its left hand. Instantly, a wall of black mist materialized before its withered palm, effortlessly blocking the attack. Such formidable power, Jiang Ye thought, though he could not control the body. He could distinctly sense the strength it possessed. The beam continued to strike the black shield, but it remained unyielding. Realizing the futility, the one-eyed giant stag began to retreat. Scythe of the Reaper. Observing the fleeing stag, the Reaper slowly extended its right hand from beneath the cloak, black particles swirling into existence, forming a scythe 3 meters in length. With a thunderous crack, the Reaper's wings beat fiercely, generating a sonic boom that echoed with a sharp, explosive sound. The violent shockwave rapidly spread, leaving trees shattered and splintered in its wake. With a sickening crunch, the massive head of the stag rolled to the ground, and it collapsed in response. The Reaper landed gracefully before the carcass of the one-eyed giant stag. With a swift motion, its withered hand plunged into the chest of the fallen beast, seizing its heart, greedily absorbing its essence. Within a minute, the heart had shriveled to the consistency of jerky, discarded carelessly onto the ground. At that moment, Jiang Ye felt a warmth enveloping his previously cold soul, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. The Reaper unfurled its wings. Soaring above the forest, its blood-red eyes fixed upon the north. We must eradicate the root of the problem. At the outskirts of the Twilight Lands, Fire Master sat slumped on the ground, beads of cold sweat pouring from his brow, gasping for breath. Having failed to secure the Crimson Heart and losing a vial of crimson blood in the process, he gritted his teeth in frustration. Jiang Ye, I will ensure your family joins you in hell. He lamented, having already expended a teleportation card, a costly acquisition at auction. How could he possibly explain this to the vice president? His lips trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, a booming sound echoed as a dark shadow swiftly approached from the horizon. Is that the Lord? A wave of oppressive force washed over him, causing his body to tremble. He needed to flee. With shaking hands, Fire Master retrieved a white scroll from his spatial ring, igniting it with a flicker of flame. Just as he prepared to set it ablaze, a scythe sliced through the air, severing both his hands. Ah! He cried, rolling on the ground as blood gushed from his stumps like a fountain. You are Fire Master? The Reaper sneered, observing the writhing figure on the ground, unable to suppress its disdain for such a weakling daring to claim the title. Spare me. I bear no grudge against the powerful. I beg for my life. I swear never to return to the Twilight Lands. The will to survive drove Fire Master to plead. Knowing he had no chance against such overwhelming power, Reaper, ask him why he lured the one-eyed giant stag with human blood. Jiang Ye communicated through thought. Why did you use human blood to attract the one-eyed giant stag? The Reaper's raspy voice echoed. It wasn't me. It was the vice president of our guild who ordered me to do it. Fire Master gasped, his complexion pale from blood loss and agony. Only human blood can lure the one-eyed giant stag. We needed to set up a formation in advance. But I took nothing. I gave everything back. He stammered, losing coherence. Reaper, inquire about its purpose. What does it matter? Your body is on the brink of collapse. The Reaper communicated back to Jiang Ye. Then let us make this quick. With a swift arc of the scythe, Fire Master's head fell, and after a few convulsions, his body lay still. You can use the spatial ring once you drop blood on it. The Reaper indicated towards the ring on Fire Master's severed hand. My soul is gravely damaged. Do not summon me unless it is a matter of life and death. Besides, your life cannot endure many more summons. The Reaper's voice remained hoarse. With the power of my death deity within you, your dark elemental core will continuously cultivate automatically. Seek out areas rich in dark elemental energy. The richer the elemental environment, the faster your cultivation and energy restoration. As the Reaper's voice faded into an ethereal haze, it dissolved into swirling black smoke. Go to the Origin Hall and acquire some skill scrolls. You are far too weak. With that, the Reaper vanished completely. Emerging from the black smoke, Jiang Ye stumbled forward, feeling as though he hadn't slept in days, utterly drained, his limbs cold. Deep within his soul, a red scythe emblem had appeared, marking the Reaper's presence. He approached the severed hand, retrieving the spatial ring and allowing a drop of his blood to touch it. Suddenly, a wave of clarity washed over him as he felt a connection to the spatial ring, as if it were a part of his own being. His consciousness traversed the ring, revealing a cubic meter of space filled with several cards, stacks of cash, and bundles of teleportation scrolls. Jiang Ye extracted a white scroll, summoning it to his hand in an instant. He then retrieved the marked white scroll from Fire Master's severed hand, and with a mere thought, it joined the contents of the spatial ring. How delightful it is to possess wealth, Jiang Ye mused, appreciating the convenience it afforded him. With a flicker, he ignited the white scroll, and a white portal began to take shape. At last, I shall return to the realm of reality. Chapter 7. Leaving the old district, stepping through the portal, a blinding white light enveloped him, and Jiang Ye found himself back in the real world. Beep, beep. A car ahead blared its horn, and only then did Jiang Ye realize he was standing in the middle of the road. He hurriedly dashed to the roadside. "Young man, are you indulging in some cosplay?" An elderly man strolling nearby remarked. "I see what you are doing, this apocalyptic wasteland style." Jiang Ye glanced at his tattered clothing, one pant leg torn away, and thought it did indeed resemble that style. "Excuse me, sir, where am I?" Jiang Ye inquired. "This is Qianchuan Park." The old man pointed to a nearby park sign. I meant which city, sir?" "Shuiyan City, District B, Qianchuan," the elder bellowed. "Are you pretending to have amnesia just to amuse this old man?" With that, he grumbled and walked away. Shuiyan City, thankfully not too far, just a neighboring city. However, Jiang Ye needed to find a place to rest. He felt utterly exhausted, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. "Hello, I would like to book a single room," he said upon reaching the nearest hotel. "That will be 398. The receptionist paused momentarily upon seeing Jiang Ye, but maintained her professional smile. Jiang Ye retrieved 400 yuan from his pocket, which he had taken from his spatial ring earlier, and placed it on the counter. "Keep the change, and get me a bottle of water." "Certainly. Here is your room key and a bottle of mineral water." Jiang Ye wasted no time. He forced himself to take a hot shower and, inadvertently, caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. His complexion was pale, his lips devoid of color, and more alarmingly, a small tuft of hair on the right side of his head had turned white. Jiang Ye suddenly recalled the words of the Grim Reaper, realizing that his body could not endure many more encounters. Was it possible that he was consuming his own life force? A bitter smile crossed his lips, nevertheless. Surviving this ordeal was not without merit. At last, he succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the bed, and fell into a deep slumber. In Chongqing City, District C, at the Tianling Association headquarters, Sister Ding, the death of Fire Master has been confirmed. His body was found on the outskirts of the Twilight Zone and has been handed over to his uncle. A man in a suit stood behind a woman in the room. I sensed a trace of energy from the realm of oblivion on the corpse. Additionally, his spatial ring is missing, presumably taken by someone. So the item I sought is gone. The woman held a dim glass orb and suddenly shattered it. "Dilly, I entrust this matter to you. Find the person as soon as possible." "Yes, I will do my utmost." Ding dong, ding dong. A series of doorbell chimes echoed from outside the hotel room. "Who is it?" Jiang Ye stirred from his slumber, eyes still heavy with sleep. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. The hotel offers complimentary breakfast. Would you like some?" Came the voice from outside. Had morning arrived so soon? Jiang Ye noticed the sunlight streaming through the window and rose to open the door. "Apologies for the intrusion," he began, only to find the receptionist from the previous day standing there. As she spoke, her face flushed, and she quickly lowered her head. In an instant, realization struck Jiang Ye, and he hastily shut the door. "I'm sorry, I usually eat breakfast alone. Please disregard the offer." "Oh, all right," came her shy reply as her footsteps faded away. Jiang Ye felt his face heat up. This was quite embarrassing. Looking at his tattered clothes, he realized he couldn't possibly go out like this. With no other option, he gritted his teeth and wrapped himself in a towel before stepping out. Noticing the front desk was unattended, likely the receptionist had gone to deliver breakfast, he decided to make a quick escape. Fortunately, there was a shopping mall nearby. Jiang Ye entered a clothing store, appearing serious while internally feeling quite flustered. This one, and this one," he said, selecting 10 black hoodies and a few comfortable, loose outfits. Comfort over flamboyance was Jiang Ye's style. "That will be 39,800. The clerk could hardly contain her joy, beaming at Jiang Ye. "This is daylight robbery," he thought, clenching his jaw. He retrieved 4 stacks of cash from his spatial ring, pulled out 2 bills, and handed them over. After trying on one set, he stored the rest in his ring for future use. The feeling of having money was truly delightful as he exited the store. His old phone was undoubtedly lost. With Firemaster deceased, it was only a matter of time before the Tianling Association discovered it and initiated an investigation. He needed to act quickly and return to Chongqing City tonight to relocate. After purchasing a new phone, Jiang Ye returned to the hotel. "I'm sorry. Here is your hotel towel." He placed it on the front desk. "No, it's fine," the receptionist mumbled, her head down, her voice barely audible. Jiang Ye promptly bought a ticket for the next high-speed train and hailed a taxi to the station. Before 3 in the afternoon, Jiang Ye arrived back in Chongqing City. District C. In the old neighborhood, a nauseating stench from the sewers occasionally wafted through the air, but Jiang Ye had long since grown accustomed to it. "Knock, knock, knock." "Uncle Wu." Jiang Ye rapped on his landlord's door. The door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged woman. "Xiao Jiang, what brings you here?" It was Sister Lan, Uncle Wu's wife. "Is Uncle Wu not home?" "Your Uncle Wu just left. He received a notice to attend a meeting." Sister Lan ushered Jiang Ye inside. "Here, have some water. You look pale and drained. Have you not been eating well?" She pulled out several hundred yuan from her bag and pressed it into Jiang Ye's hand. "Really, Sister Lan? I can't accept this," Jiang Ye protested, but he could not refuse her insistence, so he tucked it into his pocket. "I came to bid you farewell. I plan to seek opportunities elsewhere," Jiang Ye explained to Sister Lan. "That's wonderful news. Xiao Jiang, I'm genuinely happy for you. Our District C is the most underdeveloped area in Chongqing City, with few job opportunities and poor security. If monsters appear, it takes a long time for elemental masters to respond. Perhaps we can have a meal together when Uncle Wu returns?" Sister Lan suggested. "No, Sister Lan. I'm quite busy over there and need to leave shortly," Jiang Ye replied, sipping the water to mask his inner turmoil. "Very well. I will inform your Uncle Wu when he returns," Sister Lan said, a hint of sadness in her voice. "Please wait a moment. I will fetch some money from the bedroom. You have just started working, and there are many places where you will need it." Jiang Ye gazed at Sister Lan's retreating figure, feeling a pang of emotion in his nose. Throughout his school years, he had received unwavering support from the couple, who were among the few in this world who treated him with genuine kindness. For their safety, he knew he could not remain here, fearing that misfortune might befall the innocent. "This card contains 100,000. Once you leave, make sure to contact us when you have the time. I, along with Uncle Wu, will be waiting." Sister Lan emerged from the bedroom, her gaze falling upon the empty sofa and the 500,000 in cash on the tea table, momentarily frozen in disbelief. She approached and picked up a nearby note. "Sister Lan, Uncle Wu, I am forever grateful for your kindness. As we part ways, I wish you all the best. Jiang Ye." Chapter 8. The Origin Hall branch. After departing from the community he had lived in for many years, Jiang Ye found himself walking down the bustling street. He had deposited over 20,000 from his spatial ring into a nearby bank and had successfully rented an apartment online in Area B of Chengdu City. Although Area B was not as desirable as Area A, it provided a sense of security and a significantly lower cost of living. He felt assured that his future endeavors in the other world would yield resources, relieving him of any financial pressure. Suddenly, he was startled by a cacophony ahead, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. "Damn it! Are you still trying to act tough without Fire Lord backing you up? You are nothing." A stout figure and a lean one were thrown out of a bar, drawing the attention of the crowd. "Get lost. What are you looking at? I'll deal with you soon." The stout man clambered to his feet, brandishing a bottle towards the onlookers. "It's them. What a narrow road for enemies." Jiang Ye recognized the two familiar figures ahead. "You're still alive?" The stout man noticed Jiang Ye and kicked the lean man on the ground. "What a bother," Jiang Ye thought, wishing to avoid any confrontation. He turned into a nearby alley to take a detour. "Get up. Let us pay him a visit." The stout man grinned maliciously, following him. After several turns in the alley, Jiang Ye halted. "You two are truly seeking death. Do you really think I am an easy target? Ha ha ha, I never expected you to be alive. Looks like you've recovered well." The lean man's voice echoed behind him, filled with arrogance. "I do not wish to revisit the past. I will grant you one last chance," Jiang Ye stated coldly. "Seeking death." The stout man rushed forward, throwing a punch at Jiang Ye, which he effortlessly dodged. With a swift move, Jiang Ye retaliated with a powerful punch, sending the stout man crashing to the ground. Having become a second-tier elementalist, Jiang Ye's physical capabilities had significantly improved, allowing him to easily overpower multiple ordinary opponents even without using elemental energy. "You bastard." The stout man grimaced in pain on the ground. "Lean man, stop gawking and jump in. This guy is trouble." The lean man, upon hearing this, pulled out a small knife and advanced swiftly. "Too weak. Can you even do this?" Jiang Ye taunted while evading. The lean man, flustered, became increasingly erratic in his attacks. Jiang Ye seized the opportunity to kick him 2 meters away. He then approached and lifted him off the ground. Just then, the stout man attempted to rise, but was met with Jiang Ye's foot to the head, rendering him unconscious. Scum like you deserve to perish. Please. I know I was wrong. Big brother. The lean man's voice trembled with fear as he realized Jiang Ye's gaze was deadly serious. It's too late. The lean man's eyes widened as Jiang Ye swung his fist towards him, and then everything went black. Jiang Ye casually tossed the lean man onto the ground and exited. He had no intention of killing. He merely sought to instill fear, and a single punch had sufficed to knock him out. With ample time at hand. After over an hour on the subway, Jiang Ye arrived at the Origin Hall branch in Chengdu City. Upon seeing the towering building before him, he instantly felt the weight of his empty wallet. This was merely a branch, yet it dwarfed the Tianling Association's headquarters in grandeur, a testament to its official establishment. As he entered, the spacious ground floor bustled with activity, radiating an air of opulence. The glass counters displayed a myriad of items, leaving him bewildered about where to begin. Jiang Ye felt like a child in a wonderland, marveling at everything around him. Above, several phrases caught his attention. An elementalist without skills is akin to a builder without blueprints. They can only stack and create simple moves like forming an elemental sphere. Jiang Ye's expression darkened. Elemental energy is like a pile of building blocks. The higher the level, the more energy and blocks available, allowing for the construction of greater abilities. He continued reading. Limited blocks cannot build skyscrapers, so strive for improvement. The more proficient you become, the quicker your skills activate, consuming less energy and growing in power. After absorbing this information, he felt a renewed resolve to work harder. Jiang Ye approached a nearby counter and took out the 2 spectral wolf teeth that Fire Lord had entrusted to him. How much will you offer for these? We will need to assess them, sir, a staff member replied, taking the teeth and placing them in a scanner. The blue light scanned the items, and a message appeared on the screen. Spectral wolf teeth, 2nd tier, intermediate quality. Hello, sir. The current purchase price for this quality of spectral wolf teeth is 130,000. Would you like to proceed with the sale? The staff member asked with a smile. Yes, I will sell. Very well, sir. Please provide your information and bank card number. The staff member handed him a pen and paper. Please hold on, the staff member said as he took the teeth and the completed form into the elevator. At that moment, another staff member brought a glass of water. There's a waiting area over here if you'd like to relax. Excuse me. Could you tell me where to find the section for purchasing skill scrolls? Jiang Ye inquired of the staff. The skill scrolls are located on the 2nd floor. The 1st floor is occupied by various functional cards. A staff member responded with a smile. Oh, I see, thank you. No wonder the 1st floor is filled with an array of items, all seemingly low-level displays, likely a marketing strategy to attract the general populace. A few minutes later, the same staff member approached Jiang Ye. Sir, your funds have been transferred to your bank card. Please check your account. Jiang Ye opened his phone, and a message from the bank caught his eye. 130,000 has been credited. Truly impressive, the efficiency of an official institution. We notice this is your first visit to our Origin Hall. Hence, we have issued you a green card, allowing you a 10% discount on future purchases here. Subsequently, the staff handed Jiang Ye a green card, the size of a bank card, prominently adorned with the emblem of the Origin Hall, exuding an air of grandeur. What a remarkable offer, starting with a 10% discount. It's no wonder they dominate the market, Jiang Ye mused in astonishment. He then left the 1st floor and took the elevator to the 2nd, as the skill scrolls were primarily needed by elementalists. The 2nd floor hall was bustling with only a few individuals. Hello, my name is Su Shui, and I am delighted to assist you, a female staff member. Clad in professional attire, with an exquisite appearance enhanced by a touch of makeup, greeted him as he stepped out of the elevator. Where is the dark-type skill scroll? Jiang Ye inquired, his expression impassive. In truth, he preferred to browse leisurely on his own. Having someone beside him felt somewhat uncomfortable. Please follow me, Su Shui said, leading him to the left. You have come at the right time. The dark-type skill scrolls are currently on sale. Are they really discounted? You aren't trying to swindle me, are you? Jiang Ye thought of the classic tactic of raising prices before offering discounts, a rather distasteful marketing strategy. Haha, Su Shui chuckled lightly. How could we? We are an official establishment. There's no need for such things. I heard from our superiors that the Dark Leader, one of the 8 elemental heads, has been confirmed dead. Hence the discount. Su Shui stated earnestly. Chapter 9. Dark-type skill scrolls. The 8 elemental heads represent the foundation of the Origin Hall, each possessing a minimum battle power of grade 8, epitomizing the pinnacle of human capability. However, the reputation of the Dark Head has always been lackluster. Rumored to have had close ties with leaders from other realms, and only recently, he injured several elemental heads before defecting to another world. Jiang Ye had only recently become an elementalist, gathering this information from forums in the past. This is the dark type skill scroll area. Do you require offensive, defensive, or functional types? Jiang Ye gazed at the long wall ahead, where various skill scrolls were displayed like an art exhibition. Unlike paintings, the scrolls were rolled up, with accompanying information cards detailing their functions. Black Spear. Upon using this scroll, one can convert dark elemental energy into a physical entity resembling a black spear for attack. Note: elemental materialization requires unlocking at grade 5. Using the black spear at grades below 5 incurs significant consumption and is not advisable for frequent use. All grades can learn this skill. The price was set at 600,000. This skill scroll stirred Jiang Ye's interest, according to the description. It could serve as a sudden burst of power, and its materialization could catch enemies off guard. However, the price of 600,000 was quite daunting, prompting him to examine other scrolls. Dark Explosion. Upon using this skill scroll, one can master the skill. Releasing Dark Explosion upon hitting a target creates a small area of explosion. Note: intermediate level at grade 1 can learn. Price: 240,000. Dark Flying Blade. Upon using this skill scroll, one can master it. It allows the release of dark elemental energy in the form of flying blades to cut through objects. Note: beginner level at grade 2 can learn. Price: 400,000. Feeling that the effects were rather singular and lacking excitement, Jiang Ye turned his gaze toward the defensive skill scrolls. Dark Shield. Upon using this skill scroll, one can master it. The strength of the shield is determined by the intensity of the released dark elemental energy. Note: advanced level at grade 1 can learn. Price: 1,000,000. Jiang Ye couldn't help but click his tongue. Yet another enticing skill, but unfortunately, his finances were tight. Black Mist. A functional scroll. Upon use, it allows the user to condense dark energy into a black sphere. When crushed, it instantly releases a thick cloud of black mist, obscuring the enemy's vision. The coverage area and concentration depend on the amount of gathered dark elemental energy. Note: all grades can learn. Price: 1,500,000. It was truly an extraordinary skill. Balancing offense and defense, a necessity for survival in this age. How much do these 4 item cards total? Jiang Ye inquired, retrieving the cards left by Fire Lord from his spatial ring. 2 paralysis cards, 1 beginner charging card, and 1 calming card. Su Shui accepted the cards. Our Origin Hall offers a buyback at 80, valued at 1,000,000. You'll receive 800,000 in total. That's fine, here is my bank card. Jiang Ye relayed the information to Su Shui. Please wait a moment, Su Shui replied before entering the elevator. Jiang Ye continued to observe other skill scrolls. There were indeed many valuable items, but he could only afford to take 1 or 2. Mr. Jiang, here is your bank card. Su Shui returned shortly. Your information is now recorded in our system, so future visits to the Origin Hall will be more convenient. Jiang Ye glanced at the 800,000 credited to his account, leaving him with just over 950,000. What is the current discount on the Black Mist skill scroll? 150,000 at a 50 discount, making it 750,000. Su Shui replied, retrieving the scroll. Such a steep discount. What has the Dark Head done to provoke the ire of the higher-ups at the Origin Hall? Jiang Ye couldn't help but feel curious. I'll take the Black Spear skill scroll as well, he declared, gritting his teeth. Once this opportunity passes, I may never find such a deal again. When the skill scrolls return to their original price, I truly won't be able to afford them. The total comes to 1,050,000. Su Shui approached the counter. This is the green card. Jiang Ye presented the green card he had previously obtained. Please wait a moment, Su Shui said as she took the green card to verify the information. After applying the discount, the final amount is 945,000. All right, Jiang Ye confirmed. And after completing the payment, he stored the skill scrolls in his spatial ring. Leaving the Origin Hall, Jiang Ye glanced at his remaining balance, a few thousand, and felt a twinge of regret. Yet every expenditure was justified, for enhancing his own strength was of utmost importance at present. In the dimly lit room of the Heavenly Spirit Association building, a man reclined on the sofa. Are you two speaking the truth? He inquired. Absolutely, Captain Su. I personally witnessed the ring of Fire Lord appearing in the hand of someone named Jiang Ye. The slender man stammered. Retrieve his information for me. The man gestured to the secretary beside him. Jiang Ye, a resident of Chengdu City, was among those who accompanied Fire Lord to the Twilight Realm. Unbelievably, An ordinary person returned alive. The computer screen illuminated the man's face, betraying no emotions. This 500,000 is a reward for you. Now leave. He waved his left hand, and a pile of cash appeared before the two. The stout man's eyes brightened, and he reached out, only to be halted by the slender man's hand. Captain Su, this is merely what we ought to do, the slender man praised. My brother and I will undoubtedly risk life and limb for Captain Su in the future. We hope you will allow us to follow you. The slender man knelt before the man, his gaze resolute. Your old master hasn't he even passed the 7-day mourning period? And you're already so eager to seek a new protector? The man lowered his gaze towards the two kneeling figures. The stout and slender men were drenched in cold sweat, remaining silent in their kneeling position. Nevertheless, I appreciate your enthusiasm. The man rose from the sofa. I hope your abilities can manage your own ambitions. Thank you, Captain Su. Upon returning to his rented apartment in District B of Chengdu City, Jiang Ye promptly drew the curtains. This was partly to conceal himself while studying skills, and partly because he found solace in the shadows since becoming a dark elementalist. As the room dimmed, it did not hinder Jiang Ye's vision. He felt like a king in the darkness. Crackling sounds filled the air as Jiang Ye ignited the black spear skill scroll. With the scroll ablaze, a swarm of orange light particles manifested, subsequently flooding into Jiang Ye's mind. Within mere seconds, the scroll was consumed entirely. Is this the black spear? The dark elemental particles swirled in his hand, almost instantly siphoning half of the dark elemental energy within Jiang Ye, before materializing into a black spear, approximately 2 meters in length, coalescing in his grasp. As he caressed the spear, Jiang Ye could sense the ferocity of its dark elemental energy. Should it strike, the dark elements would likely tear apart the victim mercilessly. After about 5 minutes, the energy within the spear began to wane, eventually dissipating into light particles. It seems it can only be sustained for 5 minutes, Jiang Ye mused, observing the vanishing spear before picking up the instruction manual on the coffee table. Combat situations will accelerate the consumption of the black spear. One can continuously infuse dark elemental energy into the spear to ensure its stability, thereby avoiding the substantial costs of summoning it anew at critical moments. It is advisable to use it in conjunction with elemental charging cards. Out of caution, 10 minutes later, when Jiang Ye sensed that his elemental energy had nearly restored, he retrieved the Black Mist skill scroll in preparation for learning. Chapter 10. Su Dali with a crackling sound, as the Black Mist skill scroll was ignited. Jiang Ye acquired the Black Mist skill, akin to piecing together a personal puzzle. In the dim environment, darker particles gathered in his hand, coalescing into a small sphere of black mist within seconds. With a bang, as Jiang Ye crushed the black mist, the entire room was instantly enveloped in dense black fog. Within the mist, Jiang Ye could perceive everything, as if the black mist were extensions of his own nerves, allowing him to discern the contents within. Jiang Ye now felt confident in his ability to confront the spectral wolf leader of the Twilight Realm, provided he was not surrounded by a pack. Ding dong. Jiang Ye's phone lit up in the darkness. Upon opening it, a friend request appeared from Su Shui. What is it? Jiang Ye wondered as he accepted the request. Hello there, handsome Jiang Ye. Came Su Shui's message from the other end. I found out that you are purchasing skill scrolls for the first time. According to the regulations of the Origin Hall, every elementalist is assigned a personal customer service representative to address inquiries and provide assistance with subsequent purchases. I have access to internal discounts. Henceforth, you can contact me directly for purchases from the Origin Hall, and I can arrange door-to-door delivery. Okay, thank you, Jiang Ye replied, acknowledging that he would need to buy and sell items at the Origin Hall in the future, and having a contact would save him the trip. Great, Jiang Ye. Feel free to reach out whenever you need assistance. I guarantee your satisfaction. Jiang Ye chose not to respond further, not wishing to squander time. He then opened the curtains and the window to disperse the black mist. Looking outside, he noticed the sky gradually darkening. Having not eaten anything in his new apartment for quite some time, he decided to head downstairs. Boss, I'd like 2 bowls of noodles, large size. Jiang Ye entered a small establishment and found an empty table. The place was relatively busy. Had he been in District C, such a crowd would have been unlikely. It was evident that District B's security was far superior to that of District C. Here as your noodles, the boss soon brought out the dish. Slurping sounds filled the air as Jiang Ye devoured one bowl, quickly followed by the next. Look at that. Brother, eating so much is how you grow tall. The boss said to a little girl nearby who was doing her homework. Dad, I'm not in elementary school anymore. It's really embarrassing for you to say that. The little girl paused her writing, offering Jiang Ye a helpless smile. Big brother, I'm sorry. My dad is just like that. If you're still hungry, I can ask him to make you another bowl. Coughing slightly at her words, Jiang Ye finished the last of his soup, planning to pay and leave. Old man. One bowl of beef noodles. At that moment, the door swung open, and a tall, elegant woman entered. Sister. The little girl immediately put down her pen and rushed to embrace the woman. The woman bent down to stroke the girl's head. Have you been eating well? She asked, pinching the girl's cheek affectionately. Having eaten my fill, I can now devour 2 large bowls of rice, the girl exclaimed with exuberance. That is splendid, the woman replied, settling down to quietly observe the girl, yet a look of weariness etched upon her face. This aura feels so familiar. Jiang Ye sensed an echo of recognition emanating from the woman, yet the memory eluded him. Do come again, the proprietor said as he placed a bowl of noodles before the woman. All right, Jiang Ye responded, his thoughts interrupted as he stepped out of the establishment. The night had completely enveloped the sky. Jiang Ye gazed into the distance, where myriad lights flickered, exuding the warmth of life. How delightful it would be if the other world had not descended, allowing for a life of tranquility. A cold breeze swept through, rustling the maple leaves. Jiang Ye instinctively clasped his coat tighter as he made his way toward his rented accommodation. Upon returning, Jiang Ye indulged in a hot shower, a habit cultivated over the years to alleviate the fatigue of the day. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Jiang Ye, drying his hair, opened it to find a man clad in a suit standing outside. Are you Mr. Jiang Ye? We have uncovered your connection to a homicide case and request your cooperation in our investigation. Are you from the Heavenly Spirit Association? Jiang Ye inquired cautiously, anticipating this moment. I am Su Dali, the captain of the Heavenly Spirit Association, tasked specifically with investigating the demise of Lord Hua. The man replied calmly, exuding an air of gentlemanly composure. Lord Hua is dead. I only recall him using our blood as a sacrifice to summon a monster, after which I managed to escape. Beyond that, I know nothing. Jiang Ye responded coolly. Then how did his spatial ring end up in your possession? Su Dali maintained his smile. There is no need for you to feel anxious. His death is of little consequence. The crucial matter is that you must surrender his belongings. The spatial ring? I cannot part with it. Consider it my compensation. For he was the one who acted unjustly first. The ring is of little importance. What truly matters is the heart of the one-eyed giant deer. Hand it over. The heart? It was consumed by another one-eyed giant deer. You should search for it in the Twilight Realm, Jiang Ye replied dismissively. Is that so? A flicker of impatience crossed Su Dali's face. It seems I have been overly lenient. A scoundrel like you is easily crushed underfoot. What? Do you intend to kill me in the real world? Jiang Ye's left hand concealed behind him. He scrutinized Su Dali with caution. Certainly not. You should consider yourself fortunate to be in Zone B. Had you remained in Zone C, you would not have had the opportunity to negotiate with me. Are you threatening me? You may view it as such, or you may choose to resist, Su Dali declared, his gaze filled with arrogance. With a decisive thud, Jiang Ye slammed the door shut. Continuing the conversation held no purpose. Cherish your remaining moments. Su Dali's laughter echoed as his footsteps faded away. I must grow stronger quickly. Su Dali is of captain rank, likely at least 3rd tier, Jiang Ye mused as he lay on his bed. Although I do not need to train deliberately, the power of death within me keeps my elemental core in a perpetual state of cultivation. However, the elemental energy in this realm is far too scant, vastly inferior to that of the other world. Do you know where the dark elemental energy is most abundant? Jiang Ye messaged Su Shui, who, working in the Origin Hall, surely had more knowledge. The Twilight Realm at night, or the Realm of Oblivion? Su Shui replied almost instantaneously. Thank you. The Twilight Realm was immediately ruled out. Venturing there alone at night would be tantamount to seeking death. The Realm of Oblivion? Jiang Ye began his research. Indeed, contemporary netizens are capable of anything. A post-titled guide to the Realm of Oblivion swiftly caught his eye. Chapter 11. Will you hitch a ride? The Realm of Oblivion is divided into 3 layers, perpetually shrouded in dimness. The initial entry is the 2nd layer, separated by colossal subterranean pillars from the east, south, west, and north. Descending from the pillars leads to the 1st layer, while ascending grants access to the 3rd. The monsters, minerals, and resources in the Realm of Oblivion are scarce. Thus it is not particularly popular. The most sought-after locales are the Blazing Continent, the Frigid Expanse, and the Boundless Realm. It is rumored that the masters of the Boundless Realm are the 4 horsemen of death, plague, war, and famine. However, this is not Jiang Ye's current concern. After resting for several hours, Jiang Ye retrieved Lord Hua's relics from the spatial ring, unveiling a bundle of deep brown scrolls. As the scroll was ignited, a deep brown portal materialized before him. Stepping through the portal, Jiang Ye found himself amidst a desolate expanse of dark brown earth, devoid of vibrant flora, only withered. Blackened grasses littering the ground, long expired. With compass in hand, Jiang Ye resolved to head towards the closest eastern subterranean pillar, eager to witness its grandeur. Upon entering the realm of oblivion, he indeed felt the dark elemental energy surge exponentially, leading him to ponder whether the high-tier elites resided in the other world to facilitate their constant training. True to the post's description, Jiang Ye felt as though he were traversing an untamed wilderness, lost to the world. The closer he approached the subterranean pillar, the more abundant the elemental power became, and it seemed as though snow began to fall from the sky. Flakes, as delicate as snowflakes, danced in the air, and Jiang Ye reached out to catch one. Is this black paper ash? It resembles the ash of paper offerings burned in remembrance of the deceased. Jiang Ye continued onward to the subterranean pillar. Having become an elemental master significantly enhanced his physical capabilities. Moreover, as there was no distinction between day and night in this realm, there was no need for him to stop and rest. Why is this place so vast? Jiang Ye walked for over 10 hours without sight of an end. Suddenly, a rumbling sound reverberated from behind him. Is it even possible to drive in here? Jiang Ye turned to see an off-road vehicle speeding towards him. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt beside him. Hey, young brother, are you headed to the subterranean pillar? A man resembling an uncle called out from the vehicle. Yes, uncle. Would you mind giving me a ride? Not at all. Hop in. Uncle Xie. Jiang Ye boarded the vehicle, and the two of them resumed their journey through the land of oblivion. What is your surname, uncle? My surname is Chung. No need for formalities, he replied, donning a pair of sunglasses while a local DJ played softly in the background, allowing them to travel unimpeded. Uncle Chung, how did you manage to bring this vehicle in? Jiang Ye inquired with curiosity. It's simple. I stored it in a spatial ring and retrieved it later, Chung replied, revealing a golden spatial ring on his finger. Is this a high-grade spatial ring? Jiang Ye exclaimed, taken aback, as such items typically start at 35 million and are often priceless. Uncle Chung, what do you do to afford such luxury? Ha ha ha, just like you, I earn money by battling. Otherwise, why would I come to the land of oblivion? So, you are also an elementalist? Sort of, but those in the know refer to people like me as aberrants, Chung described nonchalantly. Jiang Ye had heard of aberrants. They were the second group of extraordinary individuals that emerged after the arrival of otherworldly forces, aside from elementalists. They possessed formidable strength, gaining power by altering their forms during combat, akin to the Hulk, and could rival two elementalists of the same tier. Uncle Chung, you truly are a hidden gem, Jiang Ye complimented. Ha ha ha, young one. The journey continued, filled with casual conversation. Chung, in his 40s, was the captain of a small adventure guild in District B of Yan'an City, which he had co-founded with his brother, comprising merely a dozen members and primarily undertaking various commissions. After several hours, a colossal stone pillar gradually came into view before Jiang Ye. Is this the heart of the earth? A black stone column, approximately 1,000 meters in diameter, stood majestically between heaven and earth, adorned with gigantic ancient ruins. The vehicle approached and came to a halt beneath the immense structure. Xiao Jiang, why not join me in exploring? Cheng suggested, aware that Jiang Ye had come for training and intended to invite him to the first level. Jiang Ye peered inside the pillar, revealing a hollow chamber spanning hundreds of square meters, with depths that seemed unfathomable below and heights that appeared endless above. Isn't it a bit too deep to descend? He observed, noting the staircase, a width suitable for one person, extending along the inner wall. All right, I would be grateful for your guidance, Uncle Chung. Upon hearing this, Chung retrieved 2 parachute packs from his spatial ring, handing one to Jiang Ye. Let us go. Just jump down and stay close to me. I'll signal you when to deploy your parachute. Looking down, Jiang Ye felt a twinge of apprehension, but, seeing Cheng's calm demeanor, he followed suit and leapt into the abyss. As they descended, darkness enveloped them. Jiang Ye sensed a rich energy of dark elements swirling within, his elemental core voraciously absorbing the nearby energies. Moments later, he noticed the dark elements around him diminishing and glanced downward, where flickering flames began to emerge. We're nearing the first level. Prepare to land, Cheng announced, pulling his parachute cord, the loud whoosh resonating through the cavernous space. Jiang Ye promptly followed suit. Do you see that island surrounded by lava below? We'll drift over there, Cheng indicated. As they descended further, Jiang Ye followed Cheng's gaze, observing the land below, which seemed to have been severed like tangled threads, forming numerous channels filled with flowing red magma. A relatively intact piece of land lay ahead. Jiang Ye maneuvered his parachute, preparing for landing. With a splash, in under 10 minutes, Jiang Ye and Cheng touched down on the blackened earth, a wave of intense heat washing over them. If hell has a shape, it must resemble this, Jiang Ye mused. Let us go, Cheng beckoned. Are you sure this place has fish to catch? Jiang Ye asked, recalling that Cheng had taken a commission to fish for a specific type of creature in the Land of Oblivion, only to find the area riddled with lava. There wasn't even water, let alone anything that could live here. Of course. You doubt me? They walked towards the edge of the land, the scorching temperatures making Jiang Ye uncomfortable, while Cheng remained unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance. Truly, aberrants were terrifyingly capable. Jiang Ye reflected. Chapter 12. Flame fish. The two arrived at the edge of the lava, where Cheng produced 2 fishing rods from his spatial ring, handing one to Jiang Ye. The fishing line and hooks are made of gold. Are we really going to fish in this lava? Haha, just watch, Cheng replied, pulling out a shovel and beginning to dig into the black earth beneath their feet. Within minutes, several wriggling, armored black worms were tossed onto the ground. Here's the bait, Cheng said, taking one, splitting it in half, and attaching it to the golden hook. This is an obsidian worm, a unique product of the first layer of the Land of Oblivion, thriving in high temperatures and making for excellent bait for flame fish, Cheng explained. Settling down on a stool to elaborate, Jiang Ye took the remaining half, squeezing it in his hand. It was not as rigid as he had imagined. The black shell merely served to withstand the heat, revealing soft, white flesh inside. He attached it to his hook and began to fish alongside Cheng. Time passed slowly in the surrounding stillness, with only the slow flow of lava breaking the silence. Uncle Cheng, what is the purpose of these flame fish? Why travel so far to fish for them? Jiang Ye inquired, noticing his rod remained still. Flame fish are one of the primary materials for crafting temperature-regulating cards. Consuming them raw provides significant benefits to fire elementalists, Cheng explained. Temperature-regulating cards? Indeed. Otherwise, who could withstand the extreme cold of the frigid lands? Even aberrants with robust physiques cannot survive there for long, Cheng stated, lighting a cigarette on the lava. However, ice elementalists thrive in such extreme environments. For them, the frigid cold is an ideal cultivation ground, he added, taking a deep drag. These obsidian worms are treasures too. They fetch over 200 in the market per worm, and consuming them slightly enhances one's heat resistance. Over 200 each? We could strike it rich. Jiang Ye subsequently handed his fishing rod to Uncle Cheng and picked up a nearby shovel to commence his excavation. I didn't realize you were a bit of a fortune seeker, Uncle Cheng remarked, glancing at Jiang Ye, who was fervently digging for obsidian worms. You carry on. Don't mind me, Jiang Ye replied, vigorously wielding the shovel. Ha ha ha, you'll only earn a few thousand after an hour of digging. It's decent enough for your own consumption. Even if the yield is modest, it's still sustenance. If you're thinking about making money, it's far better to continue fishing for the flame fish. Each one is worth 2 million, Uncle Cheng observed calmly, gazing at the surface of the magma. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Ye thrust the shovel into the ground, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. Noticing how effortlessly Uncle Cheng was digging, he realized the black soil was exceptionally hard, and he had only managed to unearth 3 or 4 obsidian worms. Uncle Cheng was right. While a few might suffice for personal consumption, selling them would indeed be laborious. Come, let me teach you a trick for grilling obsidian worms, Uncle Cheng offered. Is that reliable? Jiang Ye queried, sensing something but still handed the obsidian worms to Uncle Cheng. With a sizzling sound, Uncle Cheng tossed the worms into the magma. The worms began to thrash violently before gradually becoming still. It's nearly done, Uncle Cheng announced, extending his left hand, which appeared to glisten as if covered in scales, and deftly retrieved the worms from the magma. This delicacy must be consumed while hot. It is simply delectable, he said, producing a bowl from his spatial ring and placing the obsidian worms inside before offering it to Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye picked up one worm, its shell charred black. With a gentle squeeze, the burnt exterior fell away, revealing tender, steaming white flesh. Would you like one, Uncle Cheng? Jiang Ye offered. No, I've had too many. I'm quite over it, and it no longer benefits me. Uncle Cheng swiftly declined. Breathing in the peculiar aroma, Jiang Ye took a bite. Ugh. It melts in the mouth, an absolute greasy mess. His brows knitted together as he forced it down. Considering it a waste to discard it, 200 coins should not be squandered. Soon, a warm sensation spread through his abdomen, enveloping his body, followed by a slight chill. Alleviating the heat he had felt earlier, undoubtedly, his heat resistance attribute had improved. Jiang Ye peeled open another worm, and, enduring its taste, found that its effects were nearly negligible this time. How is it? Delicious, I assent it? Uncle Cheng inquired with a knowing smile. Delicious to the extreme. Uncle Cheng, would you care for one? Jiang Ye urged. Uncle Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Did the fishing rod just move? Jiang Ye alerted him. Indeed. I just felt a slight tremor, Uncle Chung replied, his gaze fixed intently on the magma's surface. Suddenly, the once tranquil magma began to ripple. And with a swift motion, Uncle Chung yanked the fishing rod, pulling up a large, deep red fish measuring half a meter, which flopped onto the shore. Without hesitation, Uncle Chung retrieved a nearly meter-long black box from his spatial ring, and with a flick of his arm, he tossed the flamed fish into the box. The lively creature instantly calmed down upon entering the box. After sealing it, Uncle Chung placed it back into his spatial ring. This box is extraordinary, Jiang Ye remarked, observing it. Indeed, it is crafted from obsidian, capable of withstanding the flame fish's high temperatures while also soothing its emotions, allowing it to remain tranquil, Uncle Chung explained. Are we done fishing, Uncle Chung? Jiang Ye asked. No more fishing. I only came to fulfill a commission, and I still need to deliver this back, Uncle Chung replied, stowing away the fishing rod. Here, this fishing rod is a gift for you, he said, handing it over. You've impressed me, young man. I graciously accept. Jiang Ye smiled as he accepted the rod. Will you be departing together? We need to reach the second level to utilize the scroll to return to the real world. Go ahead, Uncle Chung. I wish to fish a bit longer. Perhaps I might catch another, Jiang Ye said as he prepared to attach an obsidian worm to his hook. There will only be one within this range. If you plan to fish, it would be wise to change your location, Uncle Chung advised. Understood. Thank you, Uncle Chung. Until we meet again. Farewell, young one, he replied as they parted ways. After the separation, Jiang Ye continued towards the left, distancing himself from the previous area, while Uncle Chung retraced his steps back up the core pillar to the second level and ultimately the real world. After walking for 10 minutes, having covered several hundred meters from the original spot, Jiang Ye took out his fishing rod and began to fish. 2 million, 2 million. He murmured as he pulled a stool from his spatial ring and sat down. Suddenly, a loud crashing sound erupted behind him, prompting Jiang Ye to turn quickly. Below the massive core pillar, a small cloud of dust was kicked up. Due to the distance, he couldn't discern what had happened. Sensing something amiss, Jiang Ye hastily stowed away his fishing rod and approached the core pillar, as catching a fish would take some time anyway. Chengyan, do you remember me? A figure slowly descended the steps of the core pillar. Chapter 13, Another Aberrant? It's you? The figure who had previously collapsed was none other than Uncle Chung, now appearing disheveled as he got to his feet, standing in a shallow pit created by the recent fall. Wang Meng, I never expected you to be alive and transformed into an aberrant, Uncle Chung remarked. There are many surprises left for you, Wang Meng said, slowly approaching Uncle Chung. His body sprouting wild, beast-like hair, his head morphed to resemble that of a wolf, with elongated teeth and fierce, azure eyes. With a crackle, Uncle Chung began his transformation as well, his form growing taller and his clothes tearing apart. As his garments ripped, his true shape emerged. His body covered in black scales resembling a suit of armor. His hair was also enveloped in scales, glistening like that of a pangolin. With a clang, Wang Meng revealed claws nearly 20 centimeters long, sharp as blades, and struck swiftly at Uncle Cheng's chest, leaving a shallow scratch. So fast, Uncle Chung exclaimed, barely dodging and retreating a few steps, grateful for the resilience of his scales which prevented serious injury. I thought you had more prowess. It's still just a tickle. As before, Uncle Chung taunted. With a sudden display of claws, he lunged forward, but Wang Meng effortlessly evaded. Is that so? Then behold this. As the spatial ring shimmered, a long, black blade, approximately 2 meters in length and glimmering with a cold light, materialized in Wang Meng's grasp. The void blade, Cheng Shu observed, his expression darkening. To counter you, I expended considerable resources, procuring numerous void pillars from the Mist Dragon Kingdom, specifically to deal with armored aberrants like you. A blue card then appeared in Wang Meng's hand, which he crushed, allowing faint blue particles to infuse the void blade. As the originally black blade absorbed the elemental energy from the card, it seemed to come alive, emanating a subtle black mist. Prepare to perish. Today, I shall feast upon your flesh. Unfazed, Cheng Shu's face was now grave as he produced several cards from his spatial ring. The landmine card flew towards Wang Meng, exploding instantly. Futile. Do not resist in vain, Wang Meng declared as he charged at Cheng Shu, brandishing the long blade. Humph, Cheng Shu smirked coldly. Let me demonstrate the power of wealth. With a flurry of card fragments, a delicate transformation occurred between the two. Wang Meng's movements began to slow, while Cheng Shu was enveloped in various glowing particles, his strength surging. Indeed, wealth allows one to act with impunity. Jiang Ye, observing from the sidelines, noted that Cheng Shu was a level 3 aberrant, and Wang Meng likely was as well. As a level 2 elemental master, he recognized that intervening would be futile. It was wiser to remain on the periphery and wait for an opportunity. Despicable. Wang Mang extracted a light green card, shattering it to dispel his negative status. Reluctantly, he had to employ this card for the sake of avenging his guild brothers. An orange card appeared in his hand, and with a tinge of reluctance, he crushed it. Crush him. Wang Mang cackled maniacally. With a thunderous roar, the previously tranquil magma began to churn violently, and a colossal arm emerged from its depths. What have you summoned? Jiang Ye felt the ground tremble as a giant red demon, towering 20 meters, rose from the magma, adorned with 2 crimson horns, yellowed eyes, and a tail tipped with a sharp spike. With a thunderous stomp, the demon cracked the black ground, causing everyone to tremble. The flame demon, a level 4 creature. It seems we are in deep trouble, Cheng Shu lamented, recognizing the rarity of such summoning cards, likely acquired by Wang Mang from an auction, a priceless commodity. Eliminate him. Wang Mang commanded the flame demon, aware that such summoned creatures had a mere 10-minute existence. Swift action was imperative. The demon advanced towards Cheng Shu, each step resonating with a deafening sound. Cheng Shu continued to unleash cards against Wang Mang and the flame demon, employing evasive tactics, as a direct confrontation was unwise. Watching Cheng Shu scurry like an insect, the flame demon opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of fire. Seeing the expansive range, Cheng Shu quickly shattered a card, conjuring a blue shield before him to deflect the flames. You bastard! Wang Mang cursed, as the flames caught him due to his proximity to Cheng Shu, singeing some of his hair. Again. The flame demon continued its fiery assault, and Cheng Shu, shielded, utilized card after card to maintain his defense against the inferno. With the flames proving ineffective, the demon let out a furious roar and kicked Cheng Shu, along with the shield, into the air. The shield shattered upon impact, but Cheng Shu landed steadily. Cursed be this wretched creature, Wang Mang seethed, approaching Cheng Shu. However, it is time to end this, Wang Mang declared, producing another elemental card to recharge the Void Blade. Cheng Shu felt as though he were being torn apart, the tremendous explosion rendering him immobile. Villains always have so much to say. The rumors hold true, he managed to chuckle weakly. Villain? Huh. Even at death's door, you prattle on. Wang Mang raised the Void Blade. Allow this villain to escort you to the afterlife. In an instant, a black spear pierced Wang Mang's arm, causing the Void Blade to clatter to the ground. Who? Wang Mang's expression shifted to one of terror. For only a level 5 elemental master could manifest such a physical form. Chapter 14, Su Qingying. Silence enveloped the surroundings, remnants of the previous battle scattered about. Suddenly, a black sphere hurtled towards Wang Mang. This time, forewarned, he easily dodged. The sphere exploded nearby, enveloping the area in a cloud of black mist. Cheng Shu. We must retreat. Jiang Ye seized the moment while Wang Mang's vision was obscured, swiftly moving to Cheng Shu's side, hoisting him onto his back as they ascended the heart of the earth pillar. Realizing the treachery, Wang Mang understood he had been outmaneuvered, his bluster having disrupted his composure. Where's my Void Blade? He muttered, feeling for the blade's location, only to find a pool of blood where it had fallen. Wang Mang swiftly emerged from the swirling darkness, only to behold 2 figures rapidly scaling the heart pillar. He hastily pursued them. Are you still alive? Jiang Ye inquired, sensing that Cheng Shu behind him remained utterly still. Why yes, still alive. I never expected to meet my demise in such a manner, Cheng Shu replied, his voice weak. Hold your tongue and conserve your strength, Jiang Ye gasped, laboriously climbing the stairs, burdened by Cheng Shu's weight, which must have been at least 200 pounds. The sound of Wang Mang's footsteps echoed ominously behind them. A glance backward revealed his piercing azure eyes not far below. You scoundrel, return my knife. Wang Mang bellowed in fury. Curse you, Jiang Ye retorted, hurling another cloud of black mist behind him. Anything I find is mine. This black mist, composed of dark elemental energy, was unlike ordinary shadows, effectively obscuring Wang Mang's vision. Cursed be this mist, Wang Mang muttered, bracing himself against the inner wall of the heart pillar as he pressed onward through the obscurity. 20 minutes elapsed. Ha ha ha. Jiang Ye looked up at the seemingly endless heart pillar, a wave of despair washing over him. Cheng Shu, can you manage to take a few steps down? I can scarcely keep going. Hey, Cheng Shu, you aren't dead, are you? Jiang Ye noticed the ominous silence from behind. Grim Reaper, are you there? He called out within his mind. A minute passed, then 2, then 5, yet the Grim Reaper remained unresponsive, enveloped in silence. Suddenly, a sound of descent echoed from above. A figure, descending gracefully with a parachute, floated down from the heart pillar. Desperation gripped Jiang Ye. He leaped towards the descending figure, clutching Cheng Shu with one hand and grasping the figure with the other. The once steady descent quickened due to the added weight. In mere seconds, Wang Mang watched as the person he had been pursuing suddenly leaped from the heart pillar-esque stairs and sped away from him. Confusion reigned over Wang Mang as he stood on the steps, unsure of his next move. My void blade. Finally able to breathe, Jiang Ye held the figure, feeling the softness of its form. You scoundrel! The figure exclaimed, a mixture of indignation and embarrassment in her voice. Is that you? Upon closer inspection, Jiang Ye realized this was the woman he had encountered at the restaurant. And no, I apologize, he stammered, adjusting his grip. This is an emergency. Minutes later, the parachute touched down, and Jiang Ye gently laid Cheng Shu on the ground. Extend your hand, he heard the woman command. Turning his head, he saw that she had seized the void blade, pointing it at him. Are you truly going to kill me? Jiang Ye, bewildered, could think of nothing to say. I shall sever your hand, she replied coldly. Just then, Cheng Shu, lying on the ground, stirred with a cough. Cheng Shu. Jiang Ye rushed to his side. Have we shaken off Wang Mang? Cheng Shu murmured weakly. Not yet, but he won't catch up anytime soon. Just as he spoke, a figure plummeted from the heart pillar, stirring up a cloud of dust. Return my void blade. Wang Mang, covered in dirt, staggered toward them, his movements uncoordinated. He's back. Cheng Shu, quickly retrieve your off-road vehicle. I can barely run. With a flash, a spatial ring produced the vehicle, which appeared instantaneously on the ground. Young lady, the best strategy is to flee. Jiang Ye urged as he helped Cheng Shu into the car, laying him flat. I will settle this with you later. The woman stated as she put down the void blade and climbed into the vehicle. With a roar, Jiang Ye maneuvered the off-road vehicle over the treacherous terrain, weaving like a serpent to evade the molten rock. I feel nauseous. Cheng Shu groaned, his complexion ashen. There's no alternative. The lava is too dense. And this is a manual transmission. I'm doing my utmost. The roar of the engine crescendoed as Jiang Ye glanced in the rearview mirror, spotting Wang Mang pursuing them on a motorcycle. Let me take over, the woman said, her brow furrowed, evidently impressed by Jiang Ye's driving skills. She seized the steering wheel, and Jiang Ye smoothly transitioned to the passenger seat. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Jiang Ye leaned back in the seat. Su Qingying, 26 years old, member of the Ares Adventurers Guild, he mused, picking up the fallen ID badge from the seat. Give it back. Su Qingying, she retorted, snatching the badge from him. Sistering. I swear, I didn't mean it before, Jiang Ye said, lowering his head. If you are willing, I will take responsibility. Drop dead. Su Qingying slammed the steering wheel, causing Jiang Ye to collide face first into the window. I'm going to die. Cheng Shu tumbled from his seat. Cheng Shu, if you have anything valuable, don't hold back, Jiang Ye urged, glancing back at Wang Mang, who was relentless in his pursuit. What could I possibly have? Do you think I'm a wealthy man? Cheng Shu struggled to prop himself up. Two vehicles raced ahead, one pursuing the other at breakneck speed. They had ventured too close to the center. Cheng Shu observed the once charred earth gradually transforming to a vivid crimson. Suddenly, a clawed grappling hook was hurled towards them, latching onto the rear of their vehicle. Step on it, Su Qingying shouted, flooring the accelerator and toppling Wang Mang from his motorcycle. With a crunch, Wang Mang underwent a grotesque transformation, gripping the grappling hook as the off-road vehicle spun in place. Jiang Ye scrambled to the back seat, retrieving a small knife, prepared to sever the line. In an instant, the vehicle was overturned by an unknown force, sending everyone hurtling through the air. Blood, the bloody worm. Wang Mang screamed in terror as a massive creature emerged from the ground. The grotesque bloodworm, resembling a colossal earthworm, revealed its gaping maw. Thud, thud, thud. The bloodworm began to surge forward, its presence as terrifying as an earthquake. Ah! A scream pierced the air as the bloodworm lunged from the earth, swallowing Wang Mang whole. Chapter 15. The bloodworm. It was over for him. Cheng Shu lay motionless on the ground. Everyone stay still, breathe softly, Su Qingying instructed. Indeed, in the stillness of the three, the bloodthirsty worm seemed to have lost its target, and the surroundings descended into an eerie silence. Time passed slowly, with the three lying flat against the ground, utterly motionless. Jiang Ye was overwhelmed by the nauseating scent of the crimson earth, tainted with the stench of blood and decay. This situation could not persist. He gazed at the massive body of the bloodthirsty worm, exposed in all its grotesque glory, resembling a colossal red pillar of flesh, unmoving upon the ground. Sistering, are you also an elementalist? Jiang Ye whispered. I am merely an ordinary person. In this situation, we must wait for it to be lured away by something else, Su Qingying replied coldly. With the commotion we just made and the unique aura it emanates, no living creature will pass through here for at least several days. This was no way to proceed. Jiang Ye noted Uncle Cheng's weakening breath, realizing time was of the essence. Sistering, we have drawn you into this. I only ask that you take him back to the real world. I will divert the bloodthirsty worm. He slowly rose, a black spear materializing in his hand as a token of gratitude. Su Qingying observed Jiang Ye, clad in black, wielding the dark spear as he approached the bloodthirsty worm, a flicker of something extraordinary flashing in her eyes. With a rumble, the bloodthirsty worm seemed to sense life, and its enormous body began to writhe. Jiang Ye dashed forward, his eyes glowing with a crimson light. The spear was hurled with precision, piercing into the very flesh of the bloodthirsty worm. Enraged, the creature burrowed underground, pursuing Jiang Ye relentlessly. Grim Reaper, I see you, Jiang Ye thought, having successfully established a connection with the Grim Reaper just before bidding farewell. His speed was astonishing. Within half a minute, Su Qingying could no longer see him. The bloodthirsty worm periodically erupted from the ground, but Jiang Ye effortlessly evaded each attack. Seeking death, Jiang Ye's voice grew hoarse. With a thunderous crash, the bloodthirsty worm surged from the earth, its nearly 100-meter-long body sweeping towards him. A dark mist shield materialized before Jiang Ye, absorbing the impact of the creature. In mere seconds, black mist enveloped him, and a pair of glowing crimson eyes flickered within. The bloodthirsty worm coiled like a serpent, encircling the dark fog. With a powerful flap of its wings, the Grim Reaper soared into the air, creating a massive sound barrier. The Reaper extended its left hand, and a thick black mist gathered above, swirling to form a gigantic cross resembling a tombstone. With a resounding crash, the immense cross descended, piercing through the bloodthirsty worm's body, anchoring it firmly to the ground, unable to budge despite its frantic thrashing. Above, the black mist did not dissipate. Instead, a colossal black gate began to materialize, the Gate of Decay. The Grim Reaper, hands forming the shape of a 10, slowly pressed the gate downwards. The bloodthirsty worm, sensing the approach of death, struggled fiercely, dark red blood gushing from its wounds, yet it was all in vain. As the Gate of Decay descended, the bloodthirsty worm was gradually engulfed. Below, it continued to writhe in agony, while above, it was reduced to lifeless, desolate earth, devoid of all vitality. From the initial chaos to the final silence, as the Gate of Decay sank into the ground, everything was reduced to dust. The Grim Reaper approached the remains of the bloodthirsty worm, extracting a crimson heart. With a sound of absorption, the heart was discarded at its feet like dried meat. Suddenly, a series of chimes echoed from above, and the earth began to tremble as the Grim Reaper hovered in midair. The tremors persisted, the ground seemingly lamenting. In an instant, the surface shattered like a broken mirror, fissures extending like the talons of a great eagle into an endless abyss. The ruptured soil heaved, magma bubbling forth, and a colossal hand emerged, as if to eclipse the sky. You are a contractor. Why do you possess the power of the Grim Reaper? A voice resonated from beneath the magma, echoing with immense authority. Lord of Flames, the Grim Reaper rasped. Jiang Ye felt the presence of the colossal being known as the Lord of Flames beneath him, astonished by its terrifying aura, which seemed to overshadow even that of the Grim Reaper. You recognize me. Why then do you disturb my domain? The Lord of Flames inquired, as the magma churned restlessly below. No other intent, merely a chance encounter. I inadvertently crushed an ant, the Grim Reaper replied, his tone devoid of any emotion. Grim Reaper? Who is he? He seems formidable. Jiang Ye communicated with the Grim Reaper mentally. One of the three great lords of the Land of Forgetting, the Lord of Flames. The Grim Reaper informed Jiang Ye. A lord? Does that not denote peak-level combat prowess? Jiang Ye exclaimed in shock. Do you really intend to act over a mere ant? The Grim Reaper murmured toward the magma below. I am merely curious about the true power of the Grim Reaper. As rumored, a colossal head slowly emerged from the magma, resembling a mountain. Receive my strike. Let me see if you truly possess the ability to sever the boundaries of life and death and govern the gates of reincarnation. I await your instruction. The Grim Reaper extended his right hand, summoning the scythe of the Grim Reaper into his grasp. With a bellow from the Lord of Flames, the entire world trembled. The magma surged violently, and a gigantic golden sword was drawn forth. The Lord of Flames gripped the hilt, raising it above his head. With a crack, the massive sword pierced through the first layer, plunging into the second, as if intending to cleave the heavens asunder. The Grim Reaper stood in midair, his 3-meter stature dwarfed by the imposing figure of the Lord of Flames. With a sharp sound, the Grim Reaper raised his scythe before him, his hands sweeping through the air, and a crimson gate materialized instantaneously. The gate swung open with a resounding bang, revealing an abyss of darkness, as if it were a portal to hell. Seizing the moment, The Flame Lord gripped the hilt of his sword and swung it down. As the blade passed, the boundary between the first and second layers began to crumble, emitting sounds of shattering destruction. The Grim Reaper remained unperturbed as the massive sword approached. He removed his scythe and slowly stepped into the Crimson Portal. Chapter 16. The Arrival of the Blood Moon with a thunderous crash. The colossal sword cleaved through the Crimson Gate, splitting it in two before plunging into the earth, creating a vast chasm. The Flame Lord, witnessing the Crimson Gate dissipate into a swirling mass of black mist, realized that the Grim Reaper had already vanished. Infuriated, he roared, his voice echoing throughout the first layer of the Forgotten Lands, causing numerous demonic creatures to prostrate themselves, while weaker beings exploded in a cacophony of death. As the ground trembled, the Flame Lord began to descend into the molten core beneath, the previously split chasm gradually closing. Inside the gate, darkness prevailed, an eerie void where the Grim Reaper appeared at the center. What is this? Jiang Ye pondered, observing 10 luminous doors encircling him, momentarily at a loss. One of those doors led back to the realm of reality, the Grim Reaper indicated, pointing to a door emanating a soft white light. You may return on your own. Are you not coming with me? Jiang Ye asked, as the Grim Reaper floated behind him. There are matters I must attend to. We shall meet again in the future. He rasped. What is this? The Grim Reaper extended his left hand, and a crimson card floated before Jiang Ye alongside the scythe. Consider this a farewell gift. After speaking, the Grim Reaper stepped backward into a dark brown door, vanishing from Jiang Ye's sight. Jiang Ye picked up the card, observing a faintly glowing image of the Grim Reaper upon it. Grim Reaper card, he whispered, placing it into his spatial ring. The scythe hovered silently before him, and as Jiang Ye reached out to grasp it, the weapon transformed into a cascade of starlight, merging into his body. A surge of power enveloped him, ascending rapidly through the ranks. From peak 2nd tier to 3rd tier, then peak 3rd tier to 4th tier, his progression relentless. The sudden surge of advancement inflicted explosive pain upon Jiang Ye, forcing him to his knees. The ascent continued as he struggled toward the door to the realm of reality, when a blinding light engulfed him, and he lost consciousness. In an ancient castle, a shadow entered slowly. Above in the grand hall, a silver-haired woman sensed something amiss, a flicker of surprise crossing her features before she regained her composure. Hela, let me show you who truly reigns in this other world. A faint, fragrant aroma wafted through the air as Jiang Ye gradually opened his eyes. Where am I? He wondered, surveying the room filled with shades of pink. Realizing he was lying in bed, with a creak, the door swung open, and Su Shui entered, carrying a glass of water. I found a little brother on the street. What reward do I receive? Jiang Ye, now entirely bewildered, could only recall crawling through the door before being engulfed in blinding light. Thank you, Su Shui. Well, I am your dedicated customer service. Just joking. Su Shui replied, her lips forming a playful smile, clad in a pink bear-themed pajama set. Jiang Ye accepted the glass, taking a sip to mask his embarrassment. I feel much better now. I must take my leave. What's wrong? Are you shy? Su Shui teased, leaning closer, her delicate fragrance enveloping Jiang Ye. And no, he stammered, feeling warmth radiate throughout his body. He hastily leapt from the bed and scrambled onto the balcony, seeking the cool breeze to restore his composure. Su Shui laughed heartily beside him. I won't tease you any longer, little brother. Jiang Ye stood on the balcony, blushing, sensing an inexplicable strangeness. He gazed down at the city below, as if it were smeared with blood, and abruptly looked up at the blood-red moon hanging ominously in the sky. The blood moon. What's wrong, Jiang Ye? Su Shui inquired, noticing his change in expression. Look, the moon has turned red. Su Shui approached to observe the sky, perplexed. What is happening? It was fine just a moment ago. Suddenly, a series of ominous bell tolls resonated throughout the city, instilling an unsettling feeling among its inhabitants. The ground began to tremble violently. We must go. Jiang Ye grasped Su Shui's hand, sprinting down the stairs. Just as they escaped the building, it collapsed with a thunderous crash, leaving behind a gaping black pit. A massive, bat-like creature erupted from the depths, its eyes gleaming with a sinister green light, fangs protruding menacingly. A gargoyle. Su Shui gasped, her face paling, her tone tinged with fear. On the street, chaos reigned as people fled in panic, cries of despair echoing. A stone sword swept through a corner, cleaving through pedestrians, splattering blood. Mom, Dad. A little girl stood amidst the bloodied corpses, wailing. Ahead, a 10-meter-tall creature clad in stone armor approached, its blood dripping, sword ominously raised. You should go to the Origin Hall. It should be the safest place, Jiang Ye urged, releasing Su Shui's hand. The Wandering Knight is generally above 5th tier. You cannot defeat it, Su Shui said, her complexion pale as she beheld the hellish scene surrounding them. How will we know unless we try? A black spear materialized in Jiang Ye's hand, its surface now adorned with a layer of black crystal. Undoubtedly, this was elemental manifestation, marking Jiang Ye's ascension to the 5th tier. With a resounding clash, as the stone sword descended, Jiang Ye's spear swiftly countered, deflecting the blow. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos, Jiang Ye scooped up the little girl and fled from the Wandering Knight. What are you waiting for? Let us go. Jiang Ye swiftly pulled Su Shui close, cradling the little girl in one arm, and dashed towards the origin hall. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from a nearby building, leaving a gaping hole in its side. A humanoid creature, resembling a raven, clad in a dark robe and wielding a scepter, unleashed relentless attacks. The Crow Priest. What calamity has befallen the Forgotten Lands that such a multitude of monsters has descended upon us? Su Shui gasped, overwhelmed by the unprecedented chaos. Not only from the Forgotten Lands, but creatures from the Twilight Realm had also emerged. Jiang Ye, witnessing a wraith-like wolf mauling an unfortunate passerby, seized his black spear and dispatched the beast with precision. Su Shui's residence was not far from the origin hall. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance. At that moment, alarms blared throughout the hall, filled to capacity with panicked individuals. Each branch of the origin hall was fortified with high-ranking elemental mages, making it the safest haven amidst the unfolding disaster. You go inside, Jiang Ye urged as he entrusted the little girl to Su Shui. All right, she replied, taking the child and making her way to the entrance. Suddenly, a towering tree monster, radiating a green glow, emerged from an alleyway. Chapter 17, I Must Soar Higher. A fireball erupted from the origin hall, striking the tree monster and igniting it in flames. Its vines writhed like tentacles. Shortly after, a man with fiery wings soared into the sky, gliding into the distance. 5th stage materialized. The crowd below gasped in awe. Jiang Ye departed from the origin hall, eager to confront the monsters, not only to gauge his own strength, but also to acquire materials for exchange. In a narrow alley, a portly man ran for his life, his face flushed and breathless, pursued by a gigantic rat. Help! He shouted, but amidst the chaos, no one responded. A flash of fire sliced through the air, cleaving the giant rat in two, its charred remains exuding a foul odor. After successfully vanquishing 7 monsters, the man approached the rat's carcass, plucking out its eye and stowing it away in a spatial ring. Everyone, stay alert. The number of monsters is overwhelming. We must minimize civilian casualties. A mature voice echoed through the headset, mingled with the sounds of battle. The man then summoned flames to form wings and took to the air, leaving behind the fatally fortunate individual. A sudden, thunderous crash drew Jiang Ye's attention. What a formidable foe! A 5-meter-tall creature, its body encrusted with gray dust, was locked in battle with a wavering knight. This aberrant being, with its impenetrable hide and immense power, struck the wavering knight with ferocious punches, causing it to stagger back, emitting furious roars from beneath its mask. What a beast! The creature, shaking its stone-like arm, seized a nearby car and hurled it at the wavering knight. The collision resulted in an explosion, yet the knight remained largely unscathed. Captain! Captain! Ashen requests assistance, cried the aberrant named Ashen, but no reply came through the headset. Suddenly, the wavering knight lunged at Ashen, who found himself entangled once more. A black spear shot from behind, piercing the wavering knight through. Observing this, Ashen clasped his hands together, summoning dust to swirl around him, forming a massive hammer. With a vigorous swing, he sent the wavering knight sprawling. At that moment, Jiang Ye emerged from the shadows, brandishing his black spear and charging towards the knight. Ashen, too, wielded his hammer, racing alongside Jiang Ye. Roaring in fury, the wavering knight rose, glaring at the small hole in its chest. Jiang Ye leapt into action, thrusting his spear into the creature's mouth. Die! Ashen followed suit, smashing the knight's hand as it attempted to grasp Jiang Ye, then struck again at its leg. With a pained howl, the wavering knight collapsed to its knees. And as Jiang Ye plunged his spear deeper, he conjured another, driving it into the creature's jaw. With Jiang Ye's ascendance to the 5th stage, not only had his physical prowess seen a remarkable enhancement, but the elemental energy within him surged exponentially, allowing for the sustained use of multiple spears without immediate depletion. After a brief struggle, the wavering knight fell lifelessly to the ground. Greetings, I am Ashen, a 4th stage high-level aberrant, member of the enforcement team in Area B of Chongqing. The once terrifying figure had reverted to a pudgy human form. Hello, I am Jiang Ye. Ashen presented a heart he had extracted from the wavering knight's remains to Jiang Ye. Consider this a token of gratitude for your assistance. Jiang Ye accepted it without hesitation, placing it into his spatial ring. It is my duty as a citizen to protect the city. Brother Jiang, your strength is remarkable. Would you consider joining our enforcement team? Ashen inquired, his demeanor earnest and friendly. Let us discuss this later, Jiang Ye replied, his gaze lingering on the elemental mages in the distance, dispatching monsters as though robbing him of his spoils. Very well, I must attend to my tasks now. Ashen then sprinted off into the fray. Jiang Ye surveyed the vicinity, a chaotic scene strewn with remnants of battle. Truly, aberrants were a terrifying force, with a fourth stage being contending against a fifth stage wavering knight. Captain! Captain! Suddenly, Ashen rushed back, shouting towards the sky. Jiang Ye looked up to see the gargoyle they had encountered earlier soaring overhead, a woman on its back, entwining iron chains around its neck. The gargoyle, wings spanning nearly 20 meters, dove like a fighter jet. Seeing this, Jiang Ye quickly darted aside, while Ashen transformed and pressed himself to the ground. The gargoyle crashed to the earth with a resounding thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Fortunately, Jiang Ye has ascended to the rank of a fifth-tier elementalist, and his vision has become remarkably enhanced, completely unaffected by the thick dust. He strides towards the direction of the falling gargoyle, and soon notices a woman gradually rising from behind it, who gives a gentle kick, rendering it silent. As Jiang Ye approaches the gargoyle, Ashan has also managed to rise from the ground. Captain, it's great to see you alive. Ashan exclaims excitedly to the woman. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Jiang Ye, a fifth-tier elementalist who has just assisted me in vanquishing the wavering knight. Ashan introduces Jiang Ye to her. Hello, I am Su Rong, she says, nodding slightly at Jiang Ye. We will express our gratitude later. However, the situation is urgent, and we must deal with the monsters. Ashan, let's go, she adds, as a voice crackles through her earpiece. A small dagger then pierces the gargoyle's eye. Prepared to extract materials. Roar. To their astonishment, the gargoyle suddenly rises from the ground, emitting a deafening sound wave. The group quickly covers their ears, as the tremendous noise shatters every nearby glass. With a powerful flap of its wings, the gargoyle seizes Su Rong and Jiang Ye with its massive claws, preventing their escape, and ascends rapidly into the sky. Captain Jiang Ye, Ashan, in a moment of desperation, clings to the gargoyle's tail, but to no avail. The immense lift sends him crashing to the ground. Jiang Ye's hands are ensnared, rendering him utterly immobile. The grip of the gargoyle's claws is unyielding as iron, firmly securing them. As the gargoyle flaps its wings faster and ascends higher, Jiang Ye can now overlook the city, witnessing plumes of smoke rising and flames erupting everywhere. Chapter 18. Joining the law enforcement team with a sudden burst, the gargoyle breaks through the clouds, continuing its ascent, and Jiang Ye feels a frost forming between his brows. Just then, a faint green light swiftly approaches him, cutting through the claw that had ensnared Su Rong. She seizes the opportunity to break free, ice wings manifesting behind her as she joins the battle. Duan Yi, you arrived just in time. Captain, have I ever failed you? Duan Yi responds, his surroundings glowing with green light as he charges towards the gargoyle. A torrent of green energy swiftly courses over the gargoyle's body, leaving a trail of wounds in its wake. Stop scraping, Duan Yi. Su Rong interjects, conjuring an ice bow in her hands. Drawing the bowstring, she gathers a vast amount of ice elemental energy around her before releasing it. The ice arrow pierces the gargoyle's body in an instant. The gargoyle lets out a mournful cry, then begins to plummet like a kite with its string cut. Jiang Ye, summoning all his strength, manages to free himself from the claws, tightly gripping onto its thigh. I can't fly. With another arrow, the gargoyle loses all resistance and falls like a shooting star. In the chaos of the air, Jiang Ye releases his hold on the gargoyle's thigh, surrendering to free fall. As he descends closer to the ground, a green light appears beside him. Hello, law enforcement team member Duan Yi, here to assist. A wave of green light envelopes Jiang Ye, and he feels his descent slow, as if an upward force is lifting him. A wind elementalist? Jiang Ye notes, observing Duan Yi's remarkable speed, unlike any other fifth-tier elementalists, who typically utilize elemental wings. He is purely leveraging the wind element for movement. At this moment, Su Rong and Duan Yi have already rushed off, urgency driving them to the next battlefield. Upon landing, Jiang Ye does not pursue further monster hunts, but instead resolves to head to the Origin Hall. After reaching the fifth tier, he has yet to fully grasp his materialization and lacks the crucial element, the elemental wings. Shuiyun City, a coastal metropolis. What is that? Onlookers gather at the shoreline. where a crimson moon casts an eerie glow upon the sea. A massive whirlpool churns at the center of the ocean, pulling several large cargo ships into its depths. With a thunderous crash, a colossal water column erupts from the vortex, shooting towards the heavens. Run! This apocalyptic scene sends the crowd fleeing in all directions. The water column continues to gather momentum, gradually expanding and encircling the entire sky. At the headquarters of the Origin Hall, a dignified elder taps his fingers on the wooden chair. Gather the 8 elemental leaders and head to Shuiyun City immediately. A storm is brewing. In Chengdu City, District B. How much is the heart of the wavering knight worth? Jiang Ye inquires, retrieving it from his spatial ring to present to Su Shui. Is it that powerful? Su Shui examines the heart and discovers it to be of intermediate 5th-tier quality. This item is priceless, with a minimum value of 4 million. Understood. Where can I find the Elemental Wing Scroll at the Origin Hall? I wish to purchase it now. After the recent fall, Jiang Ye is eager to avoid a repeat experience. Now, Su Shui responds, hearing sirens blaring in the distance. Yes, Jiang Ye nods slightly. When one has the means, it is essential to invest in one's strength. Subsequently, Su Shui leads Jiang Ye into the elevator, ascending to the 5th floor. This is the Elemental Wing Scroll. It requires a 5th-tier ranking and the ability to materialize elements to utilize. She presents a bundle of colorful scrolls. How much? Jiang Ye asks, sensing their considerable worth. This one is free. Su Shui chuckles softly, covering her mouth. But the others come at a price. What do you mean? Jiang Ye is perplexed. Indeed, the elemental wings can only be owned by those who join the Origin Hall. A middle-aged man emerges from the back. Hello, I am Jun, the head of the Chengdu City District B branch of the Origin Hall. He extends his hand. Greetings, I am Jiang Ye. This Elemental Wing Scroll is arguably the most vital scroll for an elementalist. Other skill scrolls merely serve as embellishments. Owning 1 or 2 is sufficient, Jun explains. It enables energy to materialize in the simplest and most straightforward manner, without any frills, only speed, precision, and lethality. Thus, this item is exclusive to members of the Origin Hall. It not only symbolizes strength, but also represents one's identity. I have heard of your remarkable deeds from Xiaoxua, a person willing to save the lives of others. I wish to extend an invitation for you to join the law enforcement team. Jun gazed earnestly at Jiang Ye. Me? Jiang Ye pondered. His initial intention merely to earn money, with saving others being a mere afterthought. Join the law enforcement team for a year, and the elemental wings will be yours for free, Jun offered, extending an olive branch. The benefits and compensation are exceptionally generous, he continued. Su Shui leaned closer to Jiang Ye and whispered, with a monthly salary exceeding 1 million, not to mention the resources from the Origin Palace. You need not worry about provisions. Then let us collaborate joyfully. I am willing to join the law enforcement team, Jiang Ye declared solemnly. Such generous treatment was hard to resist. Ha ha ha, a joyous collaboration indeed. I have high hopes for you, young man. Jun replied as he handed the elemental wings to Jiang Ye. Report for duty tomorrow, he added, patting Jiang Ye on the shoulder. Understood. Jiang Ye placed the elemental wings into his spatial ring and bid farewell to the two. He did not leave the Origin Palace, for it was the safest place at present. Instead, he sought a quiet corner to study the elemental wings. With a soft hiss, the scroll of the elemental wings ignited, and the elements within him seemed to awaken, surging with vitality. Jiang Ye began to gather elemental energy at his back, which soon took the form of dark wings. With a gentle flap, the dark wings lifted him off the ground, allowing him to hover. This sensation felt akin to flying, and Jiang Ye reveled in its beauty. As he retracted the dark wings, they dissipated into particles of light, and he touched down gracefully. Subsequently, Jiang Ye conjured a dark spear. Unlike before, this manifestation was markedly different. After mastering the elemental wings, the spear now brimmed with potent energy, fully composed of dark elemental forces. After retracting the spear, Jiang Ye sought out Su Shui to head to the skill scroll area. I shall take this dark shield skill scroll, Jiang Ye claimed it promptly. The law enforcement team is entitled to a monthly expenditure of 1 million resources from the Origin Palace, Su Shui informed him. Does that mean I can benefit without cost? Jiang Ye exclaimed, his excitement palpable. But you only join tomorrow. Su Shui chuckled, covering her face with a shy smile. What should we do then? Su Shui inched closer to Jiang Ye. Chapter 19. Hell on Earth. The passage closes. Ha ha ha. I was merely jesting. Su Shui laughed as she noticed Jiang Ye's flushed cheeks. In Shuiyun City, the relentless rise of seawater had enveloped the entire city, and this expansion showed no signs of abating. Waterlord, do you perceive anything? The 8 elemental leaders had gathered, hovering in the skies above the city. The elemental energy is extraordinarily potent, the Water Lord remarked gravely. Have you all sensed that the elemental energy in this world is diminishing? A man clad in purple robes addressed the group. I have noticed, replied a gentleman in a suit, black wings unfurling behind him. You, the newly appointed Shadow Lord, have demonstrated extraordinary prowess, seemingly surpassing the 9th tier, remarked a graceful lady in green. The Shadow Lord remained silent, his brow furrowed in concern. Suddenly, in the ocean, a colossal vortex erupted, revealing 8 fissures radiating various hues of light. Is this a passage to another realm? They collectively sensed impending calamity. Fissures leading to the domains of twilight, the blazing continent, the frozen expanse, the forgotten lands, the boundless realm, the dragon isles, the elven forest, and the misty dragon kingdom manifested before them. The elemental energy in our world is being siphoned, the lady in green stated. No, it is returning. This energy originally seeped from these rifts. The Shadow Lord's expression darkened. Is the other realm about to close? The group observed the chaos below as numerous monsters wreaked havoc, flames consuming the city. It is merely a struggle before demise. The Fire Lord interjected suddenly. The fissures seem to be calling to me. A voice resonated among them. I feel it too, as if it beckons me forth. The Water Lord said, extending his right hand to reveal a stone glowing with a faint blue hue, floating above his palm. Must we repair the rifts to seal the passage? They recalled the meteor that fell 3 years prior, splitting into 8 stones that granted them extraordinary powers. Perhaps, if it could fundamentally resolve the invasion from the other realm, I am willing to try, the Fire Lord declared, his fiery wings unfurling as he soared toward the rift leading to the blazing continent. Let us go, everyone. Regardless of its efficacy, we must investigate the fissures. The Wind Lord hastily followed suit. At that moment, the Shadow Lord slowly raised his gaze. Surrounded by water, a castle emanating dark energy flickered in and out of view above them. He remained silent, following the others toward the rift to the Forgotten Lands. As the group entered the other realm, a thunderous sound reverberated through the heavens. The water scattered, and a torrential rain descended upon Blue Star. With the water column severed and the vortex returning to normal, they looked back at the rift, now closed and vanished. In District B of Chang City, Su Rong had just severed the head of a monster, discarding it on the ground. Received. This is Su Rong, captain of the law enforcement team. Proceeding to the next target. With a swift flap of her ice wings, Su Rong ascended into the night sky, disappearing into the darkness. Is it raining? Jiang Ye emerged from the Origin Palace, extending his hand to catch the raindrops. What is this? Jiang Ye leaned closer, catching a familiar scent, the scent of death. Jiang Ye. A voice called from behind, halting him in his tracks. Turning around, he saw Minister Chun Jun approaching. I sincerely apologize. This incident occurred unexpectedly, and we are vastly outnumbered by the monsters, Chun Jun said, appearing somewhat awkward. I now request your assistance in District C of Chang City, where the law enforcement team is severely undermanned and has completely collapsed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye immediately conjured the dark wings and soared into the sky. Uncle Wu, Sister Lan, please remain safe. Above the city, Jiang Ye soared through the darkness with wings that trembled ominously, hastening towards Area C. At this moment, the sirens of Area C echoed throughout the city, permeating the air with the scent of blood and the sound of anguished cries. A towering building collapsed with a thunderous roar, clouds of dust billowing forth, and from within, a massive green eye emerged slowly. Grandma, I'm scared, the young boy trembled, clutching the elderly woman tightly. Go away, she urged, leaning on her cane as she picked up debris from the fallen structure and hurled it at the monstrous creature. With a deafening roar, the one-eyed giant deer let out a howl, revealing its true form as it advanced toward the two. In a flash, a black spear pierced through the creature's eye, and Jiang Ye descended from the sky. The one-eyed giant staggered backward, and a beam of green light shot toward Jiang Ye. With a resounding thud, a black shield manifested before Jiang Ye, effortlessly deflecting the onslaught. Without uttering a word, he waved his hand, summoning another black spear, which he launched, striking the one-eyed giant once more. The creature, now drained of its strength, fell lifeless to the ground. Where has the landlord gone? Jiang Ye inquired urgently, his gaze fixed on the elder. He's dead, all dead, she replied, her voice trembling with sorrow. They sacrificed themselves to evacuate us. They didn't escape when the building fell. Jiang Ye's eyes reddened at her words, despair washing over him as he surveyed the ruins. Boom, boom, boom. Rows of towering buildings continued to collapse around them, each crash resonating like thunder. Jiang Ye quickly ascended into the city's sky, where a bloody worm writhed below, causing the ground to tremble with its presence. The air filled with wails of despair. Seeking death, Jiang Ye muttered as he darted toward the creature's head, driving a black spear deep into its flesh. Unlike the previous encounter in the realm of oblivion, this time the spear pierced through, emitting a faint black mist from the wound that continued to corrode the worm's body. With a deafening roar, the bloody worm burrowed into the ground, its massive form vanishing beneath the city. Something felt amiss. Jiang Ye surveyed the area, sensing an unseen gaze upon him. With a sudden flap of his wings, he rapidly distanced himself from the spot where he had just hovered. In an instant, the bloody worm surged past him, erupting from the ground like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. That was close. Had it not been for the significant enhancement of my perception after reaching the 5th tier, I might have been swallowed whole just now. Boom. The worm crashed back down, slamming into the ground and causing nearby buildings to erupt in a cacophony of destruction. Cursing under his breath, Jiang Ye conjured a shadow sphere, launching it toward the worm. With its solid form, the shadow sphere struck the creature like a dark projectile, creating a gaping hole the size of a basketball, from which black smoke poured forth. Chapter 20. Revenge. The bloody worm writhed in agony, evidently in great pain. Seizing the moment, Jiang Ye unleashed a barrage of shadow spheres, striking the creature repeatedly. As the spheres connected, the worm's body became riddled with wounds, each one exuding black smoke. Jiang Ye hovered above, observing the once formidable beast now reduced to a pool of black sludge, confirming its demise. With no time to spare, he turned his attention toward the distant sounds of explosions, racing to the next battlefield. It was truly unbearable. A man, currently besieged by a raven priest, struggled to evade its relentless attacks. "Did you take some kind of strength-enhancing pill?" he lamented, overwhelmed by the barrage of strikes and finding no opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, a fireball hurtled toward him, and he was caught off guard, the shockwave sending him sprawling. "Damn it!" he spat, blood spilling from his mouth, breathless from hours of constant battle that had drained his strength. In a swift motion, a black spear pierced through the raven priest before him, ending its life instantly. "Are you reinforcements sent by the headquarters?" he gasped, relieved. "I'm Jiang Ye, a member of the local enforcement team." "Sort of," Jiang Ye replied, surveying the area. The number of monsters had begun to dwindle, at least no new ones were appearing. "Let us go. There are others who need rescuing." He extended his hand, helping Jiang Ye to his feet. Boom. A lightning sphere suddenly launched toward Jiang Ye, but he effortlessly deflected it with a black shield. "Didn't he see that coming?" "You have some impressive strength." Su Dali emerged from the shadows. "It seems Fire Lord met his match against you. Are you planning to kill me?" Jiang Ye retorted, his expression darkening. "While monsters ravage the city, are you only capable of infighting?" Su Dali, now recognized by Jiang Ye as a member of the Sea Area Enforcement Team, had crossed paths with him before. "Be careful. This man is a Tier 4 lightning elementalist," Jiang Ye warned Jiang Ye. "To use your own words, killing you would be like squashing an ant," Jiang Ye replied, his face devoid of emotion. "Arrogance comes at a price." Su Dali's veins bulged as he summoned a lightning whip, striking toward Jiang Ye. In an instant, Jiang Ye soared into the city's sky, and a black spear descended, aimed at Su Dali. "What?" Su Dali's eyes widened as he recognized the dark wings behind Jiang Ye, realizing he was up against a 5th-tier elementalist. "Now, I must face this head-on." Su Dali retrieved a card from his spatial ring, shattering it, unleashing a terrifying energy that spread rapidly. "This is Heavenly Thunder card." Jiang Ye watched as dark clouds swirled above him, the oppressive energy far surpassing what Fire Lord had wielded. Crack! Heavenly Thunder struck down, seemingly locking onto Jiang Ye as it hurtled toward him with relentless speed. It was too fast to evade. Jiang Ye could only conjure a dark shield, fervently pouring dark elemental energy into it. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the sky, followed by a thick cloud of darkness, from which a figure plummeted to the ground. "Ha ha ha! The Thunderbolt card is indeed terrifying," Su Dali cackled, observing Jiang Ye, who lay motionless and tattered upon the earth. Su Dali advanced forward. "We are the enforcement team. Dare you take another step, and you declare war on the entire Origin Hall." Jiang Ye positioned himself protectively in front of Jiang Ye, aware that he was no match for Su Dali, yet he stood his ground. "Is that so? Then I shall eliminate you as well. This way, no one will be the wiser," Su Dali retorted, hastening forward while coalescing a thunderball in his hand. Boom! A surge of black mist enveloped everyone instantaneously. "Quickly move." Jiang Ye struggled to rise, utilizing the cover of the black mist to approach Jiang Ye. "Listen to me, head south," Jiang Ye instructed, though hindered by his own condition. He could only proceed with Jiang Ye's support. "All right, Let us leave this place swiftly, Jiang Ye said, assisting Jiang Ye as they navigated through the obscured surroundings. Damn it! Su Dali lost sight of them entirely and unleashed a thunderball towards the front, summoning a lightning whip that began to strike wildly without aim. Jiang Ye, aided by Jiang Wei, reached the ruins, where he could no longer hold on and succumbed to unconsciousness. Captain, I request immediate assistance. Jiang Wei urgently contacted their leader. I was attacked by Su Dali of the Heavenly Spirit Association. The situation is dire. Received. I am en route, sending my location now. Crackled the voice through the earpiece. Boom. A thunderball struck the ruins beside Jiang Wei, sending dust swirling. One last warning. Step aside, or you shall face my wrath. Su Dali declared as he closed in, wielding the lightning whip. Not a chance. He is one of our enforcement team members, and he has saved me before. Jiang Wei staunchly refused to yield. Sizzle. The lightning whip lashed out, striking Jiang Wei and sending him crashing into the rubble, his hair standing on end. What a nuisance. Su Dali sighed, rubbing his forehead as he advanced. Whoosh. A wall of fire erupted before Su Dali, obstructing his path. Last warning, leave or die. A man with flaming wings hovered ominously in the sky. See, Captain. Jiang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Their leader had finally arrived. Wang Hua. Su Dali's expression shifted slightly upon seeing him. He is the one who killed your nephew, and you still wish to protect him? Su Dali mocked. What? Wang Hua gazed down at the fallen Jiang Ye, lost in thought. Your position restricts you from certain actions. Allow me to take charge, Su Dali proclaimed, dispersing the fire wall as he pressed onward. Sizzle. Another fire wall sprang up. The same goes for you. Leave now, and I shall choose to overlook this matter. Wang Hua landed before Su Dali. I will handle the affairs concerning the Flame Lord myself. Your words alone will not suffice. Before I lose my temper, I suggest you depart, Wang Hua warned, his expression serious. Su Dali's demeanor darkened. I hope you won't regret this, he said as he retreated. Are you all right? Wang Hua helped Jiang Wei to his feet. I'm fine. I was just exhausted. Su Dali refrained from using lethal force, fearing the Origin Hall would retaliate. Jiang Wei waved dismissively. Take him back. I must deal with the remaining magical creatures. Wang Hua glanced at Jiang Ye before summoning his fire wings and departing. Chapter 21. Enforcement team member uncertain of how long he had slept, Jiang Ye awoke in a hospital room, finding it empty. Uncle Wu? Sister Lan? He stood by the window, pulling aside the curtains as blinding sunlight streamed in. His mind was a whirlwind of emotions as he surveyed the city below, where rescue operations were underway, and the traces of the magical creatures had vanished. The door creaked open, and Su Shui entered, carrying a glass of water. How long was I unconscious? Jiang Ye inquired, looking out the window. 3 days. How are you feeling now? Su Shui offered him the cup. I'm all right. Though it feels as if I've lost something, Jiang Ye replied, his hand trembling as he held the glass. Thank you, Su Shui, he choked. A tear escaping his left eye, carried away by the gentle breeze. No need for such formality. You are now an enforcement team member, and as your direct contact. It is my duty, Su Shui reassured him, patting his shoulder. So much has happened recently. I've moved too quickly and too far, leaving little time for reflection. Jiang Ye stated, gazing into the distance. I wish to go somewhere, he declared, setting the glass down and preparing to leave the hospital. I will accompany you. Su Shui quickly followed. You are still a patient. It is my responsibility to care for you. You needn't hold my arm. I'm not that weak. Jiang Ye responded as they strolled down the street. What is the matter, Jiang Ye? Feeling shy? Su Shui teased, a smile playing on her lips. It's an order from above to care for our team members. Utilizing the Origin Hall's function cards, the city's ruins were swiftly cleared. With only critical areas being excavated with caution, they arrived at an open space, where Jiang Ye picked a wildflower from the roadside and placed it there. This was the address of the old neighborhood where he first resided, the place where Uncle Wu and Sister Lan met their fate, now completely cleared. Standing in the open space, memories flooded Jiang Ye's mind. His first arrival during freshman year, attending school by day and working odd jobs at night. Being taken in by Sister Lan and enjoying his first hearty meal in years. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, and Su Shui quietly stood beside Jiang Ye, resting her hand on his shoulder without a hint of impatience. Let us go, Su Shui, Jiang Ye finally exhaled. Back to the hospital? What is the point of returning? Let us go eat noodles, it's on me. The two walked slowly into the distance, disappearing into the night. At the headquarters of the Origin Hall, an elderly man sat in a wooden chair, facing away from everyone. 3 days have passed. Have the casualties not yet been tallied? The elderly man's voice was deep yet commanding, leaving no room for doubt. Master Qin, the sudden incident has resulted in significant casualties. And it is inevitable that the toll has exceeded 1 million, replied the trembling man with a bushy beard from behind. With a sigh, the elder created an atmosphere of chilling gravity. Is there any news from the 8 elemental leaders? He broke the silence once more. There is still no word. The interdimensional portal has been completely sealed, and it is no longer possible to access the other realm using the interdimensional teleportation scrolls. A woman's voice chimed in from behind. Currently, there is 1 piece of good news and 2 pieces of bad news, she continued. At a time like this, spare us the suspense, urged the burly man wearing a hat. The good news is that the life crystals of the 8 elemental leaders are still glowing, indicating that they are alive. With that, the woman produced 8 glowing crystal orbs and placed them on the long table. The bad news is that with the closure of the interdimensional portal, the elemental energy remaining in our world has nearly been depleted. Henceforth, there will be no further advancement in the ranks of elementalists, nor will new elementalists emerge. This means that elementalists will become an exceedingly rare resource. For every one that is lost, there will be one less. The second piece of bad news, she continued, is that the portal has been unilaterally closed, preventing us from venturing into the other realm, while the creatures from that realm can traverse into our reality. Last night, the first creature since the arrival of the Red Moon was sighted in Maple Leaf City. The faces of those present darkened at her words. With another sigh, the elder lamented, the current situation is dire. You all return to your respective divisions. I trust you know what to do without further instruction. Rest assured, as long as we exist, the Origin Hall will not falter, the group responded, rising and bowing before departing the meeting. Expert Chen, I entrust this matter to you for investigation. This state of affairs cannot persist for long. The elder directed his gaze towards the man in the white robe. I will not disappoint your expectations. The man adjusted his glasses and, after bidding farewell to the elder, departed in haste. Once the others had left, the elder rose slowly and approached the window, drawing back the curtain. At that moment, the silvery moonlight streamed through the glass, casting a gentle glow into the darkened room. The elder gazed downwards, where the ground was blanketed in snow, with only a few lights flickering in the night. In Chang City, District B, Jiang Ye arrived to report for duty, escorted by Su Shui to meet the enforcement team. Brother Jiang Ye, long time no see, greeted the chubby Ashen as he approached. Welcome to the enforcement team. You are now one of us, Su Rong said with a smile, extending her hand. Please take care of me, Jiang Ye replied, shaking her hand. Oh, so you two know each other. Su Shui exclaimed in surprise. We met once before. Shui, you may return to your duties, Su Rong said. All right, sister, I'll take my leave then. There's much to attend to after the Red Moon. Su Shui said her goodbyes and departed. Sister? So they are siblings. Jiang Ye pondered. Allow me to introduce, this is Duan Yi. Pleasure to meet you, Jiang Ye said, stepping forward to shake hands. Thank you for your previous assistance. Ha ha. No need for formality. We should be the ones thanking you, as it was our duty, and you were merely aiding us, Duan Yi replied with a jest. This is Qi Yan, a 5th-tier advanced fire elemental master. Su Rong continued with her introductions. Nice to meet you. I look forward to working together, Jiang Ye said as he approached. Indeed, Qi Yan replied curtly. Don't mind him. He tends to be rather taciturn, Su Rong explained. 2 team members sacrificed their lives during the Red Moon incident, so I won't introduce them here, she added, and the atmosphere grew somber. All right, our enforcement team in Chang City, District B, is now assembled. We will work closely together, so let us familiarize ourselves, Su Rong encouraged the group. I am a 5th-tier advanced ice elemental master, Su Rong stated. I am a 4th-tier aberrant, the team's tank, Ashen followed. I am a 5th-tier intermediate wind elemental master. Duan Yi introduced himself. I am a 5th-tier novice dark elemental master, Jiang Ye added. Now, let's assign our patrol areas. With the sacrifice of the 2 members, we need to reallocate, Su Rong said. Qian, you will continue to oversee the eastern part of District B. I will take the west, Ashen will cover the north, and Jiang Ye will manage the south. Duan Yi, with your swift wind abilities, you will support from the central area for mobility. Understood. Unless necessary, do not stray from your assigned patrol areas, Su Rong concluded before departing. Jiang Ye said his farewells to the group, preparing to return to his rented accommodation, conveniently located in the south. Upon leaving the Origin Hall, he found the main entrance tightly shut, surrounded by a bustling crowd. Jiang Ye quickly grasped the situation. The closure of the interdimensional realm meant that resources from that realm could no longer be obtained, resulting in skyrocketing prices for cards and scrolls. It was evident that the Origin Hall would not allow these items to enter the market, as they would serve as future capital for survival in this reality. Never mind, Jiang Ye decided, conjuring his dark wings and soaring through the window, speeding across the city above. As he surveyed the southern area of District B from above, he felt a peculiar sensation, but he conducted his patrol for a while before returning to his rented room. With the interdimensional portal now sealed off, all elementalists were unable to cultivate. Leaning back on the sofa, Jiang Ye found himself at a loss for activities. It seemed an eternity since he had experienced such leisure, and he suddenly felt out of place. Perhaps I should grab a bowl of noodles, he thought. Stepping out of his room, he opted not to fly directly down, as that would attract too much attention. "Boss, 2 bowls of noodles," he ordered, but to his surprise, the shop was empty, likely due to the aftermath of the red moon. Oh, how peculiar. The boss's voice sounded somewhat strange as he stood up and made his way towards the kitchen, though his anxious demeanor did not go unnoticed by Jiang Ye. "Dad, it's been several days. Why hasn't my sister returned yet?" the little girl remarked, her attention glued to the television. "She'll be back soon. Perhaps something has delayed her," the boss reassured her while preparing noodles. "Is your sister named Su Qingying?" he inquired. "How do you know?" The little girl tilted her head, curiously gazing at Jiang Ye. "I am a friend of hers." "Are you her boyfriend?" the girl asked, her eyes widening in surprise. "Ahem," Jiang Ye stumbled as the girl suddenly posed the question. "No, I've merely met her before." "That makes sense," with her chilly demeanor. "It's a miracle anyone can approach her," the girl mumbled softly. Jiang Ye secretly pondered that something must have happened. The White Sheep Adventure Guild flashed in his mind as he recalled the information on his work ID. It was imperative to investigate, given the circumstances. "Here's your noodles." The boss soon presented 2 bowls. Jiang Ye devoured his meal swiftly, leaving not a drop of broth, before he proceeded to the White Sheep Adventure Guild. He hovered above the city, and after a brief span, he arrived at a grand building, which was presumably affected by the closure of the otherworld. The entrance was tightly shut, surrounded by a throng of people. Without hesitation, Jiang Ye soared through a high glass window. Security. A number of staff members inside were busy tidying up when they were taken aback by Jiang Ye's sudden entrance. "Where's the person in charge?" "I need to inquire about something," Jiang Ye spoke in a low, calm voice. "How audacious." "Seize him," a bespectacled bald man commanded, and several individuals rushed towards Jiang Ye. With a mere flick, Jiang Ye sent them sprawling without employing any elemental powers. "Why you?" the bald man stammered in fright as he hurriedly retreated. "Do not resist. Cooperate with the investigation." A man who had been silently observing finally spoke, revealing himself to be from the Origin Hall, as indicated by the dark wings on his back, suggesting he belonged to the enforcement squad. "I certainly know," the bald man quickly replied with a forced smile. "Do you know where Su Qingying is now?" Jiang Ye cut to the chase. "Su Qingying?" The bald man paused, then recollected himself. "Shaolin. Did Su Qingying take on any assignments?" From the crowd, a college-aged woman stepped forward. "Sister Su didn't take any tasks. She ventured to the Forgotten Land on her own," Shaolin said, her voice trembling. "What was her purpose there? Do you know?" Jiang Ye observed that she was not lying. "I know this. She prefers not to interact with people. And I am her only friend in the guild," Shaolin continued. Her sister's growth had halted due to the influence of monsters, and Sister Su heard that the forgetting grass in the Forgotten Land could cure her. So she set out alone to find it. She mentioned she'd return in 3 days. But now there's been no news, concern etched on Shaolin's face. "All right, I understand. Please contact me immediately upon Su Qingying's return." Jiang Ye provided his contact information to Shaolin before manifesting his dark wings and soaring out the window. "Vice President, what are you worried about?" "He merely came looking for someone," Shaolin questioned, puzzled. "Hee," one nearby retorted. "If you have done no wrong, why fear a ghost at the door? If one sells fake goods frequently, they will be anxious about inquiries." The bald man's face flushed crimson, and he stormed off, muttering curses. "Su Shui, are you there?" Jiang Ye retrieved his phone. "What's the matter?" Su Shui replied almost instantly. "Please help me investigate a guild in Yannan City, located in Area B, called the Brotherhood. It is the guild established by Uncle Chung and his associates. I need to find out where Chung Yan is currently." "All right, but searching from a distance will take a few days for results." "I have a friend who can expedite the search," Su Shui responded. "Thank you, Su Shui." Jiang Ye sent the message. "Okay," Su Shui replied with a playful cat emoji. Jiang Ye turned off his phone and began surveying his southern district, needing to familiarize himself first. As dusk fell, Jiang Ye returned to his rented apartment, intending to indulge in a hot shower, a long-standing habit. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Peering through the peephole, he saw a middle-aged woman, heavily made up, clad in professional attire and high heels, standing at his door. "Is this the property management company?" Jiang Ye recalled having seen her before. "What brings you here?" "I have settled all my dues." Jiang Ye opened the door. "Hello, Mr. Jiang Ye." The woman greeted him with a broad smile upon his opening the door. Wait. Jiang Ye interjected, blocking her from entering. Here's the situation. Our company has decided to gift you a villa located within our community, she continued, still smiling brightly. Why? Jiang Ye immediately questioned. Aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch, opportunities without cause are as unlikely as falling pies from the sky. Haha, Mr. Jiang. As a member of the enforcement squad, it is our honor that you chose our community. Providing you with a quality living environment is our duty, she elaborated. Jiang Ye began to grasp the situation. They were attempting to curry favor. By residing here, he would attract wealthy individuals seeking security, consequently inflating property values. I can take a look, Jiang Ye replied calmly, seizing the opportunity, as he believed it unwise to pass up a bargain, especially since he could leave whenever he wished. This way, please, she urged, pressing the elevator button and leaning closer to Jiang Ye. I must warn you, if you continue this way, I shall leave, he said, utterly unimpressed and inwardly repulsed by her heavy makeup. Oh, the woman appeared slightly awkward as she led the way ahead. Before long, Jiang Ye arrived at an upscale villa area, where rows of luxurious villas stood impressively. None of these are occupied. Feel free to choose any one, the woman remarked. They all look splendid, Jiang Ye commented as he inspected each villa, noting that their internal layouts were identical. He then proceeded towards the last villa at the end of the row. This one, Jiang Ye indicated, pointing to the last villa in the first row. Certainly. Let us go directly to the sales office to sign the papers, the woman responded, leading the way. Following her, Jiang Ye arrived at the sales office, which bore the prominent name Yunlan Properties, indicating that the community was named Yunlan Community. Upon entering, a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance yet composed demeanor approached him. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I have long admired your reputation, the man greeted, extending his hand. I am Su Zheng, the head of this company. Greetings, Mr. Su, Jiang Ye replied, finding a favorable first impression of the man. Please, have a seat, Su Zheng said, guiding Jiang Ye to the lounge, then instructing the woman to bring the contract. Mr. Jiang, if you find everything satisfactory, you may sign here. Should you have any further needs, do not hesitate to contact me. Su Zheng offered as he handed Jiang Ye a pen. Jiang Ye briefly reviewed the contract, confirming there were no issues before signing it. I shall accept this. If there is anything I can assist with in the future, I will certainly do my utmost, Jiang Ye stated politely, placing the contract into his spatial ring. Haha. It is my honor to have you residing here, Mr. Jiang, Su Zheng responded, visibly taken aback and smiling. Then, I shall take my leave, Jiang Ye said. Exiting the office, he summoned his dark wings and soared towards his rental apartment. Tomorrow, I will spread the news, double the price, and the closer it is, the higher I will mark it, Su Zheng instructed the woman beside him. Night had fully descended. Jiang Ye decided to head over tomorrow and lay down to rest. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds, with the moon obscured. Inside the room, a man awoke groggily, preparing to get up for a midnight bathroom visit, only to find the desk lamp inexplicably extinguished. He then got out of bed and switched on the room light. A scream echoed throughout the building. The man's legs gave way, collapsing to the floor as he beheld a 2-meter-tall monster looming over his wife, its tongue slathering across her body, her head grotesquely missing half. The interior devoured clean. The creature emitted a horrifying shriek, turning its head to regard the man before the lights went out. Morning arrived. The incessant ringing of a phone jolted Jiang Ye awake as he stretched his limbs. Su Shui, what is it? He asked, recognizing her voice on the other end. There are signs of a monster attack in your jurisdiction. You need to investigate, Su Shui informed him. Understood. Send me the location, Jiang Ye replied, quickly springing from his bed. The details arrived promptly, revealing the site was merely 1,000 meters away in a nearby community. Jiang Ye opened the window and leaped out, unfurling his dark wings to fly towards the scene. Upon arrival, official personnel had already cordoned off the area, dispersing onlookers. Jiang Ye presented his identification as he entered the scene, a badge provided by the department head, common among law enforcement officers to establish authority. Inside, the scene was well preserved. The victims were a married couple, both with substantial portions of their brains missing, the cerebral matter seemingly consumed. It was initially determined to be a monster attack. The air thick with the scent of blood, mingled with a hint of otherworldly presence. Please elaborate on the specifics, Jiang Ye requested of the official present. According to other residents, around midnight last night, there were horrific screams from within the apartment, and then silence followed, the official explained, shaking his head in frustration. This is all we have. Please step outside. I need to examine this further. Jiang Ye gestured for them to leave. However, it is against protocol to have anyone alone at the scene, the official protested. Fine, just do not disturb anything, Jiang Ye replied, feeling disinclined to argue further. With a crash, dark mist enveloped the entire room, as if Jiang Ye's very nerves were sensing everything within. There were no signs of forced entry, evidently. The monster had not entered from the outside. Jiang Ye furrowed his brow. The fingerprints on the doorknob matched that of the male victim, confirming his presence. Lowering himself, he continued to probe through the dark mist, detecting faint traces of the monster's essence that seemed to have descended from the bed, trailing to where the man lay lifeless, then vanishing. What is going on? Jiang Ye pinched the bridge of his nose, recalling that becoming a member of the enforcement team had not entailed becoming a detective. The clues available were scant. Could it be that a possessing monster had taken over the man during the day, only revealing itself to commit murder after he returned home? Having extensively studied various known monsters from alternate realms, Jiang Ye had never encountered such a type. Chapter 24. Mastery through practice. I'm leaving, Jiang Ye declared, casting a glance at the officials shrouded in dark mist, departing without a backward glance. Su Shui, please assist me in gathering information, he instructed, relaying the details he had just acquired. Understood, Su Shui replied with a cat emoji. Jiang Ye circled the building, observing for any traces left by the monster, but found none, deciding it was futile to continue the search. Returning to Yunlan community, Jiang Ye approached the villa, retrieving his key to unlock the door and stepping inside. The interior was fully furnished with all the necessary provisions, clearly arranged by Mr. Su's instructions. Opening the refrigerator, he discovered it stocked with various beverages. He took out a can of cola and made his way to the rooftop terrace, where the expansive view was breathtaking. The surroundings were tranquil with few people around. At this moment, Jiang Ye felt a sense of leisure and comfort as he reclined in a rocking chair, enjoying the gentle breeze while sipping on a cola. Suddenly, a notification chimed on his phone. There was news from Cheng Yan. Su Shui had sent a message. What? Jiang Ye hurriedly replied. Cheng Yan's guild has disbanded. Investigations revealed it was suppressed by the local guild. As of now, Cheng Yan has completely gone dark. You might find his brothers if you go there now, which could provide some insight into the situation. Su Shui continued in her message. The brothers who founded the guild with him are still around. This is a significant breakthrough. Is Captain Su available? Jiang Ye sent a message to Su Rong. What's the matter? Su Rong replied tersely. I need to take a few days off. I have some matters to attend to. Taking leave right after starting work? Enough. You must return by tomorrow at the latest. Su Rong sent a series of ellipses. Without delay, Jiang Ye unfurled his dark wings and swiftly made his way to District B of Yan'an City. In the basement, a scar-faced man stood before several others. Cheng Yan is my brother. You need not accompany me on this perilous venture. We have fought alongside Captain Cheng for so long. We cannot heed the president's words this time, the young men declared with determination in their eyes. Silence. With your meager strength, you would only hinder me. The scar-faced man retorted, unmoved. Are we witnessing a display of brotherhood here? The door was suddenly kicked open. Wang Lihong's arrival caused the atmosphere to shift dramatically. Remnants of the brotherhood, none of you will escape. Wang Lihong seethed, vowing vengeance for the death of his brothers. With a resounding crash, he brought his hands together, causing the basement to collapse, retreating shortly thereafter. A booming sound erupted as the scar-faced man transformed into a towering, bull-headed figure, emerging from the rubble with formidable strength. Wang Lihong swiftly conjured an earthen wall to shield himself from the impending charge. The bull-headed man, towering at 3 meters, collided with the earthen barrier, instantly creating 2 fist-sized holes. Indeed, he was a third-tier aberrant, but this is where it ends. The swirling sands below began to coalesce around the bull-headed man, ensnaring him and rendering him immobile. The scar-faced man struggled violently, but the more he fought, the deeper he sank, suffocating him. Quickly, lend me a hand. Emerging from the rubble, a few young men scrambled forward, urging one another to hurry. The president is in dire straits. With a flurry of movements, the young men crushed cards, sending stones and debris hurtling toward Wang Lihong. Such worthless cards dare to flaunt themselves before me, Wang Lihong scoffed, dismissively tossing them aside while directing a rebar-laden concrete block towards one of the young men. With a sickening thud, the targeted individual was impaled by the rebar, collapsing lifelessly. Xiaofeng. The remaining 2 unleashed elemental attacks in a fit of rage, yet their low rank allowed Wang Lihong to effortlessly counter with an earthen wall. I will kill you. The scar-faced man's visage twisted in fury, his eyes bloodshot, as he choked on sand, writhing in pain. In an instant, a black spear descended from above, piercing Wang Lihong's chest. Who? Wang Lihong clutched his chest, the sand in his hands slowly mending his injuries, though the smoke billowing from his wound hindered his recovery. You are Cheng Yan's elder brother? Jiang Ye disregarded Wang Lihong, instead focusing on the recently assisted scar-faced man. Cough. Spit. Cough. The scar-faced man expelled the sand from his mouth. Yes, that would be me. Do you know where Cheng Yin is? Is there a woman who has seen him? They took her away. She was with him when they were captured. I can lead you to her. The scar-faced man glanced at Wang Lihong. In a swift motion, the black spear pierced Wang Lihong's head. Let us go, lead me. The scar-faced man, astonished by Wang Lihong's swift demise, hurried to Jiang Ye's side. Brother, I will take you there immediately. We must act quickly to avoid further complications. He then turned to the two young men. You must take Xiao Feng's body to his family and provide them with some compensation. President. The two clenched their fists in anger. Obey. I will return and come find you. As Jiang Ye and the scar-faced man traversed the path, he inquired. What should I call you? Jiang Ye, a friend of Cheng Yan. I never expected Cheng Yan to be acquainted with someone so formidable. This gives us hope. Can you provide some specifics? No problem. A few days back, a young woman brought him back. We subsequently took Cheng Yan to the hospital, but on the way, we were ambushed by their guild members. The woman and Cheng Yan were taken away. By the way, I have the void blade with me. The scar-faced man retrieved the blade from his spatial ring and handed it to Jiang Ye. They demanded I use the void blade to redeem them, and after complying, they went back on their word. I only managed to escape with the help of my brothers. Cheng Yan clenched his fists. Who among them is the strongest? Jiang Ye inquired. Their president is the most powerful. A fourth-tier advanced fire elemental master. The one just killed was his brother. This aligns with the intelligence Su Shui provided. A fourth-tier advanced should be within my capabilities. It's right there. The scar-faced man guided Jiang Ye to a tall building. They are on the underground 7th level. We cannot simply barge in, Jiang Ye murmured. A minor issue. I am well acquainted with this place. The scar-faced man replied with a confident smile. After all, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. As longtime adversaries, I could navigate this place with my eyes closed. The scar-faced man led Jiang Ye to the garage entrance, discreetly slipping 2 bills to the security guard, who skillfully pretended not to notice and gestured for them to enter. Clearly, this was not their first encounter. Chapter 25, simple and straightforward, the third in the world. You've successfully infiltrated the inner circle. Jiang Ye chuckled, bemused. Modesty is in order. After all, what is life worth with a mere 3,000 in wages? The two individuals descended further, eventually arriving before a tightly shut door. Damn it, they killed my brother and stole the void blade. How infuriating. A man's voice resonated from within the room. President, please remain calm, the female secretary soothed, placing a hand over her chest. Just wait until Wang Lihong captures Cheng Yan. I will make him suffer right before your eyes, the man declared. Flames gathering in his hand as he pressed them against Cheng Yan, producing a sizzle. You are too greedy. You've thrown away the watermelon for a sesame seed. Cheng Yan jeered, managing to remain silent. Greedy? I lost the void blade, crafted with the entire guild's resources. It cost 100 million. The man grew increasingly enraged, kicking Cheng Yan hard. And you? His gaze turned to Su Qingying beside him. You should be thankful I don't strike women. He then commanded the secretary, you go? The secretary approached, lifting Su Qingying's chin with her hand before delivering a resounding slap across her face, echoing throughout the room. Wretched woman, the secretary sneered, kicking Su Qingying to the ground and pressing her high-heeled foot against her abdomen. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the entrance as Cheng Yo burst through the door. Wang Teng, your grandfather has arrived. Cheng Yo squeezed through the doorway. You dare come here? Wang Teng sneered at Cheng Yo. And who might you be? Jiang Ye entered behind Cheng Yo. I am the one who will kill you. With a bang, the black mist immediately enveloped the entire room, plunging it into darkness. Is this all you can do? Wang Teng concentrated a massive fireball in his left hand, attempting to illuminate the room. But the black mist obstructed his vision to less than 2 meters. A black spear shot forth, but Wang Mang, prepared, deflected it with a fire shield, causing it to veer off course and embed itself in the wall. With a swift motion, Wang Teng traced a cross in the air, unleashing a fiery blaze toward the front. Ah, my hair. Cheng Yo yelped as the flames singed the hair on his arm, due to his large frame hindering his movement. Look there. A voice rang out behind Wang Teng and was immediately followed by a piercing attack. Ah, Wang Teng clutched his abdomen, not hesitating to dash toward the exit. You save the others. I will pursue, Jiang Ye called out as he chased after Wang Teng. Where is he? Jiang Ye surveyed the empty garage, realizing Wang Teng had vanished. Observing the bloodstains on the floor, Jiang Ye followed the trail. The sound of footsteps approached, and upon turning a corner, he encountered 7 or 8 individuals heading his way. Kill him, Wang Mang commanded from behind the group. In an instant, a barrage of elemental attacks was hurled at Jiang Ye, resembling fireworks in the night. Jiang Ye sidestepped around the corner, evading the onslaught, despite his lower rank. The sheer number forced him to retreat momentarily. The group carefully peeked around the corner. Suddenly, the black mist spread, enveloping them. A shadow darted past, and a head rolled to the ground. This void blade is quite remarkable, Jiang Ye mused, wielding the blade as he infused it with dark elemental energy. With a swift motion, he struck again. An individual raised an elemental shield, only to have it shattered instantly, their body cleaved in two. Do not linger in this black mist. A voice erupted from within the crowd. Panic ensued as they fled, only escaping the mist after running several meters. A black spear shot out, piercing one of those outside and killing him instantly. It's too ominous. Entering is perilous, and exiting makes one a target. Unleash all skills upon him. Drown him in attacks. In an instant, a myriad of skills was flung into the black mist. A dark mist erupted before the crowd, exploding and engulfing them once more. Run, they shouted, racing toward the light. Jiang Ye unfurled his dark wings, swiftly pursuing, and cleaved the last two individuals in his path. Damn it, only 3 of us have escaped the mist, gasping for breath and cursing. Where's the president? Where did he go? One of them surveyed the surroundings in confusion. What a dog. It's no wonder he can be the president. He truly runs when things get tough. A black spear suddenly struck, piercing the speaker. Great One, spare my life. The remaining 2, utterly terrified, fell to their knees. Great One, no, grandfather, grant me mercy. I have elders above and children below. I cannot die. They wept as they pleaded. Suddenly, the entire building began to tremble. This is not good. Jiang Ye observed as the ground beneath him began to melt. They were in a steel-constructed basement. With a burst, Jiang Ye unfurled his dark wings, soaring over the 2 men and quickly ascending through the twisting depths of the basement. Is Wang Tong intending to bury everyone in this building? Cheng Niu, supporting Cheng Yan, had just escaped the basement, with Su Qingying standing beside him. It's over. Jiang Ye is yet to emerge, Cheng Yan lamented, watching the building begin to cave in. I will find him, Cheng Niu declared, transforming and setting Cheng Yan aside as he prepared to charge back in. Wait, there he is. Su Qingying exclaimed as Jiang Ye shattered the glass, flying out from within. Wonderful. Sister, you won't have to remain a widow. Cheng Niu transformed back into his human form, sighing in relief. Are you all right? Jiang Ye approached the trio, observing Su Qingying's discontented expression. You liar, Su Qingying hissed through gritted teeth. Liar? Jiang Ye responded, bewildered. You possess the wings of elements and have mastered the art of flight. At this moment, Su Qingying's cheeks flushed. Her previously cold voice now tinged with a hint of embarrassment and irritation. No, that's not true. Do you believe me when I say I was only at the 2nd tier when I was in the Forgotten Land? Jiang Ye felt as though he was left speechless, unable to articulate his frustrations. Uncle Cheng can vouch for me, he exclaimed. A light cough escaped Cheng Yan as he interjected. Ah, yes. Xiao Yi simply ascended 3 tiers in 3 days, inadvertently becoming the world's #1. Jiang Ye held his forehead, realizing that this explanation might have been better left unsaid. Hand it over. Su Qingying extended her hand. What? Chapter 26. Congratulations on becoming the esteemed owner of a Mercedes-Benz, the Void Blade, which some had once promised to gift me, was now wielded with remarkable ease. Ah, right. Jiang Ye hastily handed the Void Blade to Su Qingying. Considering your selfless act of saving me, let's consider the past matter resolved. With that, Su Qingying turned away, her back to the others, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. Brother Jiang, I am truly grateful. My brother and I would traverse fire and water for you, should you ever need, Cheng Yan said. You should focus on your recovery. Jiang Ye observed Cheng Yan's pale lips, realizing he had endured significant hardship these past few days. With that, Jiang Ye summoned his dark wings. Brother Jiang, until we meet again. A few hours later, Jiang Ye returned to his villa, reclining on a rocking chair. Although the dark wings consumed little energy, several hours of flight had taken its toll. The sky gradually dimmed. Jiang Ye noticed several nearby villas illuminating their lights as their occupants moved in. The affluent truly have it easy, purchasing multi-million-dollar villas at a whim. Ding dong, a message chimed on Jiang Ye's phone. Another incident involving demonic creatures had occurred. He needed to investigate promptly, as per Su Shue's message. The address followed shortly after. Acknowledging the message, Jiang Ye set out towards the scene. Outside an internet cafe, a crowd had gathered, drawn by curiosity, cordoned off by a police line. Inside the cafe, in the far corner, a young man lay slumped over a computer desk. A small section of his skull missing, his brain matter drained. Please provide the specifics and pull up the surveillance footage, an official requested, observing the visibly shaken cafe owner. I have no idea what happened. The cafe owner lamented, nearly in tears, as he shakily operated the monitor. The surveillance footage revealed that the young man had arrived at the cafe at 5 o'clock the previous afternoon, spending the entire night there, consuming a cup of instant noodles and visiting the restroom twice. It was only at 3 o'clock that afternoon, after shutting down his computer, that he slumped onto the desk in slumber. Yes, right here, slow it down, the official instructed, fixated on the screen. At 5:40, just an hour ago, a tendril of black smoke began to emanate from the man's head, coalescing into a 2-meter-high demonic creature, shrouded in darkness, save for a fist-sized orange eye, the sole splash of color. As the creature materialized, the man remained unresponsive until the creature enveloped his head, causing a tremor that soon subsided. In less than a minute, the creature expelled the man's head, now partially missing, and extended a misty tongue to lap up the blood that flowed from the wound. 5 minutes later, perhaps noticing someone passing by, the creature dissipated into a cloud of black mist, vanishing from the surveillance footage. This must be the same creature as last time. The circumstances of the victim are nearly identical, the staff recorded. Within 10 minutes, Jiang Ye arrived at the entrance of the internet cafe based on the address provided. After presenting his identification, he coordinated with the officials and confirmed that this demonic entity was indeed the same as before. Jiang Ye rewatched the footage multiple times. The creature only emerged from those who were asleep and exhibited a tendency to evade detection when others were present, indicating a degree of intelligence. It was a creature capable of infiltrating dreams. A realization struck Jiang Ye with clarity. This matter must remain confidential. We cannot disclose it publicly, or it could incite citywide panic. Jiang Ye instructed the officials. Understood. He promptly departed the scene. Captain Su, I require assistance, Jiang Ye relayed to Su Rong. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation. I have no solutions. We can only enhance patrols, Su Rong responded. Jiang Ye ended the call, contemplatively standing on the balcony of his villa, gazing into the distance. This creature's emergence disrupts peaceful slumber. It must be dealt with swiftly. If only I could create dreams to lure the creature. An idea crystallized in Jiang Ye's mind. Su boss, I need your assistance with something. Jiang Ye approached the sales office. What can I help with? I will certainly do my utmost, Su Zheng replied, elated at the prospect of establishing ties with the enforcement team, which would be beneficial for his future endeavors. As I understand, your property management company employs over 1,000 people. I require 500 of them to work an overnight shift, Jiang Ye stated matter-of-factly. What? Su Zheng's expression was one of confusion. I need them to be thoroughly fatigued and then to gather together for sleep. Jiang Ye offered no further explanation, simply outlining the task at hand. No problem. Su Zheng, though perplexed, was willing to comply, understanding it would require minimal effort on his part. Very well. Let us gather at midnight tomorrow in the open area in front of the sales office. You may send out the notifications now. With that, Jiang Ye bid Su Zheng farewell and departed. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless one. Jiang Ye returned to his villa and indulged in a warm bath. In the dead of night, on the outskirts, a shadow traversed the borders of various cities, scattering pebbles that cracked open, revealing deep blue insects that subsequently burrowed into the ground. Gradually, the earth became dotted with tiny holes the size of peanuts, from which water gushed forth before settling back into tranquility. Moonlight illuminated the figure, casting upon it a visage of breathtaking beauty, with blue hair and a serpentine tail swaying behind. As dawn broke, Jiang Ye stretched languidly and rose from his bed, having not enjoyed such a peaceful slumber in quite some time. Upon unlocking his phone, he discovered a message from Su Shui. The benefits from the Origin Hall's law enforcement team have been credited. Your green card has been upgraded, granting a 30% discount on purchases at the Origin Hall. To facilitate your work, a Mercedes-Benz has been provided as a patrol reward. Jiang Ye reflected on the message. The green card had become nearly redundant for him, as his skill scrolls were now sufficient. It was not the quantity of skills that mattered, but their refinement. With abilities like the Black Spear's explosive attack, Black Mist's support, Black Shield's defense, and the elemental wings that could materialize and strengthen him, he could even coalesce dark wings for flight. The functional cards from the Origin Hall held little significance now, as the closure of the interdimensional portal rendered low-tier cards obsolete, and he could hardly afford the high-tier ones. Regarding the Mercedes-Benz, Jiang Ye retrieved the key from the mailbox and descended into the underground garage of his villa, where he found the vehicle already parked. With the license plate number Chong B00009, he mused, I now own my own car. He settled into the driver's seat, stroking the steering wheel. Chapter 27. Unable to select with a simple push of a button, The engine roared to life, and Jiang Ye drove to a noodle shop. "Boss, 2 bowls of noodles, and 1 egg per bowl," he ordered, seeking an empty seat. Shortly after, the proprietor brought over 2 steaming bowls of noodles, beaming with delight. As Jiang Ye slurped the noodles, the boss's daughter approached and sat across from him, scrutinizing him intently. "What's the matter?" Jiang Ye inquired, noticing the girl's unwavering gaze. "Are you really my sister's boyfriend?" The little girl pondered aloud. "Su Qingcha," the boss interjected, his expression darkening as he pulled the girl back. "Apologies, young man." He quickly apologized. "No, it's fine," Jiang Ye waved dismissively. "Su Qingcha, a lovely name," he remarked, watching the girl being dragged away, her face one of disillusionment as she resumed her homework. After settling the bill, Jiang Ye drove through his jurisdiction, realizing it hardly mattered whether he patrolled or not, as there were virtually no monsters during the day. Yet, having accepted the compensation, he felt compelled to fulfill his duty. With a monthly base salary of 5 million, plus additional rewards for slaying monsters, Jiang Ye hummed a tune while weaving through the streets. At Yunlan Community, several property staff members yawned, their eyes heavy with dark circles. "We must not sleep. We absolutely cannot sleep," one man from the engineering department insisted, shaking his head. "Is what Sue said really true? A sleeping contest tonight, with 100,000 for first place, 50,000 for second, and 10,000 for third." A cleaning lady joined the gossip. "That can't be a joke, mister. Sue is far too esteemed to jest with us." A young man chimed in. "I'm just worried they're dangling a carrot to make us work overtime." "How could there be that many carrots? I've already bought my sleeping pills. First place is a certainty," the young man proclaimed confidently. "Sleeping pills? I should buy some too." Inspired, the others rushed towards the pharmacy. As night fell, Jiang Ye arrived at the sales office, where a considerable crowd had already gathered. The moment he stepped out of his car, he garnered attention. A young man driving a Benz. "Love should never lead to disputes," someone murmured among the throng. "Such ignorance." A bespectacled man remarked quietly. "The key point is the license plate. Chong B00009 signifies what? What? It means there are 9 others who can be controlled before him." A country bumpkin. Adjusting his glasses, the man continued, "Everyone knows Chong B. This is from Chengdu district, but the crucial part lies in the 5 zeros. 4 zeros are reserved for official vehicles. 5 zeros are for special vehicles of the law enforcement team. Only 9 can exist in a district. The special nature allows for any infraction imaginable. They hold the highest priority and can go anywhere." No wonder, Jiang Ye thought. Realizing why many vehicles kept their distance from him, even sports cars dared not overtake. He mused, "Today, not a single horn sounded. The public's manners are indeed commendable." Su Zhang, peering from the entrance, spotted Jiang Ye and quickly ushered him inside. "Mr. Jiang, we have 20 minutes until midnight. Rest assured, there will be enough attendees." "Good. You have a meeting room on the 2nd floor. I saw it before. It can hold 500 people, Jiang Ye replied to Su Zhang. "Understood. We'll hold it in the meeting room. Those who arrive can head up now to avoid congestion later." Jiang Ye asked Su Zhang, "Have all the necessary precautions been discussed?" "Yes, I've instructed everyone. It will be quiet, with no movement." "Then please proceed with the arrangements, Mr. Su." "Of course." Su Zhang promptly walked to the entrance, microphone in hand, directing the crowd orderly toward the 2nd floor meeting room. 100,000, I'm coming." Many in the crowd appeared overly excited, causing Jiang Ye to wonder if he would be able to fall asleep later. 20 minutes passed. Jiang Ye ascended to the 2nd floor, standing at the podium, gazing down at the sea of faces, all slumped over their tables. With a swift motion, Jiang Ye extinguished the lights, plunging the conference room into utter darkness. Unfazed, he observed the individuals below, busily consuming various items. As moments ticked away, Jiang Ye treaded lightly along the corridor, only to be met by a chorus of snores echoing through the room. Summoning a dense black mist, he released it into 4 distinct areas of the conference room, ensuring that everyone was enveloped within its embrace. He then took a vacant seat at the back, utilizing the shroud of darkness to perceive all that transpired within the gathering. 10 minutes passed, then half an hour, then an hour. Time flew by, and Jiang Ye remained on high alert, his senses finely tuned. Suddenly, a wisp of black smoke, foreign to him, began to materialize above a young man's head. Holding his breath, Jiang Ye cautiously approached the youth, concealed by the mist. The black smoke coalesced, gradually forming a 2-meter-tall, ghostly creature that resembled the one recorded in the surveillance footage. The creature's orange eyes expanded from the size of a fist to that of a human head, inching closer to the young man's skull. At the opportune moment, Jiang Ye thrust a black spear through the creature's eye. A chilling, hair-raising scream erupted from the creature. reminiscent of a banshee's wail. Alarmed, Jiang Ye noticed the creature beginning to dissipate, preparing to flee, and swiftly hurled another black spear. It pierced through the ethereal form as if it encountered no resistance, embedding itself into the wall behind. The resounding impact startled several attendees awake, who opened their eyes to the obscured sight before them, unable to discern anything. Cursed be this recklessness, Jiang Ye silently lamented. The creature had vanished before his very eyes. His black spear had proven ineffective against it, leading him to question if perhaps this form was immune to selection, with only its eyes vulnerable to attack, yet inflicting minimal damage. Descending the stairs, Jiang Ye roused Su Zhang, signaling his intent to depart, confused by the suddenness. Su Zhang observed Jiang Ye's troubled expression but greeted him with a warm smile. "Apologies, Boss Su. I may trouble you again soon," Jiang Ye said, calming his racing thoughts as he bid farewell before getting into his car. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Ye indulged in a hot shower, reflecting on the recent encounter with the creature. Chapter 28. A New Hope. The creature exhibited an immunity to elemental attacks, could not be targeted, and only its eyes were susceptible, albeit with limited damage. "Captain Su, what is the nature of this situation?" Jiang Ye inquired over the phone, seeking Su Rong's assistance. This creature bore a connection to the aberrants, both demonstrating significant immunity to elemental energy. On the other end, Su Rong responded, "Aberrants? Indeed. I can request a few void pillars from the Origin Hall to forge void-based weaponry. However, I must procure them from the headquarters, and with the interdimensional passage currently closed, their availability is uncertain." "Void pillars?" Jiang Ye mused, recalling that Su Qingying's void blade was crafted from such materials. "Please proceed with the request. I will await your update." He resolved to first borrow Su Qingying's weapon, intending to later acquire the materials from the Origin Hall for his own use. Opting for a spear-like design, 2 meters in length with pointed ends, he felt accustomed to the simplicity and brute force of a black spear. "Customization means it will be exclusive to you, with costs deducted from your salary," Su Rong remarked, having anticipated Jiang Ye's intentions. "Very well," he replied promptly, considering his 1-year contract and the minimal financial repercussions. After ending the call, he set out for the noodle shop. "Is Su Qingying here?" Jiang Ye inquired of the staff at the entrance. "Not yet. Our boss seldom visits this location," came the response. Undeterred, Jiang Ye dialed her number, initially hoping for a face-to-face conversation. "Mr. Jiang, your call is quite timely." Su Zhang's slightly flustered voice came through. "A creature has just appeared at the construction site. Send me the location. I shall be there immediately." Jiang Ye wasted no time and drove swiftly to the site. As Jiang Ye exited the urban stretch, he arrived at the periphery of his jurisdiction, where a construction site was underway. From a distance, he noticed a multitude of workers congregated at the entrance, including Su Zhang, who was scanning the area anxiously. Upon seeing Jiang Ye approach, Su Zhang hurried over, his expression grave. "Mr. Jiang, you've arrived. The creature is inside. It has already claimed the lives of 2 workers. Take me there," Jiang Ye commanded, gripping his void blade as he followed Su Zhang to the site of the incident. "Right in there." Su Zhang pointed to a building still under construction, indicating it from a distance. "I understand. You need not accompany me any further," Jiang Ye replied, striding towards the building. As he stepped inside, a faint metallic scent of blood permeated the air. Jiang Ye cautiously ventured deeper, ascending the staircase and conducting a thorough search on each floor. The stench intensified, and soon he stumbled upon a severely mauled corpse in the corridor. On this level, Jiang Ye spotted a creature, approximately 1 meter tall and entirely green, lurking behind a load-bearing wall, gnawing on another body. As Jiang Ye drew closer, the creature ceased its gnawing and emitted a feral roar. With a swift movement, the creature lunged at Jiang Ye. He quickly summoned a black shield to protect himself. The creature clawed at the shield like a startled wildcat. With a sickening crunch, it bit down on the shield, tearing off a chunk and swallowing it whole, producing a chilling sound. Without a moment to spare, Jiang Ye unleashed a cloud of black mist, creating distance between himself and the creature. Within the darkness, the creature crouched low, its eyes glowing with a sinister green light as it circled Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye conjured a black spear and hurled it at the creature. With a powerful leap, the creature deftly evaded the attack and charged towards Jiang Ye once more. Another collision ensued as the creature slammed against the black shield. "This creature is far too agile," Jiang Ye thought, as he continuously infused dark elemental energy into the shield to mend it. Gazing at his void blade, an idea struck Jiang Ye. He infused it with dark elemental energy, awakening its potential, and struck downwards with ferocity. The black shield shattered, and the creature was cleaved in 2. The severed halves of the creature tumbled to the ground, releasing a torrent of green liquid before convulsing and succumbing to death. What is this? As the creature perished, colorful particles began to emanate from its remains, drifting towards Jiang Ye. His rank was gradually ascending. Jiang Ye rejoiced as the colorful particles entered his body. The dormant elemental core within him seemed to awaken, absorbing the vibrant essences. Although his rank remained at the initial stage of the 5th tier, a new glimmer of hope emerged. In this era where elemental practitioners found it impossible to cultivate, slaying creatures with void weapons could enhance one's strength, a secret that must be kept from others. Jiang Ye then sent a message to the official personnel to manage the scene, primarily to document his encounter with the creature, which would yield additional rewards upon payment. As for the items dropped by the creature, they were now rendered useless due to the closure of the interdimensional portal, preventing the Origin Hall from crafting new cards. However, should he encounter higher-tier creatures, he might consider collecting their remains just in case. The lesser ones were deemed worthless. Anything he had slain was considered trash. Chapter 29, A New Skill. Traversing the darkness with the creature dispatched, Jiang Ye informed Su Zheng, "The matter is settled. The officials will handle the aftermath shortly. I cannot thank you enough," Su Zheng said, gripping Jiang Ye's hands tightly. "Tonight at 12, I still need you to organize a meeting with the employees," Jiang Ye added. "Absolutely," Su Zheng replied eagerly. "I will notify everyone right away. Rest assured, the meeting will be held in the conference room." "Very well, I shall see you this evening," Jiang Ye said, before departing in his Benz. In another realm, beneath the endless sea, a white-haired woman held a staff, caressing the deep blue dragon that lay prostrate before her. The dragon unfurled its wings, causing the underwater currents to surge. "Almost there, just a little more," she murmured, her fingers tracing the dragon's nostrils, where a droplet of dragon blood fell, landing on her staff. With a hum, the staff radiated a blue light that illuminated the entire hall, and 4 massive stone pillars began to rotate slowly. A crack appeared between the pillars, and the woman declared, "Dark Goddess, once I surpass this threshold, I shall annihilate your entire realm." Meanwhile, in Yunlan community, Jiang Ye sat in a rocking chair, the void blade at his side. His spatial ring was merely at the beginner level, offering just 1 square meter of space, far too small to accommodate the void blade. "Are you there?" Jiang Ye sent a message to Su Shui. "Is there something you need?" She replied, "What is the current price of the spatial rings from the Origin Hall?" "Prices have skyrocketed recently due to the closure of the interdimensional portal, halting production," she informed him. Sighing, Jiang Ye responded, "The beginner ones have reached 9 million. The intermediate ones 2 million, and the advanced ones are completely sold out." Su Shui continued, "I heard that a wealthy individual purchased an advanced spatial ring at an auction for 80 million just a few days ago. Has the price surged to such extremes? Doesn't the Origin Hall have any stock left?" Jiang Ye inquired further. "I'm not sure, but you could ask the department head. He would certainly know." "Understood." Jiang Ye concluded the conversation. Beneath the villa, several property staff were diligently trimming branches and leaves. One remarked, "Does Mr. Su have some peculiar obsession?" The matron, momentarily slowing her pruning, pondered aloud, "Isn't it strange that he has us, hundreds of people, sleeping together?" Another woman, resembling the first, bared her teeth in a grin, exclaiming, "What a sleeper he is. It took 2 slaps to finally rouse him. Perhaps he is simply feeble. As the saying goes, a little indulgence brings joy, but excessive indulgence leads to ruin." Jiang Ye silently absorbed the audacious remarks from below. That night, Jiang Ye returned to the sales office, where Su Zheng awaited him at the entrance. "Mr. Jiang, everything is arranged. The attendees are already in the conference room. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Su," Jiang Ye replied, patting Su Zheng on the shoulder, noticing the dark circles under his eyes. Upon entering the conference room, Jiang Ye promptly dimmed the lights, and instantly, the crowd succumbed to slumber. As time crept by, Jiang Ye released a shroud of dark mist within the room. 1 hour passed, then 2, then 3, and the room was filled with the sound of snoring. Holding the void blade, Jiang Ye stood ready to infuse it with dark elemental energy to awaken the creature. As seconds ticked away, uncertainty began to gnaw at Jiang Ye's mind. Could the creature's intelligence surpass his expectations? Suddenly, a wisp of black smoke materialized above a young man's head. "Is it still him?" Jiang Ye mused, staring at the young man before him. Was this truly the chosen one? Holding his breath, Jiang Ye cautiously approached the creature, channeling dark elemental energy into the void blade. With a swift motion, he struck the creature's orange eye from merely a meter away. The creature's body disintegrated, leaving behind an eyeball the size of a fist, which tumbled to the ground. To ensure its demise, Jiang Ye delivered a finishing blow. The eyeball burst into a shower of orange particles that surged towards his left eye. A searing pain shot through him, and he instinctively covered his left eye. What is happening? It hurts. Clenching his teeth, Jiang Ye flung open the window and leapt outside, swiftly returning to the villa. Standing before the mirror, Jiang Ye lowered his hand, revealing his left eye glowing with an orange radiance, resembling an otherworldly gaze. Suddenly, an unfamiliar sensation swept over him, plunging his consciousness into a void filled with vibrant orbs of light. One particularly large orb caught his attention, and as he approached, the scene of the conference room materialized in his mind. Drawing nearer, he witnessed his reflection in the mirror fading into a cloud of black smoke. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ye found himself within the conference room. I have acquired the creature's abilities, he marveled in astonishment. Jiang Ye unleashed the power of his left eye once more, its orange glow igniting as he entered the void. He chose the nearest orb of light, and, upon lowering his gaze, saw his own form dissipating. Not far from him, a wisp of black smoke began to coalesce, and in an instant, Jiang Ye was transported to its location. The ability to traverse through dimensions. Whenever someone sleeps, I can appear beside them. This discovery brought him greater joy than possessing an advanced spatial ring, elevating his power to a new echelon. Descending the stairs, Jiang Ye noticed Mr. Su had fallen asleep on the sofa and quietly departed. Back at the villa, Jiang Ye took a hot shower to calm his racing heart. This ability surpassed any skill he had ever encountered, rendering him invincible in escape. I shall name it the Eye of Nightmares, he declared, lying on his bed, familiarizing himself further with this newfound power. Approaching the orbs of light, he discerned locations through the hazy images. An orderly room indicated sleep, while chaotic scenes suggested dreaming. Jiang Ye focused on the most distant orb, and as he ventured farther, a heavy sensation enveloped his mind, as though it might explode. Just before reaching his limit, he entered an adjacent orb. In an instant, he found himself in a dimly lit room, gazing at a slumbering boy on the bed. Dizziness washed over him, and he quickly opened the window to escape. It appeared the side effect was a throbbing headache, and he rubbed his temples. Retrieving his phone, he activated the location service. Realizing he had arrived at District A of Chengdu City, over 30 kilometers away from Yunlan community. This marked the limits of the Eye of Nightmares' reach. Jiang Ye then unleashed the Eye of Nightmares again, searching for the densest cluster of light orbs to return to the conference room. Chapter 30. He flees, he pursues. He soars unhindered. Jiang Ye returned to the conference room, clutching his head. The pain was excruciating. After a few minutes of respite, he flew out the window and returned to the villa, collapsing onto his bed to sleep. Ding dong, ding dong. Half awake, the ringing phone jolted Jiang Ye from his slumber, displaying an unfamiliar number. If you wish to save Su Qingying, bring the Void Blade to Changjiang Bridge, came Wang Teng's furious voice from the other end. Jiang Ye's expression darkened. Are you threatening me? Say what you will. If I don't see you in half an hour, you can collect her corpse. With that, the call ended abruptly. What a hassle, Jiang Ye muttered, racing towards Changjiang Bridge. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the bridge, where Su Qingying was bound and suspended by ropes at the edge. Nothing left, absolutely nothing. Wang Teng's bloodshot eyes glared menacingly at Jiang Ye. Here is the knife for you. Jiang Ye placed the blade upon the bridge's surface and then slowly retreated. You have slain 2 of my brothers. Now I am left with only this knife, Wang Teng muttered as he approached the Void Blade with a rope in hand. Jiang Ye couldn't help but suspect that Wang Teng was under some sort of influence. Wang Teng picked up the Void Blade from the ground and stowed it away in his spatial ring, then began to back away slowly. Suddenly, he released the rope, causing Su Qingying to plummet from the nearly 100-meter-high bridge, while Wang Teng swiftly sped away in a supercar parked nearby. Without a moment to ponder, Jiang Ye leaped off the bridge, unfurling his dark wings as he dove towards Su Qingying. With a splash, Su Qingying hit the water and instantly lost consciousness. Jiang Ye followed suit, plunging into the depths in search of Su Qingying's figure. Underwater, his dark wings were nearly rendered ineffective. Observing Su Qingying sinking below, Jiang Ye began to swim downward with all his might. Why is the water so deep? He wondered as he inched closer to her, eventually embracing her and kicking towards the surface. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted past him underwater, seizing his legs. A water ghost. This term immediately sprang to Jiang Ye's mind, and a wave of terror washed over him. He quickly conjured a dark spear and thrust it downward, kicking furiously to free himself. Sensing the grip loosening, he propelled himself upward with a powerful kick, finally breaking free. Without pausing to think, he desperately flapped his dark wings, though their effect was limited. With a sudden surge, Jiang Ye broke the surface, gasping for air while his wings crashed against the water, creating a tremendous splash before gradually lifting him out of the water. He laid Su Qingying on the grassy bank and commenced CPR. Why is there no reaction at all? Jiang Ye observed Su Qingying's pallid complexion. Gritting his teeth, he pinched her nose and began artificial respiration. The icy yet gentle sensation coursed through him, akin to an electric shock, as he continued. Cough, cough, cough. With a series of coughs, Su Qingying finally regained consciousness. Thank goodness, you're alive, Jiang Ye gasped, sprawled on the grass. Thank you, Su Qingying managed, her face regaining a hint of color. Jiang Ye waved his hand dismissively. The void blade was taken by Wang Tong. It's all right, it's all because of me, he replied, rolling up his pant leg to examine the spots where he had been grabbed, revealing 2 faint red handprints on his calf. Could there truly be a water ghost? Although Jiang Ye had never believed in ghosts, the occurrences since his arrival in this realm defied scientific explanation. Do you want me to take you back? He asked, gazing at the drenched Su Qingying. Before she could respond, he swept her into his arms and soared into the sky. You. Su Qingying's cheeks flushed, yet she reluctantly wrapped her arms around Jiang Ye's back. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just trying to prevent you from catching a cold, Jiang Ye hurriedly explained. In truth, Su Qingying was clad only in a white shirt, now drenched. Upon arriving at the noodle shop, they found it empty. Jiang Ye set Su Qingying down. Gee, goodbye, she stammered. Her face slightly flushed as she headed inside. Once on the second floor, Su Qingying leaned against the door, touching her flushed cheeks, unable to settle her racing heart. Back at the villa, Jiang Ye took a hot shower, relishing the comfort that enveloped him. Too many enemies and too many troubles, he thought as he lay on his bed. Wang Tong and Su Dali must be dealt with. Otherwise, I want to sleep soundly. Su Shui, please check on Wang Tang's current situation, Jiang Ye messaged her. Sure, came her prompt reply. Moments later, she updated him. Wang Tang's adventure guild has collapsed due to the guild building's collapse and unresolved exorbitant compensation issues. He is currently on the run. All the other guilds, except for the Origin Hall, have nearly shut down due to the influence of the other world. Such individuals, having lost everything, must be swiftly resolved, for they become unyielding and reckless. Can you pinpoint his current location? Jiang Ye inquired. Brother Jiang, I'm merely a customer service representative, not a spy or hacker. How could I possibly have that capability? Su Shui sent a pouting emoji. All right, I'll treat you to noodles another day, Jiang Ye replied before contacting official personnel. Please check the surveillance for a light blue supercar parked on Changjiang Daqiao around 7 this morning. Please hold on while I retrieve the footage, came the response. Jiang Ye could hear the rustling of activity on the other end. We found it. The footage shows Mr. Jiang with another gentleman. Would you like to trace his whereabouts? Yes, please find out where he is now, Jiang Ye confirmed. More sounds of typing echoed through the phone. 10 minutes later, the officials reported. He has left the B district of Chongqing City. The latest footage shows him passing through Teowashi, heading towards Yan'an City on the Chongnan Expressway. He is involved in a demonic incident. I need to pursue him. Intercept him at the toll station, Jiang Ye instructed before hanging up and racing out in his car. Within 20 minutes, Jiang Ye had successfully entered the Chongnan Expressway, flooring the accelerator and reaching speeds exceeding 200 kilometers per hour, akin to a streak of black lightning. Driving this fast, aren't you afraid of getting points deducted? The speed limit is 120, you know? Jiang Ye zoomed past a white sedan, leaving the driver lost in thought as he glanced at his speedometer reading 120. This pace far surpasses my dark wings, which only reach a maximum speed of 100. And flying for too long leaves my face stinging from the wind. If the Grim Reaper were still around, his speed would be unparalleled. The scenery outside the window rushed by in a blur, while Jiang Ye gradually increased his pace. Chapter 31. Hide and seek this time. It was imperative to eradicate the root of the problem. On the blue supercar, Wang Tong played energetic music, swaying with the rhythm as his expression turned frenzied, akin to a madman. As he retrieved a syringe from the gear shift and injected it into his body, both hands left the steering wheel completely. With a press of the accelerator, the roar of the engine erupted like a wild beast. At the highway exit, officials had already arrived and were managing each entrance. In the distance, a blue supercar approached rapidly. Captain, the target has appeared, a young official communicated through his radio. Received. Soon. Several police cars swiftly entered the toll booth entrance, blocking the exit. When did this happen? Wang Ting noticed the unusual situation ahead and began to slow down, coming to a halt at the toll booth. Routine inspection, please present your driver's license. A young official tapped on the glass, signaling Wang Tong to lower the window. Where are you from, and where are you headed? Seeing that the driver's license posed no issues, the official began to question him, aiming to buy time. Who are you to ask? Wang Tong replied dismissively, exuding an air of arrogance. Please exit the vehicle and cooperate with the inspection. A middle-aged official approached, followed by several colleagues. Damn it. At that moment, Wang Teng fully realized the predicament and slammed down on the accelerator. Stop him. Several police cars that had been prepared blocked Wang Teng's path. Bang. Without hesitation, Wang Teng crashed into them, showing no intention of stopping. Quick, surround him. The police cars quickly formed a blockade, encircling Wang Teng. Damn it. Wang Teng flung open the car door and struck a nearby police car with his fiery hand, sending it flying several meters away. Don't move. If you do, I will shoot. An officer swiftly drew his gun, firing a warning shot into the air. Bang. Warning 1. Wang Teng smirked wickedly, lowering his gaze as he struck the police car aside with another blow, stepping forward toward the officials. Bang. Warning 2. The officials clenched their guns tightly, beads of sweat forming on their brows. A swarm of ants thinks they can stop me? Wang Teng thrust his flaming palm downwards. Instantly, a whirlwind of fire erupted before him, spiraling upward to a height of several meters, sweeping toward the crowd. Fire. Bang. 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 As shells fell, a wall of flames effortlessly absorbed the incoming shots. The crowd retreated, scattering in an attempt to evade the firestorm. Wherever the flames touched, vehicles turned red hot, lifted off the ground, and hurled several meters away. Captain, what should we do? The young official inquired of the middle-aged man. This is troublesome. The middle-aged man fixed his gaze on Wang Teng. Suddenly, a black Benz sped toward them. Virum. Jiang Ye maintained his speed and crashed into Wang Teng. Seeing the vehicle approach, Wang Teng instantly conjured a wall of flames in front of him. Crack. Upon impact, the shield shattered, and Wang Teng was flung backward. Jiang Ye exited the car, gazing at the crumpled front end with a sense of loss. You bastard. Wang Teng staggered to his feet, spitting blood. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Jiang Ye advanced, brandishing a black spear. Die. The void blade materialized in Wang Teng's hand, infused with fire energy, transforming from a grayish-white hue to a fiery red, flames dancing along the blade. Bang. Jiang Ye hurled the black spear at Wang Teng. Wang Teng swung the blade, cleaving the spear in two, which fell to the ground and disintegrated into dark particles. Provide cover. The middle-aged official instructed the young man, watching the battle from a distance. Troublesome. A shadow ball was released toward Wang Teng. Crack. Wang Teng split it in two with another strike, and it exploded on either side. Is this really that impressive? The void blade exceeded Wang Teng's expectations. Gripping the blade, he charged at Jiang Ye. Bang. A cloud of black mist enveloped the surrounding area. Captain, can they see anything? The young official asked the man beside him. Less talk. Act according to the situation. In the black mist, Wang Teng had completely lost sight and was retreating cautiously. Refusing to turn his back to Jiang Ye, the void blade his only source of confidence. Bang. Another black spear flew toward him. But Wang Teng sensed it and sliced it in half. Jiang Ye maneuvered in front of Wang Teng, occasionally casting black mist to obscure him, searching for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. As time passed, the distance between them extended over 100 meters. Wang Teng retreated, Jiang Ye advanced. Wang Teng advanced. Jiang Ye retreated. Wang Teng could not escape the black mist and had to remain vigilant against Jiang Ye's ambushes. Captain, are they just playing hide and seek? The young official commented. Less chatter, follow closely. The middle-aged man signaled to the others. Come out. Let us fight openly. Wang Teng shouted. Then you should drop the void blade. A retort came from Jiang Ye within the mist. This is mine. Have some dignity. Bang. Jiang Ye remained silent, responding only with a black spear. Damn it. The prolonged tension left Wang Teng feeling more tormented than death itself. I see that spatial ring looks nice. Throw it to me, and I will let you go. Jiang Ye calmly followed him through the mist. Why don't you just die? With someone like you, how could you possibly join the enforcement team? Wang Teng erupted in fury, his voice filled with rage. Very well, I'll simply remove it from your corpse. Jiang Ye replied languidly. Suddenly, a sound echoed from above. Finally arrived, Jiang Ye looked up at Duan Yi. Did you come all the way to Yannan City to play hide and seek? Duan Yi was hovering above in the black mist. What can I say? I just couldn't help it. I had to hide for a bit. You go ahead first, and I'll disperse the mist. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye summoned his wings of darkness and soared out of the black fog. Duan Yi observed below, then pointed a finger skyward. As his finger slowly descended, a powerful gust of wind surged from the heavens, sweeping through the mist and dispersing it. Wang Teng sensed imminent danger and fled with his void blade in hand. Duan Yi smirked derisively, just a fourth tier. Then, a flicker of green light surrounded him, and countless green particles surged toward Wang Teng. A multitude of these tiny green lights swiftly struck Wang Teng. Immediately, he brandished the void blade in defense, but it was futile against the barrage of pea-sized particles. In an instant, his body was riddled with wounds, staining him in crimson. The void blade, a fine piece of equipment, Jiang Ye remarked with narrowed eyes. Shall I kill him? No need to hold back, Jiang Ye stated solemnly. Very well, watch my performance. Chapter 32, The Cheerful Young Man with a Slight Smile. Jiang Ye pointed 2 fingers at Wang Teng. Suddenly, the air around Wang Teng churned violently, lifting him uncontrollably off the ground and into the sky. What the hell? In mere seconds, Wang Teng was elevated to a height of 100 meters. Jiang Ye retracted his hand, and Wang Teng plummeted from the sky. Thud! His remains scattered like broken eggs, reduced to a puddle of flesh. Brother Duan, your technique is truly impressive. Jiang Ye had recently experienced the sensation of weightlessness, and the descent felt more agonizing than death. Oh, it was just a slight display of power, Duan Ye replied modestly. Jiang Ye then picked up the fallen void blade and casually removed the spatial ring. At last, a high-grade spatial ring. He took out a bottle of water from his own spatial ring, washed it, and eagerly adorned it. With a drop of blood, he instantly gained access to its powers. Delving into it, he discovered an 8 square meter space, though it was pitifully sparse, containing only a few vials and syringes, likely acquired for this very purpose. After tidying it up, Jiang Ye discarded the contents on the ground and transferred his belongings inside. Done, Jiang Ye signaled for the official personnel to handle the scene. Brother Jiang, it seems your life is rather frugal, Duan Ye jested. Naturally, it's incomparable to Brother Duan's wealth, Jiang Ye replied with a smile. Duan Ye continued, in my central area, a particularly troublesome creature has emerged, one capable of ignoring walls and other barriers. I call it the wall-piercing monster. My abilities are suited for open combat. But in densely populated areas, a moment's carelessness can cause more destruction than the monster itself. Adjusting his half-framed glasses, Duan Ye chuckled wryly. Do you need my assistance? Jiang Ye sensed the implication. Exactly, Duan Ye grinned, wrapping an arm around Jiang Ye's shoulder. Come to my place. You'll have the chance to taste my sister-in-law's culinary skills. No problem. However, it will take a few days, as I have matters to attend to, Jiang Ye replied. All right, I await your news. Duan Ye bid farewell and left. Watching Duan Ye's departing figure, Jiang Ye felt an indescribable sensation. Returning to the front of his car, he noticed the roof ornament had been broken. Fixing this would be more trouble than it's worth. Better to replace it, Jiang Ye thought to himself. Regardless, he had to drive it back. So he entered the driver's seat and headed toward Chengdu City. Su Shui, what should I do if the car is broken? Jiang Ye parked in the basement and called Su Shui. Just take it to get repaired, she replied. I meant, does the Origin Hall offer any warranty service? Come on. You're already part of the enforcement team. Can you stop being so stingy? Su Shui replied with an exasperated tone. I'll come over tomorrow and take your car back to go through the repair process. No problem. When you come, I'll treat you to noodles. After driving for a long while, Jiang Ye felt somewhat fatigued. Upon returning to the villa, he took a hot shower and comfortably lay on his bed. In the morning, Jiang Ye was awakened by the ringing of his phone. I'm downstairs, Su Shui's voice came through. All right, I'll be right down to open the door. Jiang Ye quickly dressed and went downstairs to open the door. A pale pink long dress greeted his eyes as Su Shui, with a hint of blush on her cheeks and adorned with 2 butterfly bows atop her head, radiated youthful charm. What's the matter? Aren't you going to invite me in? Su Shui asked, noticing Jiang Ye staring at her in a daze, revealing a subtle smile. Oh right, what's with this new style? You're usually dressed as a mature woman. But today you have 2 bows, Jiang Ye thought to himself. This house is quite nice, rather spacious. Su Shui remarked as she settled onto the sofa. Ha ha. It's a freebie, but it still lacks something. What? Jiang Ye inquired, puzzled. It's missing a female owner, Su Shui giggled, covering her mouth. I love seeing that flustered, bashful expression of yours. Can you please stop teasing me? Jiang Ye then handed Su Shui the car keys. How much is a basic spatial ring worth now? I want to sell one. Jiang Ye took out the original ring. This item is currently worth at least 9 million. And it's still rising. Su Shui's eyes lit up as she accepted the basic spatial ring. However, I suggest you attend the auction. For this item is indeed a rare treasure. Fortuitously, I have a day off today and can accompany you to the Origin Hall auction. I can assist you with the process and all related matters. How thoughtful of you. Jiang Ye has yet to experience an auction and is eager to witness it firsthand. Let us depart then. Jiang Ye promptly resolved to drive there. Weren't you going to treat me to a meal? Su Shui bit her lip, feigning a pitiful expression. Ah, indeed, I shall drive you there. Subsequently, Su Shui followed Jiang Ye to the underground garage. What happened? Why is it in such a state? Su Shui gazed at the dented front and the broken emblem of the Benz, both amused and perplexed. This is a long story. Let us get in the car first. It is still operational, Jiang Ye remarked, holding his forehead. At the noodle shop, boss, 2 bowls of noodles, both with an egg, please. Certainly. Upon recognizing Jiang Ye, the boss's lips curled into a smile that was distinct from his usual demeanor before he retreated into the kitchen. Indeed, we are eating noodles. Su Shui entered from behind. What else would we be doing? Jiang Ye replied, puzzled. They then found an empty table to sit at. Rest assured, the noodles here are exceptionally delicious. I didn't expect you to be quite frugal, Su Shui remarked with a gentle smile. I've grown accustomed to thriftiness, Jiang Ye chuckled awkwardly. That is quite admirable. Unlike some, who squander their wealth on extravagant pleasures, becoming arrogant and forgetting their roots. At that moment, a little girl approached their table, staring intensely at Su Shui with eyes ablaze with anger. Su Qingcha. Jiang Ye observed the small girl standing by the table, her tiny fists clenched. I must tell my sister. With that cryptic declaration, Su Qingcha dashed towards the staircase. Your noodles, the boss emerged from the kitchen. And upon seeing Su Shui opposite Jiang Ye, his smile vanished, replaced by a scowl as he set down the bowls and walked away. This noodle shop feels rather peculiar. Su Shui sensed something amiss. Let's just eat, Jiang Ye replied, equally baffled. Slurp. Why does this serving seem slightly more generous than usual? The taste is indeed delightful. Su Shui remarked, lifting some noodles to taste. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of high heels echoed down the staircase. Jiang Ye looked up to see Su Qingying descending with an air of aloofness, followed closely by Su Qingcha, who was making gestures toward Jiang Ye. Slurp. Jiang Ye sipped the soup, faintly sensing an unusual atmosphere in the noodle shop. What is it? Su Shui inquired. Noticing Jiang Ye's momentary pause as she reached for a napkin to wipe the soup stain from his lips. What are you doing? Jiang Ye watched Su Shui's actions with curiosity. Nothing much, just couldn't resist seeing you lost in thought. Su Shui chuckled lightly. You're quite spirited today. Su Qingying approached, her tone icy and devoid of warmth. The suddenness of her words left Jiang Ye momentarily dazed. Su Shui turned, meeting Su Qingying's piercing gaze, sharp as a dagger. Hello, sister. I am Su Shui. She introduced herself, realizing that their relationship might be more complex than it appeared. Aren't both of you 26? Isn't it a bit juvenile to call her sister? Jiang Ye muttered under his breath. I cannot match others' meticulous grooming. I simply present myself as a young girl. Su Qingying's voice was as frigid as a glacier, as if discussing something trivial. Someone once claimed they would be responsible for me, yet turned around to be affectionate with another woman. Cough, cough. Jiang Ye nearly choked, quickly recalling the incident in the Land of Oblivion when he had uttered that remark out of fear of losing his hand. With her icy demeanor, it was no wonder Jiang Ye hesitated to approach Su Qingying. Well, Su Shui suddenly retorted, it is no surprise that I dressed with a hint of strategy today. But being exposed directly by Su Qingying has left me utterly embarrassed. Oh no. Jiang Ye's mind raced with countless scenarios, fearing a confrontation between the two. Cough, cough. She is my colleague from the Origin Hall, specifically here to assist me with car repairs, Jiang Ye interjected forcefully. Look at the car parked at the entrance. Su Qingying cast a sidelong glance. Why do you feel the need to explain? I have no connection to you. Jokes cannot be taken seriously. With a cold and indifferent expression, Su Qingying turned and ascended the stairs. Humph. Su Qingcha made a face before following Su Qingying out. Is this what people mean when they say a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean? Let us go. The auction is about to begin. Su Shui declared, eager to leave the noodle shop, and she pulled Jiang Ye out with her. I will drive, she insisted, pushing Jiang Ye into the passenger seat while she accelerated the Benz. Humph. From the second-floor window, Su Qingying snorted, unconsciously clenching her fists. Sister, please do not be upset. Su Qingcha clung to Su Qingying's legs, nuzzling her adorable face against her. I can always stay with you. Hom. Su Qingying glanced down at her sister, her cold eyes softening slightly as she knelt to affectionately pinch her sister's cherubic cheeks. Take care of the car and ensure it is repaired promptly for Mr. Jiang. Su Shui parked outside the Origin Hall, handing the keys to another staff member. Why is it so quiet here today? I haven't been here in a few days, Jiang Ye remarked, observing the sparse crowd within the Origin Hall. This is an unavoidable situation, Su Shui said helplessly. The junior cards have almost completely lost their effectiveness, while the advanced cards are exorbitantly priced and scarce. With the closure of the other world, the supply has dwindled, and they will only become even rarer. Many colleagues have been laid off, Su Shui sighed. At least it is safer now, isn't it? The occurrence of magical creatures has significantly decreased compared to before. Jiang Ye reassured Su Shui. Ha ha, that is indeed true. The two entered the elevator, which then descended to the third basement level. Sister Wu, this is Jiang Ye, whom I often mention to you, Su Shui whispered to a middle-aged woman, occasionally glancing towards Jiang Ye. I'll leave it to you to arrange things, Sister Wu. Su Shui handed over a junior spatial ring to the woman named Sister Wu and then pulled Jiang Ye down a corridor. Now that everything is settled, let us go inside and wait. We can also take a look at the items being auctioned. They arrived at a door, and the staff promptly opened it. Before them lay an expansive auction hall, no less than several hundred square meters. Don't be deceived by the 100 or so people present now, before the red moon. The venue was always filled to capacity, with at least 1,000 attendees, Su Shui said, leading Jiang Ye to a vacant spot closer to the front. The next item up for bid was something many dreamed of possessing. After all, with it, one could enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. The auctioneer unveiled the curtain, revealing a mid-level teleportation card to the audience. This is a must-have. A stir arose among the crowd. One only has one life. And who knows when one might be pushed to the brink. A young man seated in the front row, exuding an extraordinary aura, declared, I'll acquire it as a gift for my beloved. Who is that? Jiang Ye inquired, astonished by his generosity. That is young Master Yi Hao from the Yi family, the largest real estate magnate in Chang City, Su Shui whispered in Jiang Ye's ear. The Yunlan community you reside in is owned by his family. No wonder, Jiang Ye thought, observing Yi Hao, who clearly was not an ordinary person, as his every gesture exuded an exceptional demeanor. Starting at 200,000, bidding begins now. The auctioneer signaled, and immediately, bids began to rise. 500,000, shouted a middle-aged man. 550,000. A bespectacled man countered swiftly. 600,000. 800,000. A woman of noble bearing raised her paddle. Are these people really this assertive? Jiang Ye remarked, watching the prices soar, finding it even more exhilarating than stock trading. 1,000,000. An elderly man raised the stakes to a new height. 1,000,000 once. 1,000,000 twice. The auctioneer called out, hammering down. 2,000,000. A crisp voice cut through the air, instantly silencing the hall. Jiang Ye looked over to see it was Yi Hao. The auctioneer, suppressing his excitement and maintaining a professional smile, struck the small wooden hammer. 2,000,000 once. 2,000,000 twice. 2,000,000 thrice sold. Congratulations to young Master Yi for acquiring the mid-level teleportation card. Amidst the crowd's congratulations, Yi Hao successfully obtained it. The staff then brought the card to the middle-aged man beside him. Fourth uncle, give me the card. I want to present it to her personally. Yi Hao instructed the man. And who might that man be? Jiang Ye speculated, sensing he was also not an ordinary individual. That is Yi Hao's fourth uncle, a fourth-tier anomalous being, usually present to ensure Yi Hao's safety, Su Shui whispered. How do you know everything? Jiang Ye asked, perplexed. Hee, I often come here for work. There are rarely people buying skill scrolls, so I take turns with colleagues to slack off. Su Shui replied playfully, a hint of mischief in her smile. Chapter 34. Millionaire. The next item on the stage was immensely practical. The auctioneer began. This is a junior spatial ring that one of our staff members painstakingly acquired from the market. As the curtain was drawn, it was the very ring Jiang Ye had possessed before, now displayed prominently. The crowd erupted into chatter. Painstakingly, Jiang Ye glanced at Su Shui. Ha. It's just a formality, Su Shui said, holding her forehead in a wry smile. Starting bid is 2,000,000. You may begin bidding now, the auctioneer announced. 5,000,000. A rough-looking middle-aged man called out. 5 million for a spatial ring. Ridiculous. Came derisive laughter from the crowd. In the days before the red moon, it might have been possible, someone sneered. 6,000,000. The noblewoman countered directly. Everyone, please give Feng Lan some face. Let us not contend with a mere housewife over this ring. 7,000,000. The initial bidder shouted again. You have no face at all. If you're broke, go home and ask your master for money. The man retorted fiercely. You really don't want to survive in Chang City, Wang Dushing. The woman named Feng Lan shot back angrily. Now this is getting interesting. A few people at the back of the auction whispered to one another. What is their relationship? Jiang Ye noticed the tension and asked Su Shui. I'm not sure. It's rumored they had a past romance. And Feng Lan is now with a gangster named Wei Wujian, she explained. Understood. Jiang Ye continued to observe the unfolding drama. 8,000,000. Feng Lan raised her paddle once more. 9,000,000. Wang Dishing was not about to back down. Brother Jiang, this time we're bound to make a fortune, exclaimed Su Shui, brimming with excitement. Why are you so happy? This money is mine too, Jiang Ye replied, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Hee. You have to deduct a 10 service fee for the origin hall, of which 5 will be given to me as a bonus. However, I assure you, the amount you will ultimately receive will exceed what you would gain by selling directly to the origin hall, Su Shui declared with a confident smile. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. 10 million, Feng Lan said through clenched teeth, enunciating each word carefully. 15 million, Yi Hao slowly raised his bidding paddle. And the auction hall fell silent. Dear uncles and aunts, would you kindly let the younger generation have a chance? Yi Hao said politely. Since it's Xiao Hao who desires it, I certainly cannot rob him of his joy. Feng Lan responded with a gentle smile after composing herself. Humph. Wang Dishing scoffed and exited the hall, followed closely by several subordinates. Thank you, Aunt Feng. Yi Hao nodded with a smile. Xiao Hao, is this price perhaps too high? A man beside him frowned. Fourth uncle, I have my own judgment. I hope you won't mention this to my father. Yi Hao replied calmly. 15 million once. 15 million twice. 15 million thrice. Congratulations, young Master Yi, on acquiring your coveted item. With the gavel's fall, Jiang Ye's ring was successfully sold. We've struck gold, brother Jiang. Su Shui exclaimed joyfully, suddenly embracing Jiang Ye and planting a kiss on his cheek. 75,000. It's equivalent to my salary for several years. Jiang Ye coughed awkwardly, wiping the faint lipstick mark from his face. Hee, I couldn't help myself in the moment of joy. Jiang Ye looked at Su Shui, whose face radiated with a blissful innocence reminiscent of an 18-year-old girl. The next item is the highlight of today's auction, something most essential for elemental masters. As the auctioneer pulled back the curtain, a grayish-white, finger-sized void stone pillar stood silently on display. Weapons crafted from this void stone pillar, once infused with elemental energy, can effortlessly pierce the bodies of magical creatures, causing irreparable damage. Even elemental skills can sever them, instilling fear in the aberrants. However, due to the rarity of void stone pillars, there is only this one available. Everyone can contribute a little for future preparations. The starting bid is 2 million. Let the bidding commence. The auctioneer struck down the small wooden hammer. Still the finale? This is of no use to us ordinary folks. We can't possibly prepare an elemental card for every single use. Several individuals grumbled as they departed in frustration. This item feels useless. Why should I engage in close combat with magical creatures when I can utilize ranged skills? Even if magical creatures appear, it has nothing to do with us. We won't run. Exactly. The audience murmured, and not a single person was willing to place a bid. There's nothing worth watching anymore. Let us head backstage to collect our money, Su Shui urged, eager to leave with Jiang Ye. Okay, let us go. Jiang Ye pondered whether to bid on the void stone pillar, but given its size, it seemed impractical. At most, it could be fashioned into a small knife. Furthermore, Su Rong had already applied to the headquarters of the Origin Hall, and he could temporarily use the void knife he possessed. He concluded that it was entirely unnecessary. The two then made their way backstage, where they found Sister Wu and a group of staff members engaged in conversation. Upon noticing their arrival, the staff's attention was immediately drawn to them. Come, sign here. Sister Wu presented a sales confirmation document to Jiang Ye, then led Su Shui away for a private conversation. Uncertain of their discussion, Jiang Ye noticed Su Shui occasionally glancing back at him. Minutes later, the two returned, and Jiang Ye handed the confirmation document to Sister Wu. Well, I shall take my leave now. Su Shui bid farewell to everyone, pulling Jiang Ye along as they departed. Something feels off, Jiang Ye remarked as they entered the elevator. What feels off? Su Shui asked, puzzled. Why do all of them look at me strangely? Jiang Ye recalled how the staff had been staring at him during the signing process. Really? Ha ha ha. Perhaps they are just curious. Su Shui's poor acting did not escape Jiang Ye's notice. Ding dong. A message arrived on Jiang Ye's phone, indicating that 13.5 million had been credited to his account, leaving him with over 17.7 million remaining. I am now a millionaire. A wave of inexplicable emotions surged within him, something he had never dared to imagine before. I am truly grateful for today's auction, Jiang Ye said to Su Shui as they exited the Origin Hall. Ha ha, why so suddenly polite? Su Shui chuckled. Nothing much. Just feeling like I've troubled you too much lately. Are you planning to treat me to a meal then? Absolutely, next time for sure. With that, Jiang Ye spread his dark wings and soared into the sky. Such a lack of romance. Su Shui bit her lip, watching his retreating figure. That night, after completing his patrol of the assigned area, Jiang Ye messaged Su Rong. How is my weapon preparation coming along? Let us just say it's under processing. I'm not sure how long it will take, Su Rong replied. All right, Jiang Ye said, then took a hot shower and lay on his bed. Sister, are you going to sleep with me tonight? On the second floor of the noodle shop, Su Qingcha hugged her teddy bear and entered Su Qingying's room. Su Qingying responded softly. Yay. Su Qingcha joyfully jumped into Su Qingying's bed. I love my sister the most. Hugging her sister, Su Qingcha wore a blissful smile. Before long, her breathing became steady, but her small hands remained tightly wrapped around Su Qingying. Su Qingying gazed out at the moonlight, her eyes downcast, revealing a complex expression. Good night. Ciao Cha. To the most ordinary version of oneself. Chapter 35. Repeated lateral movement in the morning, Jiang Ye arrived atop a grand edifice. Guided by coordinates sent by Duan Yi, it was indeed a rather unceremonious welcome. Brother Jiang, Duan Yi, who had arrived fashionably late, soared up from below to join Jiang Ye. A heads up would have been appreciated. I could have had my wife prepare a meal, Duan Yi remarked with a smile. After dealing with the magical creature, we can go. Jiang Ye gazed down at the sprawling city below. Is this building yours? He inquired. I established it before the arrival of the other world. It's nothing noteworthy, Duan Yi replied calmly. Truly impressive for one so young, Jiang Ye remarked, observing that Duan Yi appeared no older than 24 or 25. Not at all, Duan Yi waved his hand dismissively. I've heard about you. Brother Jiang, a commonplace university student who has ascended to his current position. That is truly admirable. Just a beneficiary of the otherworld's arrival, Jiang Ye murmured softly. Ha ha. We're all in the same boat, Duan Yi responded, gazing down at the city. If the otherworld were to vanish completely, I might find it hard to adjust. Would that not be preferable? I mean, if everyone returned to being ordinary people, would you be willing to relinquish everything you possess now? I'm uncertain, Jiang Ye replied, momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze toward the horizon. Just a jest, Duan Yi chuckled, patting Jiang Ye on the shoulder. Let us first handle the magical creature. Then we can dine at my home. With that, Duan Yi leapt down, slowing his pace so Jiang Ye could keep up. That school down there. Duan Yi pointed to a nearby educational building. No problem. I'll go down alone. You wait here, Jiang Ye instructed. From his understanding, the wall-crawling creature was only of the third tier, yet it was exceptionally elusive, and Duan Yi could not afford to destroy the entire school. Upon reaching the base of the building, Jiang Ye found it already cordoned off, devoid of any presence. He ascended the stairs, peering through the glass into the classrooms. Gradually, he climbed from the first to the third floor, taking care not to disturb the wall-crawling creature. Suddenly, a series of snores reached Jiang Ye's ears. He cautiously moved forward and, through the glass of the first classroom on the 5th floor, spotted a wall-crawling creature resembling a black-furred gorilla, just as Duan Yi had described. It was covered in dark fur with a greenish face and sharp fangs. The creature was curled up, snoring beneath the podium. Is it asleep? Jiang Ye wondered. Retrieving the void blade from his spatial ring, infusing it with dark elemental energy, transforming the blade from a grayish-white to a pitch-black hue, signifying its awakening. He approached the front door with utmost caution, slowly pushing it open. Creak. The classroom door emitted a faint creak, momentarily halting the creature's snores. No good. I must enter from the back, Jiang Ye decided, pivoting to head toward the rear entrance. Creak. The sound was even louder this time. Roar. A sudden roar erupted from within, prompting Jiang Ye to dash inside, launching a black spear toward the wall-crawling creature. Bang. The spear pierced through the podium, embedding itself. Yet the creature had vanished without a trace. Indeed troublesome. This is purely a mental game, Jiang Ye thought as he leapt down to the 4th floor. Spotting Jiang Ye in the corridor, the wall-crawling creature immediately traversed through the wall and into the adjacent classroom. Jiang Ye hastily pursued, only to witness the creature crawling along the wall, ascending through the ceiling. At that moment, exasperation washed over Jiang Ye, igniting a desire to obliterate the educational building. Emerging outside, he found Duan Yi already waiting. How was it? Quite disgusting, wasn't he it? Duan Yi observed Jiang Ye's expression, seemingly anticipating the outcome. That wall-crawling creature's repeated lateral movement is exceedingly vexing. Let us go. It's time for dinner at my place. With that, Duan Yi pulled out his phone, likely sending a text. Jiang Ye entered Duan Yi's vehicle, and they soon arrived at a villa. Come on in, make yourself at home, Duan Yi said as he opened the door, a fragrant aroma wafting from within. However, Jiang Ye detected a peculiar scent, one that men would recognize. Duan Yi seemed to notice as well. With a wave of his left hand, the air in the house circulated, becoming refreshing. Sister-in-law? Jiang Ye greeted a young woman who emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes, presumably Duan Ye's wife. You must be Jiang Ye. Duan Ye mentioned you before. Please, don't stand on ceremony. Have a seat, she said, setting the table with a slight blush. Allow me to introduce my wife, Zhang Li. Duan Ye gestured toward her. My wife is both virtuous and beautiful. Marrying her is truly a stroke of fortune. He praised her openly. You can hardly speak while eating. Zhang Li shot Duan Ye an annoyed glance. Usually, it's Duan Ye who cooks. My culinary skills are rather lacking, so please bear with me, she added politely. It's quite delicious, Jiang Ye said after tasting a dish of greens, though it was rather salty and bitter, indicative of someone unaccustomed to cooking. I will return tonight to deal with the wall-crawling creature, Jiang Ye informed Duan Ye. There's no need to rush. The creature isn't wandering about. It's confined to the educational building, which has been sealed off, so there won't be any casualties, Duan Ye reassured him. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Zhang Li appeared tense and hurriedly stood up to answer the door. Who is it? Duan Ye called out. Still munching on his meal. It's the property management, Zhang Li replied, then closed the door as she stepped outside. Did you notice something odd? Jiang Ye observed Duan Ye, who seemed unfazed. What's the matter? Duan Ye asked calmly. Nothing. Perhaps I'm just being overly sensitive, Jiang Ye mumbled, focusing on his meal. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Li returned, resuming her previous seat, head bowed as she ate, occasionally stealing glances at Duan Ye, an observation Jiang Ye took in entirely. What is going on? Duan Ye casually inquired. Oh, the property fee is going to increase, Zhang Li remarked as she stepped outside to engage in a debate. Suddenly, the room was filled with the wailing of a baby. The child is crying again. I'll go soothe him. You all eat first, she said, making her way towards the bedroom. Have you had a child? Jiang Ye asked, looking curiously at Duan Ye. Yes, just 2 months ago, Duan Ye replied with a smile. He then set down his utensils and followed Zhang Li to the bedroom. Xiao Li, you should eat. I'll take care of the baby, Zhang Li said as she exited the bedroom and returned to her seat to eat. Sister-in-law and brother Duan seemed to have a great relationship. Jiang Ye commented to Zhang Li. Indeed, Duan Ye is a wonderful husband and father. He takes exceptional care of me, Zhang Li said, her face lighting up with a blissful smile as she spoke of Duan Ye. Jiang Ye lowered his head, focused on his food. The sweet and sour ribs and braised pork weren't particularly appetizing, but Jiang Ye was not picky and managed to eat several bowls. When Duan Ye re-emerged, Jiang Ye had already settled on the sofa, watching television, while Duan Ye began to clear the dishes. I wouldn't have guessed. Truly a model man of our times. Jiang Ye praised Duan Ye. Ha ha ha. Too humble. Too humble. Duan Ye replied with a smile. Do you want to visit my company? No, thank you. I'm not interested in such things. Jiang Ye waved his hand. How much do you know about Changjiang? Jiang Ye inquired of Duan Ye. Changjiang. Is there an issue? Duan Ye asked, puzzled. There might be something beneath the Changjiang bridge, Jiang Ye said, rolling up his pant legs to reveal the still faint red marks. Chapter 36. Adding fuel to the fire. Water ghost? Duan Ye observed the palm-shaped claw marks. I'm not sure. Anyway, I don't believe in such things. There's nothing like that in the data, Duan Ye pondered. The monsters appearing lately are increasingly peculiar, many of which have never been documented before. Jiang Ye felt a sense of unease creeping in. All right, I'll head to the teaching building to wait for the wall-crawling monster. Jiang Ye decided to bid farewell to Duan Ye. I can drive you, Duan Ye offered. No, it's fine. I can move more freely on my own, and besides, your son is crying again. Jiang Ye pointed towards the bedroom, where the baby's cries had erupted once more. Okay, fair enough, Duan Ye conceded. The distance to the teaching building was not too great, and Jiang Ye unfolded his dark wings, arriving beneath the building in about 10 minutes. He ascended slowly, floor by floor, to avoid alarming the creature. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he heard snoring again. It seems the door was closed by the wall-crawling monster itself. Jiang Ye observed as he spotted the same classroom. The monster curled up beneath the podium. However, Jiang Ye was well prepared this time, with his left eye glowing orange. The nightmare eye was successfully activated, and his consciousness was transported to a void filled with numerous light orbs. It appeared that many people were sleeping during the day. Jiang Ye searched for the orb closest to him, and one distinct red orb instantly drew his attention. The ordinary orbs emitted white light, but this red one, as Jiang Ye's consciousness approached, revealed a hazy image of the classroom podium, undoubtedly the wall-crawling monsters. As Jiang Ye's consciousness entered, black smoke began to emit from the monster's head, and Jiang Ye found himself appearing atop the podium. He slowly drew the void blade from his spatial ring, channeling energy into it, careful not to make a sound. With a decisive slash, Jiang Ye brought the void blade down, cleaving the wall-crawling monster and the podium in two. The creature had not moved a muscle until its demise. As the wall-crawling monster perished, colorful light particles gradually manifested and entered Jiang Ye's body, causing his level to rise slightly. Though he remained at the beginner stage of the 5th tier. This is far too little, Jiang Ye sighed, pondering how long it would take to break through. He then messaged Duan Yi to inform him that he could come to handle the scene. Without lingering, Jiang Ye returned directly to the villa in Yunlan district. Nightfall. By the Changjiang River. I know. You don't need to wait for me. Just go to sleep. I have plans to go night fishing with Xiao Wei. Dao Ge said. Is it again your sister-in-law urging you? He added with a sigh. What can I do? This is how married men are. I can't even fish in peace, he said, though a smile of excitement remained on his face. The two set up their fishing spot, taking out their stools to fish by the riverbank. The sky was cloudless, the bright moon hung high, its silvery light shimmering on the water's surface. It's strange. How long has it been? Not even a single fish, Dao Ge complained. I'm getting sleepy, Xiao Wei yawned. Could you keep an eye on my rod? I need to relieve myself, he said before walking away, shortly followed by the sound of trickling water. As time passed, Dao Ge noticed that Xiao Wei had not returned. He turned his head to see a shadow crouching in the grass. You really are taking your time. First to pee, then to do your business, Dao Ge laughed, scolding. Half an hour later, Dao Ge began to sense something was amiss. There was no sound at all. He abandoned his fishing rod and grabbed a flashlight, making his way toward where Xiao Wei had gone. Xiao Wei. The further he walked, the more frightened he became. Approaching the shadow, he shone the flashlight only to discover Xiao Wei sprawled on the ground, covered in blood, a woman gnawing at his abdomen. Who are you? Dao Ge stammered, struggling to suppress his fear. The woman slowly rose, entirely naked, revealing a thick snake tail below. A monster. Dao Ge panicked, hurling the flashlight at the creature before turning to flee. But moments later, he halted, slowly turning back towards the monster. The creature's eyes glowed red as it continued to feast upon Xiao Wei's lifeless body, while Brother Dao stood nearby, his gaze vacant. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Early in the morning, Jiang Ye was awakened by the incessant ringing of his phone. A monster attack has been reported along the Changjiang River. I have sent you the specific location. Hurry. Su Shui continued. There are numerous onlookers. We must expedite the response. All right, Sister Shui, Jiang Ye replied, ending the call and swiftly making his way to the scene of the incident. From above, he observed that an area along the Changjiang had been cordoned off with police tape, surrounded by a throng of curious spectators. The human penchant for voyeurism was evident. It was almost a live broadcast. Upon reaching the site of the tragedy, the situation was immediately apparent. The ground was overrun with weeds, with the Chengdu River ahead. The two deceased had been disemboweled, their entrails consumed, leaving behind only shrunken abdomens. I shall commence my investigation. Please step back, Jiang Ye instructed the officials present. Understood. Please hold on. Perhaps memories of their previous encounter in the black mist resurfaced, prompting the officials to retreat decisively. With a loud bang, the black mist dispersed, enveloping the area within a radius of several meters. Two distinct sets of footprints emerged, both belonging to the victims. Yet one set bore a peculiar scraping mark that piqued Jiang Ye's interest. Once again, Jiang Ye unleashed the black mist, deepening the darkness around him and enhancing his perceptive abilities. The shallow, undulating marks, reminiscent of a snake's passage, traced from the stone dam along the Changjiang and ultimately plunged into the river. This cannot be the work of a snake, Jiang Ye mused, observing the 3-meter-tall dam, which would render climbing it impossible. Could it truly be a creature emerging from the water? Lost in contemplation, he decided, let us clear the scene for now and issue a public notice prohibiting access to the banks of the Changjiang. With that, he unfurled his dark wings and took flight. I must lie in wait for this creature. Entering the water would be tantamount to seeking death. I can only masquerade as a bystander from the shore to lure it out. Jiang Ye arrived at a noodle shop, ordering 2 bowls of noodles while pondering the items he would need for the evening. Shortly thereafter, the 2 bowls were served. He slurped a mouthful, only to be met with a sharp, sour flavor that made his teeth tremble, as if he were drinking vinegar. Ha ha! The sound of a little girl's cheerful laughter reached his ears. Turning, he recognized Su Qingxia, instantly understanding. Upon noticing Jiang Ye's gaze, she pouted her lips and pretended to whistle, attempting to mask her inner nervousness, though she was utterly incapable of whistling. The sight was charming enough to alleviate much of Jiang Ye's irritation. He then glanced at the other bowl. With a satisfying slurp, he found it to be perfectly fine and devoured it eagerly, his hunger having reached a critical point. Hee. Su Qingxia observed Jiang Ye relishing his noodles, a hint of pride gracing her expression. I'm only half full, Jiang Ye remarked, setting down his bowl, the broth entirely consumed. At that moment, Su Qingcha approached him and whispered softly in his ear, "Do you know what I added? Just vinegar, right?" Jiang Ye replied, glancing at the other bowl with a pained expression. "I only paid for one bowl. I was referring to the one you're currently eating," Su Qingcha quipped before darting upstairs. Chapter 37. The Cat with 9 Lives. What? Jiang Ye thought, his mind racing with confusion. Did that little girl add something to his meal? Knocking on Su Qingying's door, Su Qingcha declared, "Sister." "What is it, Xiaocha?" Su Qingying opened the door. "I've avenged you, sister," Su Qingcha said, an air of triumph in her demeanor. "What do you mean by avenged?" Su Qingying asked, puzzled. "That Jiang Ye came again for noodles today, and while Dad wasn't looking, I secretly added something to his bowl." "What did you add?" Su Qingying inquired, frowning. "Sister, crouch down. I'll tell you secretly." As Su Qingying bent down, Su Qingcha leaned in and whispered. Upon hearing her words, Su Qingying's usually stoic face flushed with a hint of color. That night, Jiang Ye arrived at the banks of the Changjiang, retrieving the fishing gear of the 2 victims from the officials, and began casting his line to attract the creature. He then produced a bag of entrails, chicken, duck, and goose, purchased earlier at the market, tossing them onto the water's surface. Jiang Ye surmised that the creature might have a taste for entrails, hoping this would increase the likelihood of an appearance. As midnight struck, Jiang Ye removed a small fish from his hook, carelessly tossing it back into the river. This fishing endeavor felt futile. There was no sign of anything out of the ordinary. Suddenly, he heard rustling behind him. Whipping around, he saw a young man stealthily approaching the riverbank, phone in hand. As he crept closer, 2 men lay naked on the grass, lifeless. Was this a testament to the perversion of humanity or the decay of morality? Tonight, I, the cat with 9 lives, have come to the Changjiang to uncover the truth. I implore my family to pay close attention, the man announced as he live-streamed, inching forward. "Turn back. Didn't you see the notice?" Jiang Ye called out coldly. "Ah." The man jumped in surprise at the sudden voice, slipping and falling to the ground. Shining his flashlight towards Jiang Ye, he exclaimed, "Oh, it's just a person. You scared me." He breathed a sigh of relief, rising to approach Jiang Ye. "Why are you out here in the dead of night without a light? Trying to scare people?" He then addressed his live stream. "This is definitely not a setup. I'm here for the real deal. Do you prefer to leave on your own, or shall I escort you away?" Jiang Ye retorted, uninterested in further conversation as he prepared to contact the officials to have the man removed. "I remarked to the handsome gentleman, this Changjiang is not yours alone. Must you be the only one fishing here while I am forbidden from live streaming?" Jiang Ye coldly stated, "Are you unaware that someone has perished nearby? If there were no fatalities, I wouldn't even be here. What I seek is the thrill of authenticity." This entire tirade left Jiang Ye momentarily speechless, prompting him to send a message to the officials requesting their presence. At that moment, several comments flooded the live stream. "This person appears to be a member of the enforcement team from District B in Chengdu. I recognized him from the Yunlan sales office," remarked a netizen known as Sleepy Immortal. "No wonder he looks familiar. He is the owner of the Benz with license plate Chong B00009, added another user. "Autumn Mountain Car God." Upon discovering this, the man quickly checked the Origin Hall official website, only to find the netizen's assertion was correct. The photo matched Jiang Ye perfectly. These netizens are quite formidable. Consequently, the man promptly changed the live stream title to "The Story of Jiang Ye and the Enforcement Team by the Changjiang River." What an enticing and flavorful title it was. The netizen known as Little White Dragon entered the live stream. "Greetings, Brother Jiang, I am Cat 9 Lives. I humbly request your mercy to allow me to live stream here for the evening." Observing the rapid increase in viewer count, Cat 9 Lives' demeanor underwent a complete transformation. "You have a mere 10 minutes. The officials will arrive shortly," Jiang Ye replied nonchalantly. "Please, brother, I've been live streaming for years and finally have such significant traffic tonight." Cat 9 Lives was practically on the verge of kneeling in the live stream. "Do you truly possess 9 lives? When the monsters come, I cannot guarantee your safety." "No need to worry, Brother Jiang. You can confront the monsters while I cheer you on from the sidelines," Cat 9 Lives responded earnestly. This reminded Jiang Ye of his former self, who had risked it all to accompany the Celestial Spirit Association to the Twilight Realm for the sake of money. The Celestial Spirit Association? Jiang Ye suddenly recalled that there was still a matter with Su Dali that needed resolution, as he had nearly cost him his life. This grudge must be avenged, he noted in his little notebook. Meanwhile, the live stream saw the humble host pleading, while Little White Dragon commented, "A dramatic reversal. The face-changing host demonstrates live," remarked the netizen who could hit a fart. "Take Jiang Ye's fish, and I shall gift you a carnival," declared another user known as Great Love Immortal. Just then, Cat Nine Lives glanced at Jiang Ye's fishing rod, and a small fish was promptly reeled in. Brother Jiang, allow me to assist you. I wouldn't want to sully your hands. Cat Nine Lives eagerly removed the fish from the hook and proceeded to reattach the bait. Well, this is something, exclaimed Little White Dragon in the comments. There's been no mention of theft, so this isn't against the rules, noted the netizen who could hit a fart. Suddenly, a carnival overtook Cat Nine Lives' screen. Thank you, Great Love Immortal, for the carnival. Cat Nine Lives expressed his gratitude with delight. Great Love Immortal is quite generous. Commented Sleepy Immortal. If I eat this fish, I will give another carnival, announced Great Love Immortal. Goodness, how extravagant. Little White Dragon's comment flashed across the screen. Cat Nine Lives, eyeing the small fish in his hand, swallowed hard. Now, everyone, watch closely. He adjusted the camera and, in front of thousands of viewers, swallowed the small fish whole. Instantly, another carnival dominated the screen. Ugh ugh. Cat Nine Lives fell to his knees, retching. Is he not going to be banned? Asked a netizen known as One Chrysanthemum. Ban your elder. Management, get him out of here. The host enjoys eating raw marinated fish. What's wrong with that? Replied another user. Most love Kuan Kuan. Is he truly that daring? Jiang Ye, sitting by the water, observed Cat Nine Lives retching. It's all for profit, isn't it? After a moment, Cat Nine Lives wiped his mouth. Brother Jiang, I hope I didn't amuse you too much. Jiang Ye remained unperturbed, gazing calmly at the water's surface. In the live stream, the host quickly turned the camera back to Jiang Ye. I want to see the handsome face of Officer Jiang, exclaimed a netizen named Little Orange. Who else has tasks? Keep them coming, shouted Little White Dragon. 10 carnivals, and I want Jiang Ye's black hoodie, continued Little Orange. The world of the wealthy is beyond my imagination, remarked the netizen who could hit a fart. Chapter 38, Original Flavor Hoodie, 8 Ways to Eat a Fish. Little White Dragon. Is he not going to get beaten for this? Shockingly, network broadcaster Cat Nine Lives dared to do such a thing to an enforcement officer on a moonless, windy night. Various netizens began to stir things up. I've completely forgotten what the host was originally here for, noted the netizen who could hit a fart. Who cares? The question is it thrilling or not? Replied Little White Dragon. I'll add 10 carnivals. At this moment, the Autumn Mountain Car God, who had been lurking since the beginning, joined in. I'll also chip in 10 carnivals, declared Great Love Immortal. Cat Nine Lives' hands began to tremble. This was clearly the rhythm to surge to the top of the gift leaderboard. If he reached the top, his viewer count would skyrocket. Gritting his teeth, Cat Nine Lives cautiously approached Jiang Ye. What do you want? Jiang Ye asked, lifting his fishing rod and handing Cat Nine Lives a small fish. Poof! Cat Nine Lives was momentarily frozen in place. This is too adorable. Is this the legendary contrast cuteness? Exclaimed Little Orange with heart-eyed emojis. Brother Jiang, I feel a bit cold. Cat Nine Lives feigned a shivering demeanor. If you're cold, go back. Don't disturb me here. Jiang Ye shot him a glance. Seeing through his poor acting. Brother Jiang, would you sell me a piece of clothing? Cat Nine Lives stammered. 5K, no bargaining, Jiang Ye replied flatly. In a state of exhilaration, Cat Nine Lives eagerly retrieved his phone to transfer funds to Jiang Ye. The 30 carnival tokens, while not an excessive amount, still promised to yield some profit. Yet the primary concern was the surge in popularity. Regrettably, he lamented having set a low price. From his spatial ring, Jiang Ye produced the black hoodie he had previously purchased and handed it to Cat Nine Lives. Upon receiving the hoodie, Cat Nine Lives promptly displayed it before the camera. Family, the hoodie is here. This is the real deal. Jiang Ye cast a glance without responding, reassured by the fact that he had not incurred any losses. No, I want the one you are wearing. Little Orange quickly sent a barrage of comments. Indeed, you can't possibly feel the thrill, the viewers chimed in, surprisingly united in their sentiments. At that moment, Cat Nine Lives felt as if he might weep, nearly on the verge of tears. Don't worry, streamer. I'll add 20 more carnival tokens. Just send it to me once you secure it. Little Orange exclaimed in the comments. Seeing this message, Cat Nine Lives felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. Without securing the hoodie, his efforts would be in vain, but if he succeeded, he could recoup his investment. And certainly, the top spot for the night would be his. Determined, Cat Nine Lives gritted his teeth and approached Jiang Ye. Brother Jiang, I can offer 8,000. Before Cat Nine Lives could finish, Jiang Ye abruptly declared an 8,000 price tag. 8,000. Cat Nine Lives nearly choked on his surprise. Fine, 8,000 it is. But it must be the one you are currently wearing. Cat Nine Lives resolutely stated. This one I'm wearing? Jiang Ye set down his fishing rod and removed the hoodie, revealing merely a white t-shirt beneath. This one goes for 10,000. Jiang Ye promptly raised the price, seizing the opportunity for profit. Brother Jiang, this isn't fair. Cat Nine Lives looked at Jiang Ye with a pitiful expression. You can't just wear it. Jiang Ye pretended to put the hoodie back on. Yes, I want it. I never said I wouldn't. Cat Nine Lives hurriedly transferred the 10,000. After receiving the hoodie, Cat Nine Lives eagerly held it up to the camera. Family, I've got it. This is the real deal. Don't dirty it. Send it to me promptly tomorrow. Little Orange urgently commented. Seeing this, Cat Nine Lives quickly placed the hoodie in his backpack. When he glanced back at the screen, the carnival tokens were flooding in. Thanks to the Autumn Mountain Car God for sending 10 carnival tokens. Thanks to the Great Love Immortal for sending 10 carnival tokens. Don't block my view of Brother John's physique. Little Orange added, sending a barrage of comments. Little Orange, something seems off with you. Always asking for clothes and commenting on physiques. You must be a bit obsessed. The playful user, Little White Dragon, remarked. And it's the original flavor hoodie. TSK. The cat who can fart added. What is it to you? I have money. I enjoy it. Little Orange commented, subsequently sending another 30 carnival tokens. Thanks to Little Orange for sending 30 carnival tokens. Cat Nine Lives felt rejuvenated, witnessing his ranking rise far above the second place, firmly securing the top position. Due to this ranking, the live stream began attracting a surge of viewers. In a matter of minutes, the number of online viewers exceeded 100,000 and continued to rise rapidly. What is happening? The fishing livestream has taken the lead? Newcomers from the Kuan family army commented. Indeed. Where does that leave the second place dancer? Their waist is practically about to snap. Another viewer chimed in. Suddenly, two official personnel with flashlights approached from behind. Cat Nine Lives felt a sinking sensation. It was as if he were experiencing the demise of an empire that had barely begun. Streamer, they're coming for you. You better run. Little White Dragon urged in the comments. Now presenting, run, streamer. The cat, who can fart, commented. Brother Jiang, what are your instructions? The two officials inquired as they approached Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye glanced at Cat Nine Lives and remarked, Oh, you all seem to be working hard. Let me improve your meal. With that, Jiang Ye lifted his fishing rod, removed a small fish, and handed it to a middle-aged official beside him. Cough, though small. This fish carries great sentiment, Jiang Ye said earnestly. The official received the fish, his expression revealing a mixture of confusion, joy, skepticism, and a hint of anger. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for your kindness. We'll ensure everyone enjoys this fish. Jiang Ye could barely contain his amusement. What is your name? You always lead the scene management. I'm Li Chun, and this is my apprentice, Li Jie, the official replied. Remember, Captain Chun, Jiang Ye said flatly. Li Chun beamed with joy, then handed the fish to Li Jie. Feel free to call us if needed. We're off. All right, I still have to deal with some monsters. The two turned and left. Master, are we really going to eat this fish? One fish for 8 meals? Eat. Hurry up and get in the car. Put it in bottled water. Don't let it die. We'll raise it once we get back. The intricacies of human relationships. Cat Nine Lives exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Just this once. Don't disturb me. Just keep quiet, Jiang Ye said calmly. As time ticked by, having someone nearby made the wait feel less tedious. In the live streamer, this is a transformation from crow to phoenix, establishing a connection with law enforcement. The Autumn Mountain Car God commented, How easy is this? My father once visited another law enforcement officer, and wasn't he even allowed inside? Another viewer added, Handsome, great physique, and good temperament. I'm in love. Little Orange commented. Suddenly, ripples disturbed the water's surface, and the innards floating on the water began to sink. Cat Nine Lives noticed the commotion, activating the night vision mode of the live stream to focus on the water's surface. Jiang Ye gazed into the water, where a mass of innards was being dragged down, evidently not the work of fish. One must tread lightly to avoid alarming the serpent. Jiang Ye signaled to the nearby cat Jioming to extinguish all sources of illumination. Gradually, a pair of glowing red eyes emerged from beneath the water's surface. Suddenly, an irresistible force beckoned Jiang Ye, compelling him to move towards the crimson light as if he were under a spell. After a brief moment, he managed to break free from its grip, realizing he had risen from his seat. This entity possessed the power to ensnare one's mind. Jiang Ye focused intently, his fifth-tier mental prowess far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. With renewed concentration, he became largely impervious to the influence of the red glow. Turning to observe Cat Jioming, he noted an expression of stupor on the latter's face as he clutched his phone, stepping closer to the water's edge. Jiang Ye refrained from awakening him, opting instead to turn the situation to his advantage, luring the serpent out of its lair. A black spear materialized in his hand, piercing through Cat Jioming's clothing and embedding itself firmly into the ground, rendering him unable to advance further. Jiang Ye then withdrew, concealing himself behind a patch of grass 10 meters away. As time passed, Cat Jioming appeared to mimic Michael Jackson, gliding in place. Suddenly, a pale hand emerged from beneath the stone dam, followed by another. Damn you, Cat Jioming. I'm unfollowing you. This is terrifying. The livestream chat erupted in chaos. Who has emergency rescue pills? Share some with me, exclaimed a viewer. I have some. Come get them and keep me company. I'm scared alone, another chimed in. Gradually, a head emerged, less than 2 meters in front of Cat Jioming, with a pair of red eyes fixated on him. Patience was paramount. An opportunity for a decisive strike must be found. The black spear reappeared in Jiang Ye's grasp as he meticulously observed the creature's every movement. To his surprise, the number of viewers in the live stream continued to swell, with numerous paranormal enthusiasts flocking in. Who is this enchanting woman? One viewer commented, noting her hair dyed a vibrant blue and her eyes glowing red. Is this a ghost or a monster? Another questioned. The passage is closed. This must be a person in disguise, a third viewer speculated. The creature began to ascend from below the dam, its naked form revealing a robust serpentine tail that swiftly entered the livestream frame. Goodness, it's naked, exclaimed a viewer. This must be a monster, thankfully not a ghost. Another noted, this resembles the Naga from the tales of the three brothers. A third remarked, Jiang Ye had encountered the Naga in ancient mythological texts, describing a creature with a human torso and a serpentine tail. However, its enchanting capabilities bore resemblance to the petrifying Gorgon, Medusa. The creature's striking blue hue suggested it was not overly formidable. Why isn't the host moving? The Naga is practically upon us, a viewer urged. Suddenly, the black spear shot through the Naga's body, and Jiang Ye unfurled his dark wings in pursuit. The Naga emitted a furious screech, preparing to leap back into the river. In a swift motion, Jiang Ye grasped her arm and flung Cat Jioming towards the ground. After spinning through the air, Cat Jioming landed unceremoniously, awakening in confusion. Jiang Ye leveraged his strength, casting the Naga towards the riverbank. Cat Jioming scrambled to his feet, disoriented and unable to recall the preceding events, instinctively picking up his phone. Thankfully, the livestream remained active, and he aimed it at Jiang Ye. As Jiang Ye brandished the black spear, he advanced towards the Naga, who had rolled a few times before coming to a halt, emitting a series of furious growls, her gaze filled with malice. The overwhelming stench of blood lingered, causing Jiang Ye to frown in distaste as he stood several meters away from the crimson stains on the ground. What is that odor? Cat Jioming fought against the urge to vomit, unsteadily live-streaming the scene from a short distance away. Jiang Ye hurled the black spear at the Naga once more. But even on land, she exhibited remarkable agility, easily evading the attack. Gazing up at Jiang Ye, the Naga unleashed a stream of green, viscous liquid, which Jiang Ye managed to deflect with his black shield. Yet, to his dismay, the shield began to corrode, dissipating into tendrils of black mist. Could this creature be from the Mist Dragon Kingdom? Jiang Ye recalled that only weapons crafted from the unique void pillars of that realm possessed such corrosive properties. The slime bore an uncanny resemblance to the void pillars, capable of dismantling elemental energies. Jiang Ye launched another black spear, but once again, it was evaded. This serpent was exceptionally nimble. A direct assault was futile. This reminds me of a scene from a classic tale, a viewer commented. What a magnificent sight. Those grand black wings. Another added. Quick, take a picture. Send it to me later, and I'll shower you with gifts during the festival. Another viewer chimed in. Stay calm. Don't panic, Cat Jioming urged, suppressing his instinct to cover his nose as he retrieved another phone from his pocket. Capturing a frame with Jiang Ye and the Naga. Click. A flash of white light pierced the darkness, momentarily blinding. The Naga visibly faltered at the sudden illumination. Spotting Cat Jioming on the ground, she swiftly coiled her tail and lunged toward him. Oh no, I was wrong. Some money is not worth the risk. Cat Jioming exclaimed, scrambling away in a frantic roll. I have perished. You shall all bear the responsibility. Remember to burn ample paper money for me, for I lived in fear of poverty. Cat Jioming, overwhelmed with tears and mucus, lamented pitifully in the live stream. Chapter 40, The Final Son. Ah, mother. Cat Jioming beheld Naga a mere foot away, and in an instant, their defenses crumbled. Suddenly, a blinding light illuminated the surroundings, and as Cat Jioming squinted against the glare, they discerned Jiang Ye wielding the void blade, one hand holding a flashlight, while beckoning the black wings toward them. Naga stood before Cat Jioming, motionless, akin to a frog caught in the light. A deity descends from the heavens. A deity with black wings, accompanied by a nosebleed emoji, commented Little Orange. The ultimate fantasy of man, remarked Little White Dragon. I shall dub this the most handsome rescue of the year. commented the cat that can fart. With a swift motion, Jiang Ye severed Naga's head with the void blade. The corpse began to emanate colorful particles of light, which flowed into Jiang Ye's body. In that instant, Jiang Ye's rank ascended to intermediate level 5, and he felt no discomfort whatsoever. These colorful particles are truly remarkable. The elevation in rank was devoid of the usual pain. Jiang Ye lifted Cat Jioming from the ground and, using the void blade, extracted Naga's eyes, which were a dark crimson and the size of marbles. After placing them into his spatial ring, he sent a message to the officials to come and handle the scene. Without lingering, Jiang Ye returned to the villa. After taking a hot shower, Jiang Ye, utterly exhausted, lay down on his bed, accustomed to sleeping in the nude. Within the ancient castle, a silver-haired woman sat upon the throne, gazing down at a man before her, slowly speaking. How is the preparation for the next blood moon progressing? The man stepped forward, the candlelight illuminating his face, revealing him to be the dark chief who had entered the land of oblivion. I have already contacted various leaders from different realms. Many are willing to cooperate, he said respectfully, lowering his gaze. My master has instructed me that during the next blood moon, we must pay special attention to a certain man and ensure his life remains unscathed. Subsequently, the dark chief clasped his hands, dark particles of light swirling forth to form a portrait of the man. Understood. How is your master's recovery progressing? The woman inquired, casually waving her hand to disperse the image, with particles of light scattering from the castle hall. Quite well. I believe he will soon regain control of his physical form, replied the dark chief. I still have tasks assigned by my master to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Saying this, the dark chief slowly withdrew. The woman watched his departing figure, a smile gracing her lips, her brow relaxing. In the central area of District B in Chang City, Duan Yi stood atop a skyscraper, surveying the city before sending a message. A bald man entered his villa. Half an hour later, the bald man exited the villa. Duan Yi extinguished his cigarette, a hint of amusement flickering in his calm eyes, before proceeding toward the villa. Ding dong, ding dong. Once again, the familiar ringing echoed. Jiang Ye, rummaging for his phone in bed, exclaimed, Su Shui, what is it now? It is already noon, and you are still sleeping? Su Shui's voice came from the other end. The Changjiang Bridge has tilted. The pillars below appear to have been damaged by a monster. We need to investigate. Received. Jiang Ye, now wide awake, sprang from his bed. What is happening? Wasn't Naga dealt with last night? 10 minutes later, Jiang Ye arrived above the Changjiang Bridge, observing the nearly 800-meter-long structure. A third of its surface now tilted at nearly a 30-degree angle. He descended to the bridge's base, where several small yachts hovered around the pillars. Li Chun and his apprentice Li Jie, along with other officials, had already arrived at the scene, along with an elderly man clad in white. Jiang Ye noticed that a section of the pillar was conspicuously missing, with an uneven crack in the middle. Indeed, 5 pillars exhibited the same condition. What is the situation here? Jiang Ye inquired of the officials. At this moment, the elderly man in white stepped forward. This has been corroded by some substance. After the middle section lost its support, the uncorroded portions collapsed, aligning perfectly with the lower section, resulting in the cracks. The elderly man continued. We are still in the process of retrieving the corroded portions of the pillars from underwater. The traces are clearly indicative of corrosion. However, we currently know of no liquid with such a powerful corrosive effect, so it is highly probable that this is related to a monster. The elderly man adjusted his glasses, exuding an aura of seasoned authority. You all should withdraw for now. It is quite unsafe beneath this bridge, Jiang Ye instructed the crowd. Then summoned the dark wings to ascend to the bridge surface. This is troublesome. Given the situation, there may be other Naga. Jiang Ye then called Su Rong to inform her of the developments. This is the situation. Jiang Ye conveyed the known information to Su Rong. Wait for me. I will come immediately, Su Rong replied before hanging up. Half an hour later, Su Rong arrived at the Changjiang Bridge, her frost wings propelling her through the air. Let us descend, she said, moving to the base of the pillar where she stood upon the river's surface, instantly freezing the water beneath her feet. Perhaps you could use the previous method to lure them out again? Jiang Ye suggested. We may not have enough time. If we do not address this before nightfall, the Changjiang Bridge will surely collapse. A sense of unease gripped Jiang Ye. This was undoubtedly premeditated. Su Rong frowned at his words. With such an extensive Changjiang, finding Naga would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Something is beneath. A massive shadow glided below, instantly capturing their attention. No, this is definitely not Naga. It is far too large. Jiang Ye ascended, observing that the shadow beneath the water occupied over half the width of the Changjiang, approximately 400 meters wide and extending nearly 1,000 meters in length. Su Rong, having now reached the sky above, was equally astonished at the sight of the shadow below. The dark shadow remained still beneath the Changjiang River, and Jiang Ye finally discerned the source of his unease, the oppressive presence of this shadow. Do not disturb it. We must report to the origin hall at once. At this moment, Su Rong's complexion was extremely grim. Jiang Ye produced his mobile phone and promptly contacted the authorities, instructing them to secure a 5-kilometer radius beneath the Changjiang Bridge, prohibiting any vessels from passing and forbidding anyone from approaching the riverbank. You will remain stationed at the Changjiang Bridge. Report any developments to me immediately. I must return to the origin hall, Su Rong declared before taking flight with her frost wings. Before long, the B District television station of Chang City issued an urgent notification echoing Jiang Ye's previous statements. Their efficiency was indeed commendable. Jiang Ye sat atop the bridge's railing, observing the immense shadow below. Suddenly, the clear sky began to darken, ominous clouds gathering rapidly. A rumble of thunder resonated through the air. It appeared rain was imminent. Minutes later, raindrops the size of marbles began to fall onto Jiang Ye's hand, prompting him to pull up his hood, a benefit of wearing a hoodie. The origin hall must immediately request assistance from headquarters. This is no ordinary creature. Su Rong spoke to Chen Jun, the head of the B District's origin hall division. Isn't Gray Yuan at the main office capable of handling this? Su Rong pondered before shaking her head. For safety's sake, we must seek help from headquarters. That creature is of a higher tier than I can contend with. Tap, tap, tap. Chen Jun's fingers drummed on the table as his expression darkened. I will report the situation to headquarters at once. You should take that creature with you. It may buy us some time. Rising from his wooden chair, he instructed, gather your team and head out now. I will have Gray Yuan rush over shortly. Please do your utmost to protect the Changjiang Bridge. Understood. Su Shui immediately sent a message to all team members, urging them to proceed to the Changjiang Bridge with utmost urgency. The rain intensified, enveloping the entire city in a dreary, gray haze. A colossal roar erupted from beneath the water, resonating like thunder and exuding an air of infinite majesty and power. A dragon. Undoubtedly, it was the roar of a dragon. Although Jiang Ye had never heard such a sound before, he recognized that only a creature of such might could produce such a deep growl. The mighty roar reverberated across the city, causing countless ordinary citizens to feel their skin crawl, their legs tremble, and their hearts skip a beat. It was coming. Jiang Ye's premonition grew stronger, and an overwhelming sense of danger began to descend. First, set up the formation. Su Rong instructed as she and Duan Yi arrived above the Changjiang Bridge. Su Rong handed a golden card to Jiang Ye. We will form a triangular formation, enclosing the entire shadow within it, and then await my command. With that, Su Rong flew toward the left side of the Changjiang, reaching the shadow's tail, where she inserted the golden card into the top of a nearby building. Duan Yi flew toward the right side of the Changjiang, also reaching the shadow's tail, and embedded his golden card into the ground. Positioned at the head of the shadow, Jiang Ye placed his golden card onto the bridge surface. The shadow below emitted a series of low growls that quickened in tempo. Suddenly, the surface of the Changjiang began to churn, and a massive blue dragon head emerged from the water. Jiang Ye gazed down at the dragon's head, which was as large as a ship, instilling a sense of dread. With a resounding roar, the dragon's enormous blue wings burst forth from the water, flapping against the surface as it prepared to take flight. The torrents of water splashed up from the dragon's wings surged toward the banks like a tsunami, instantly submerging numerous vehicles and flooding the streets. Activate the card with elemental energy. Su Rong's voice crackled through Jiang Ye's earpiece. Acknowledging her command, Jiang Ye placed his hand upon the golden card, channeling dark elemental energy into it. As the card activated, it emitted a soft golden glow. A beam of golden light shot into the sky, converging with the two beams activated by Su Rong and Duan Yi above the blue dragon, culminating in a colossal pyramid that enveloped the entire dragon. The dragon let out an enraged roar and soared skyward, only to crash against the pyramid's inner wall, rebounding back into the water. Is the pyramid about to shatter? Jiang Ye inquired through the earpiece. The impacted area was riddled with countless fine cracks, and the pyramid's brightness noticeably dimmed. However, as the golden card continuously supplied energy, the cracks gradually began to mend. Now is the time to strike. Do not allow it to escape. Su Rong issued her command. Following her lead, Su Rong launched an ice arrow toward the dragon, while Duan Yi brought his hands together, unleashing a flurry of wind blades toward the creature. Snap, snap. Upon contact with the dragon, the various attacks shattered instantly, scattering like raindrops. Jiang Ye furrowed his brow. This was clearly a creature of a different caliber. The dragon let out a skyward wail, and a beam of blue energy shot forth from its mouth, instantaneously creating a breach in the pyramid. "Captain, what should we do?" Jiang Ye asked through the earpiece. "Cease the attacks for now. Continue channeling elemental energy into the card to expedite the pyramid's repair," Su Rong instructed. She placed her hand over the card, infusing it with white ice energy. Jiang Ye and Jiang Ye followed suit, each placing a hand on the card to inject elemental energy. As their energies flowed into it, the card's energy transmission beam thickened, accelerating the repair process. The dragon continued to gather blue energy in its mouth, then unleashed it with ferocity, causing the pyramid to shatter completely. "Captain, what in the world is that?" In a moment of despair, Jiang Ye gritted his teeth, fervently channeling dark elemental energy within. Su Rong, pale-faced and silent, mirrored his efforts. "This was the protective array of our origin hull branch," Jiang Ye thought, almost smiling, but the situation stifled his amusement. "This array can withstand an assault from an 8th-tier demon for at least half an hour," Su Rong declared through clenched teeth. "Then that dragon must be 9th tier." Jiang Ye responded, his expression darkening, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Suddenly, a man clad in red appeared beside Jiang Ye, joining him in infusing elemental energy. The shattered side of the pyramid began to mend rapidly. "Who are you?" Jiang Ye inquired, having never encountered this individual before. "I am Huiyuan, an elemental master stationed here. You may also refer to me as the sword bearer," the man replied, his face betraying a serious demeanor. With a roar, the dragon unleashed another beam of energy, and without a doubt, the pyramid was once again destroyed. "Continuing like this is tantamount to seeking death. We must make a final stand," Huiyuan communicated through his headset to the trio. "You must exert yourselves to the utmost, pouring all your elemental energy into this. I will control the protective array." Jiang Ye gritted his teeth and unleashed a torrent of elemental energy from within, soon breaking into a cold sweat, his vision darkening. Su Rong and Jiang Ye were equally distressed, feeling minuscule and precarious amidst the torrential rain. "It's my turn," Huiyuan announced as he retrieved a card from the bridge, causing the pyramid to dissolve instantly. He bit his middle finger, drawing blood, and inscribed symbols upon the card. The dragon, noticing the pyramid's disappearance, soared into the sky, unfurling its massive wings, each spanning thousands of meters. In that moment, they understood what it meant to obscure the sun. As Huiyuan completed the final stroke, he crushed the card, and simultaneously, the cards in Su Rong and Jiang Ye's possession shattered as well. Instantly, countless red light particles emanated from the 3 cards, enveloping the skies above Changjiang. Chapter 42. The arrival of the sword bearer. With a flourish of his fingers, Huiyuan commanded the light particles to coalesce, gradually forming a gargantuan sword, 100 meters in length, wreathed in crimson flames. "Today, I, Huiyuan, shall slay the dragon," he declared, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth as he directed the flaming sword towards the dragon. The dragon roared in fury from above, its eyes, the size of truck heads, reflecting disdain. As the flaming sword approached, it appeared almost as insignificant as a knife in comparison. With a resounding crash, the dragon swatted the flaming sword downwards, sending it crashing into a skyscraper like a kite severed from its string. Huiyuan spat blood, collapsing to the ground, unable to sustain himself. The immense heat from the flaming sword caused the glass of the skyscraper to melt, leading to its eventual collapse. "It's too powerful. Even stronger than the flame lord we encountered in the Forgotten Land," Jiang Ye lamented, exhaustion etched on his face from the previous energy expenditure. The dragon surveyed the city from above, its wings radiating a blue light as it flapped, conjuring a colossal blue storm that surged towards the Changjiang Bridge. "Run," Jiang Ye urged as he supported the kneeling Huiyuan, and after a few paces, he unfurled his dark wings and ascended beyond the bridge. With a thunderous roar, the Changjiang Bridge disintegrated upon contact with the blue storm, debris swirling into the sky before raining down like a deluge. 1 minute later, Jiang Ye reached the rooftop where Su Rong was, placing Huiyuan down. They had escaped the storm's grasp. Soon after, Jiang Ye arrived, equally pale, while Su Rong appeared devoid of color. The blue storm remained stationary at the center of the bridge's remnants, swirling the water below into a hollow void. Meanwhile, the dragon continued to flap its wings, continuously supplying the blue storm with energy, likely a unique power. It seemed to be opening a portal to another realm. As they gazed at the bottom of the blue storm, a long, narrow fissure began to form slowly. "We must prevent it." Huiyuan struggled to rise from the ground. Suddenly, Qian appeared in the sky, hurtling towards the dragon, unleashing a massive fireball aimed directly at its head. With a thundering crash, A blue shield manifested 10 meters from the dragon, blocking the attack. It can't even break through the defense? Qian muttered. Don't be rash. We are not on the same level. Su Rong weakly cautioned him via the headset. Ashan, are you almost there? Duan Yi called into the headset. I can't fly, and I'm still the farthest away. I'm driving on the road now, Ashan replied, the sound of honking echoing through the earpiece. Director, how long until reinforcements arrive? We are at our limit and are no match for this. Su Rong switched the communication channel to Qinjun. I'm en route. The headquarters has classified this incident as S level, the highest alert. Qinjun's deep voice resonated through the earpiece. Once they reach the city, I'll connect your communications to the same channel for coordination. The portal must not be allowed to open. Hui Yuan, trembling, formed a 10 sign with his hands, slowly extracting the flaming sword embedded in the skyscraper, adjusting its aim once more at the dragon. With a series of resounding impacts, the flaming sword struck the blue shield surrounding the dragon. As blood streamed from Hu Yuan's eyes, the sword tip finally pierced the shield. Though the blade was now riddled with cracks. Hu Yuan, stop. You will die? Qian interjected, now beside the group, his typically reserved nature giving way to urgency. It's of no concern. Everyone must die someday. At least I can die meaningfully and join her and her child. Hu Yuan gasped, his breath ragged. Blood seeping from his orifices, appearing as if he might collapse at any moment. Is it worth sacrificing one's life for a group of unrelated individuals? Jiang Ye lowered his head, voicing his confusion. Ah, young man, you will understand in due time, replied Hu Yuan with a faint smile. His expression filled with a sense of liberation. Qian, take my place and remember what I have taught you. With that, Hu Yuan's body began to transform into shimmering starlight. Soaring towards the colossal flame sword, Qian's eyes reddened. After biting his middle finger, he began to take control. The starlight enveloped the flame sword, swiftly mending its cracks, and its hue deepened to a richer crimson. Crack! The blue shield was shattered in an instant, piercing directly into the dragon's eye. A resounding roar echoed across the sky, and the blue tempest dissipated. Crack! The dragon extracted the sword with its claw, then bit down, causing the flame sword to shatter like glass. Qian coughed up blood and staggered to the ground. Run! It has noticed us. Duan Yi helped the fallen Qian, swiftly fleeing into the distance as the others scattered. Boom! Massive blue energy spheres descended, obliterating the entire building and leaving a vast pit in its wake. The sword-bearer of Shuiyan City, Li Fei, had arrived. Suddenly, voices came through the earpieces. A torrent of water surged upwards from the Changjiang River, forming a colossal vortex aimed at the dragon. The dragon unleashed a blue beam, penetrating the water, producing clouds of steam, yet it had little effect, as half of its body was ensnared. In almost an instant, a man clad in white appeared before the dragon. A gigantic frost magic array unfolded, sending countless ice spikes toward the dragon, instantly freezing the water that ensnared it. The sword-bearer of Maple Leaf City, Li Xiao, had arrived. The two began to coordinate. A massive water column erupted from the Changjiang, transforming into enormous ice spikes upon striking the dragon. Crack! The dragon's wings trembled violently, shattering the ice that surrounded it, crashing down like boulders. The ice spikes, upon contact with the dragon's body, disintegrated into icy shards. Roar! The dragon emitted a furious roar, its mighty wings flapping as it charged towards Li Xiao. Too late. A colossal water barrier attempted to obstruct the dragon's advance, but was instantly shattered. Crack! The ice shield before Li Xiao was pierced through, and he was thrown back like a meteor, crashing through several buildings. More troublesome than anticipated, an elderly man in purple robes approached Jiang Ye, producing a yellow card which he crushed, darkening the sky further. The sword-bearer of Taohua City, Dao Muzi, had officially entered the battlefield. As the words left his lips, a massive purple lightning bolt struck the dragon with devastating force, producing plumes of white smoke. Roar! The dragon, infuriated, scanned its surroundings, realizing it was surrounded by foes. Chapter 43, Divine Earth. With Dao Muzi raising his hands, his body began to perform peculiar movements, and in an instant, purple lightning surged from the dark clouds, coalescing into a massive thunderball, illuminating the dim sky. Crackle! The thunderball struck the dragon with incredible speed, enveloping it in dark smoke, electric currents dancing across its form. Roar! The dragon, now enraged, locked its gaze on Jiang Ye and Dao Muzi. Its wings spread wide, surrounded by blue light, it hurtled towards them. That beast! Dao Muzi swiftly pulled Jiang Ye away, retreating rapidly. Boom! The earth trembled, smoke filling the air, and as the rain washed over, visibility quickly returned. In the deep pit, The dragon slowly lifted its head, the surroundings reduced to ruins. Director, Haven T. The sword bearers from headquarters arrived? Su Rong inquired through her earpiece. They are on their way, but Changbai City is the farthest. It will take some time. You must focus on interference. Do not allow the dragon to open a portal. Understood. In theory, high-tier magical creatures should not be able to manifest in the real world. Dao Muzi frowned. At this moment, everyone gathered together. Has Huiyuan truly sacrificed himself? Li Xiao, with his tattered clothing and once pristine white garb now darkened, pondered. Qian clenched his fists, remaining silent. The dragon began to stir once more, causing Li Fei to furrow her brow. The dragon unfurled its wings, glowing blue, letting out a low growl. In an instant, countless basketball-sized blue flames shot skyward like fireworks. Raining down toward the earth, the blue flames burned with intense heat, causing the water below to boil and generate vast amounts of steam. Numerous blue flames fell upon the city, igniting it instantly, cries of despair echoing throughout, and even the falling raindrops, as large as marbles, could not extinguish the flames. Su Rong, come with me to extinguish the fire, Li Fei said. Her brow furrowed as she and Su Rong headed to the skies above the city to combat the blaze. Such a beast is utterly unrestrained. Suddenly, a magnificent voice resonated through the sky, lingering in the air. It is the sword bearer from headquarters. Divine Earth has finally arrived. Li Xiao's expression began to relax. In the distance, a brown figure swiftly approached, sending a whirlwind of dust toward the dragon. Roar! The dragon was immediately enveloped, with countless particles slicing through its body like tiny blades. It is having an effect. Jiang Ye observed the dragon, now marred with wounds, displaying signs of injury. That is Divine Earth, currently the highest combat strength of the Origin Hall, having long surpassed the 9th tier. Even in the elemental realm, his power is formidable. Dao Muzi remarked, stroking his beard, wearing an expression of anticipation. Roar! The dragon, evidently enraged, flapped its wings vigorously, breaking free from the dust storm. Its vulnerable areas now riddled with numerous small wounds. The colossal dragon swept its tail, and a wall of earth instantly rose before the deity of soil, providing a momentary barrier. With a thunderous crash, the earthen wall crumbled, sending dust spiraling into the air. Meanwhile, the deity of soil had already ascended above the dragon, unleashing countless grains of quicksand that enveloped the creature. With a deep breath, the deity of soil pressed his palms together, and the fine sand coalesced like armor, binding the dragon within its confines, rendering it immobile. A remarkable technique, Dao Mozi exclaimed, stroking his beard. With a resounding thud, the dragon plummeted from the heavens, shaking the very ground of Chengdu City. The dragon struggled free, unleashing a beam of azure light towards the deity of soil, which was deftly evaded. Surrounding the deity were numerous particles of earth energy, which he directed towards the dragon with a sweeping motion. Instantly, the ground beneath the dragon collapsed, two massive stone pillars piercing through its wings and pinning it firmly into the pit. It seems we are about to enter the second phase, Li Xiao remarked, observing the dragon's desperate struggles. What second phase? Jiang Ye inquired, puzzled. Dragon-type magical beasts experience a sudden surge in power when facing a lethal threat. It is truly terrifying. Li Xiao explained. No sooner had he spoken than the dragon's eyes turned crimson, unleashing a fierce and violent aura. The deity of soil furrowed his brow as a massive sandstorm began to swirl around the dragon. With a deafening roar, the dragon's cry echoed through the heavens, forcing Jiang Ye and the others to cover their ears. Their expressions soured. The creature's power was evidently far beyond the ordinary. The dragon broke free, its body radiating blue light as it lunged at the deity of soil. In response, the deity conjured a colossal earthen shield, only to have it shattered upon impact, sending him flying. The dragon pursued relentlessly, its eyes filled with malice, and with a claw like a mountain, it struck the deity of soil down into the ground. The deity vanished from sight, buried beneath the earth. The dragon let out a triumphant roar, proclaiming its dominance. Suddenly, the ground began to crack open, and a massive arm emerged from the fissure, seizing the dragon's head with surprising ease and slamming it down into the earth. 1, 2, 3 arms erupted from the ground, relentlessly battering the dragon, sending dust flying in all directions. The dragon retaliated with a sweeping claw, severing an arm cleanly in two, reducing it to a mound of dirt before it flapped its massive wings and ascended once more. Beneath the yellow earth, the deity of soil emerged, blood trickling from his mouth. The dragon quickly locked onto the deity's position and dove again, causing the ground to tremble violently, dust billowing into the air. Let us go? Cover him. Dao Matzi urged, charging towards the dragon, his entire body crackling with purple lightning. A massive lightning whip ensnared the dragon, delivering continuous shocks. Li Xiao transformed raindrops into sharp ice needles, which rained down upon the dragon. Jiang Ye unfurled his dark wings and swiftly approached, aiming a black spear at the dragon's eye, but a thin membrane protected the creature, deflecting the attack. Enraged, the dragon unleashed a powerful gust with a flap of its wings, shattering various skills and leaving Jiang Ye disoriented. After tumbling through the air, he finally regained his bearings. But a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. He felt as insignificant as an ant before the dragon. The deity of soil, now kneeling, was exhausted from the relentless barrage of high-intensity skills, his body battered and bruised. "How are you holding up?" Dao Matzi asked, rushing to support the deity. "I can't move. It's futile. If this continues, I will surely be worn down," the deity of soil replied, his face etched with fatigue as he gazed at the dragon above. "I possess an item that might ensure victory," he added. Chapter 44, A Night of 7 Times. "But using it will cost me my life," Dao Matzi said, concern etched on his face. "Are you referring to the 7-star card?" The deity of soil's expression remained largely unchanged. "Indeed. Then bring it forth. It's time to conclude this," he declared with a sense of resolution. A golden card materialized in Dao Matzi's hand. "Huh. All men must face death. Whether as heavy as a mountain or light as a feather," the deity of soil said without a hint of sorrow. "After I am gone, you swordsmen must heed the directives of the Origin Hall to repay the kindness shown to you." With that, the deity of soil crushed the card, and a torrent of golden light surged into him, causing blood to flow from his 7 orifices as an overwhelming aura enveloped him. The earth beneath his feet transformed into quicksand, slowly sinking him down. Dao Matzi cast a glance before departing. He had a foreboding sense of what was about to transpire. The powerful aura radiated outward, prompting the dragon to look towards the descending quicksand, seemingly sensing something amiss. It unleashed a beam of blue light, which was swallowed by the quicksand, creating only a ripple. The dragon, shimmering with blue light, dove towards the quicksand. With another explosion of dust, the ground trembled violently. Suddenly, the earth quaked, not only in Chengdu City but also in the surrounding areas, the tremors palpable. The ground split open, and the dragon erupted from the fissure, followed by 2 enormous hands. As the giant hands pressed against the earth, a colossal stone giant, towering 3,000 meters high, emerged, casting its gaze over the city. The dragon roared in fury and charged at the giant. With a single hand raised, the giant blocked the assault, then seized the dragon by its neck, slamming it down with tremendous force. The dragon, disoriented from the impact, struggled to recover before the giant stomped down repeatedly, causing the earth to shake violently. Jiang Ye and the others quickly ascended into the sky, as the immense tremors threatened to topple even the tallest buildings in the city. The Changjiang River seemed to have something crawling out of its depths. At that moment, Li Xiao noticed the surface of the river teeming with countless blue insects, each resembling a beetle with a hard shell. "Let me investigate," Jiang Ye said, stepping closer to examine one. He scooped it up, and aside from its peculiar appearance, it bore no remarkable differences. Subsequently, Jiang Ye crushed it, and droplets of blue liquid oozed out, falling onto the river's surface. Instantly, the swarm of blue beetles sank, vanishing without a trace. Rubbing his fingers against the viscous blue liquid, Jiang Ye inhaled deeply, a surge of potent magical energy rushing to his mind. This must be a product from another realm, he mused inwardly, yet he could not discern its level of danger, as no other specimens were visible in the water. Suddenly, Jiang Ye felt a shadow loom overhead, and turned to see the massive figure of a stone giant collapsing towards the Changjiang. He quickly unfurled his dark wings and took flight. With a thunderous crash, one of the giant's legs was severed, causing the waters of the Changjiang to surge violently for dozens of meters. A roar erupted from the dragon, its wings shattered, transforming it into a relentless killing machine. The stone giant wasted no time, swiftly turning to plunge its right hand into the earth, retrieving a colossal stone sword. Is that the pinnacle skill of the earth element? The sword in the stone? Li Xiao wondered, observing the stone giant standing on one leg, sword in hand, confronting the dragon. In an instant, massive walls of earth and stone arose around the dragon, imprisoning it in place. "In my name, a new world shall be born." A resonant voice emanated from the stone giant, and in that moment, the giant's sword appeared to be enchanted, aglow with red particles of light. With a crack, amidst the dragon's desperate roars, its enormous head was severed, and its body dissolved into faint blue particles, scattering into the sky. The stone giant planted the massive sword into the ground, propping itself up, and without uttering a word, gazed silently at the city. Within minutes, the stone giant began to disintegrate, the sword slowly sinking into the earth, ultimately transforming into dust. It's over, Dao Muzi thought, his eyes slightly reddened, standing in a daze. Jiang Ye hovered in midair, surveying the remnants of the earlier battle, as if recounting the earth-shattering clash that had just occurred. What was that? In the dim light, Jiang Ye's vision sharpened, and he spotted a fist-sized red object where the dragon had dissipated. Approaching it, he discovered what appeared to be a heart, falling to the ground. Is this the dragon's heart? So small, it hardly aligns with its massive form, Jiang Ye mused, picking it up. In an instant, the heart transformed into tiny red particles, merging into Jiang Ye's body. What is happening? It hurts. A wave of excruciating pain caused Jiang Ye to collapse, blood seeping from his eyes. So hot, he gasped, tearing at his clothes, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. With a powerful thrust, Jiang Ye unfurled his dark wings, accelerating towards the city at a speed several times greater than before. Inside the house, Su Shui curled up on the sofa, engrossed in a live news report. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the balcony, startling her into action as she grabbed a fruit knife from the coffee table. Why are you here, Jiang Ye? Recognizing him as he approached, she tossed the knife onto the fruit platter. Why so silent? She asked, tilting her head at Jiang Ye. Feeling a sense of reassurance at his presence, Jiang Ye lowered his gaze and embraced Su Shui, their lips meeting, causing her legs to weaken. What are you doing so suddenly? She stammered, breaking free to gasp for air. Without a reply, Jiang Ye continued to hold her tighter, kissing her with fervor, his hands roaming freely. Su Shui, flushed and overwhelmed with desire, surrendered completely. Jiang Ye then lifted her, kicking open the bedroom door as they entered. Easy now, she pleaded, wrapping her arms around his waist, lost in the moment. Yet Jiang Ye, driven by primal instincts, violently tore at her clothing, akin to a beast unleashed. It turns out, my deepest desire is you, Jiang Ye whispered, and thus began a tempestuous encounter. Once, twice, thrice. He lost count of the moments shared until the clock struck past 2 in the morning, finally ceasing, with Su Shui nestled in his arms. A blissful blush illuminating her face. The sheets were already soaked, stained with blood. In the void, Jiang Ye was unaware of how his consciousness had arrived there. Surrounded by orbs of light, a manifestation of the nightmarish eye. What is that? He observed a kaleidoscopic door materializing in the emptiness, and, after a moment's contemplation, stepped through it. Chapter 45. My world beyond the door lay more void, yet unlike before, it was filled not just with white orbs, but also numerous red ones. Approaching a white orb, a blurred image appeared, an individual curled up, encircled by flickering campfires. Jiang Ye stepped into the scene, and simultaneously, the sleeping Jiang Ye transformed into a wisp of black smoke, beginning to dissipate. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ye found himself before the slumbering figure, gazing into the pitch-black night, concluding that he had arrived in the twilight realm. The white orbs represented humans trapped in the otherworld after the red moon, while the red ones signified the monstrous beings. Could this all be the influence of the dragon's heart, granting him the ability to traverse realms? Jiang Ye pondered. He then attempted to cultivate, discovering that he could indeed practice here, unaffected by the constraints of the real world. Jiang Ye approached the sleeping man, shaking him awake. The man jolted in surprise, instinctively attempting to attack, but was halted by Jiang Ye's aura, relinquishing his resistance. After a series of inquiries, Jiang Ye gleaned some foundational information. The man named Zhuang Chang, a second-tier fire elementalist, had arrived in the twilight realm at the emergence of the crimson moon, oblivious to the events that transpired. He found himself unable to return to the real world, even with the use of scrolls. Fortunately, the recent probability of monster appearances had been remarkably low, and they did not exhibit any aggression toward humans, allowing Zhuang Chang to survive. This, he surmised, was likely influenced by the red moon. With a lack of useful information, he soared into the depths of the night. After obtaining the heart of a dragon, his flying speed had increased by more than threefold, soon disappearing from Zhuang Chang's view. Even in the dark of the twilight realm, his visibility extended effortlessly to 1,000 meters. Subsequently, he employed the nightmare eye, entering the void. Instead of gazing at the luminous orbs of the twilight realm, he stepped directly into the colorful portal, where a myriad of white orbs awaited, without doubt, the realm of reality. Selecting the orb closest to him, he discerned through the blurred image that it belonged to Su Shui's room. Stepping inside, he knew he could not simply leave without taking responsibility. Observing Su Shui's peaceful slumber, an inexplicable sense of tranquility washed over him. Was this the feeling of home? He quietly returned to her side, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Her flushed cheeks only deepened his affection. How had he not noticed this before? He embraced Su Shui, closing his eyes in contentment. The following morning, Su Shui awoke, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Ye. Stretching leisurely, he tousled her hair. "What's wrong, Sister Shui? What time is it? Aren't you getting up for breakfast?" With a radiant smile, Su Shui replied, embodying the image of a devoted wife. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Su Shui planted a kiss on Jiang Ye and went to answer it. "Ah, sister, what brings you here?" The visitor was Su Rong, who, noticing Su Shui's slightly flustered demeanor, inquired, "Why the surprise? Haven't I come often before?" Oh, Su Shui ushered Su Rong inside. Su Rong's keen eyes immediately detected the unusual sight of 2 bowls of porridge on the coffee table. "Oh no, I'm going to be caught in the act." Jiang Ye's thoughts raced, and he hurriedly retrieved clothes from his spatial ring, as his previous attire had been torn. Observing the blush on Su Shui's face, Su Rong had already pieced together the situation and sat on the sofa, not voicing her thoughts. "Let's see it." After a long pause, Su Rong finally spoke. "Ha. Captain Su, long time no see." Jiang Ye emerged from the room, his presence causing a stir. Sister. Su Shui tugged at Su Rong's sleeve, signaling her to temper her expression. "Letting Shuier cook for you, how impressive." Su Rong squinted, a smirk playing on her lips. "That's not it, sister. Jiang Ye was just too exhausted last night. So, enough." Su Rong interjected, her cheeks turning slightly pink as she interrupted. "Captain Su, I think I'll take my leave now." Jiang Ye decided to slip away, sensing the tension in the atmosphere. "Humph." Su Rong remained silent, her arms crossed, her demeanor icy. Noticing this, Jiang Ye leapt from the balcony. With the enhancements to his dark wings, he returned to the villa in under 10 minutes. He could empathize with Su Rong. Had his own sister been in a similar situation, he would not hesitate to confront the man involved. This matter required patience. He needed to find an opportune moment to speak with Su Rong. However, there was another task at hand. His eyes gleamed with determination as he rushed to the supermarket outside the community, purchasing a considerable amount of food and drink, which he stored in his spatial ring, spending over 10,000. That night, Jiang Ye once again activated the Nightmare Eye, the colorful portal still standing silently in the void. Choosing a denser cluster of orbs, he swiftly arrived in the Twilight Realm. This time, the party consisted of 3 men and 1 woman, a scruffy middle-aged man keeping watch while the others slept. Buying food and drink, Jiang Ye gently tapped the man's shoulder, startling him and awakening the others. "What's wrong? Is there a monster?" An elderly man scanned the surroundings, relieved to find no threat. "Do not fear. I mean you no harm." Jiang Ye spoke slowly, offering a wry smile. "What do you need?" The group regarded him with caution. "I have a package of instant noodles. Might I request you all to lower your guard? After all, I am but a merchant." Jiang Ye said casually, producing a packet of noodles from his hand. "And noodles?" One of the younger men gulped, visibly famished, and the others shared his sentiment. Noticing their eagerness, Jiang Ye set up a portable stove, poured in 2 bottles of mineral water, and once boiling, added the noodles. Soon, the aroma wafted through the air, enticing all 4. They had evidently not eaten well in recent days. Although some animals could be caught, they lacked any seasonings, and essential salt was likely absent. The 4 dove into the meal, finishing every last drop of broth within a minute. "Young man, what brings you here? Please, speak quickly." The elderly man licked his lips, revealing the hardships they had endured, echoing Jiang Ye's earlier thoughts about their dire situation. As Chapter 46 unfolds, profiting 8 million, Jiang Ye replied earnestly, "As I mentioned before, I am merely a merchant. I possess some supplies. What do you have to offer in exchange?" Subsequently, several boxes of instant noodles, a few cartons of beverages, and some bottled water were placed on the ground. The eyes of a few individuals sparkled with excitement. The girl in the group swallowed hard. At such a moment, sugary items were of utmost importance, and Jiang Ye was acutely aware of the significance these provisions held for them. "How much?" The elderly man spoke with some difficulty. 30,000 for a box of instant noodles, 20,000 for a box of drinks, and 11,000 for a box of bottled water, Jiang Ye stated, noting that these prices had skyrocketed well beyond supermarket rates. "What? How much?" The middle-aged man stared at Jiang Ye in disbelief. "Is there a problem?" Jiang Ye instantly released his dark wings, preemptively dispelling any thoughts they might have of violence or theft. 5-tiered elemental wings. The group was left even more astonished. As time ticked by, they finally reached a consensus and approached Jiang Ye. 3 boxes of instant noodles, 2 boxes of beverages, and we'll forego the bottled water. There's plenty in the Twilight Land. It can be boiled and consumed. a total of 130,000. The group then retrieved 13 stacks of cash from their only primary spatial ring. After accepting the cash, Jiang Ye stored it in his spatial ring, marveling at the ease with which it had come. He then ascended into the sky, out of their sight. His nightmarish eye must not be revealed. Once again activating the nightmarish eye, Jiang Ye proceeded towards the corresponding white light, completing one transaction before moving on to the next, if cash was unavailable. Items could be used as barter. Moreover, he no longer experienced any discomfort from the frequent use of the nightmarish eye, likely due to the dragon's heart. When encountering attempts to intercept goods, if warnings proved ineffective, he would act decisively. After all, he had yet to encounter a worthy opponent in Twilight Land. Not even anyone of the 5th tier or above. With over 1,000 luminous orbs in sight, it indicated the presence of over 1,000 survivors. Up until now, Jiang Ye had barely explored 100 individuals, and resources were running low, yet he had amassed over 8 million, with only a small amount of supplies remaining. Jiang Ye sought a solitary light orb to avoid depleting his resources. In the blink of an eye, he found himself beside a yellow-haired individual who was curled up. The campfire on the verge of extinguishing, Jiang Ye could not help but doubt his financial means. Hey, wake up! Sunflower seeds, boxed meals, bottled water. Jiang Ye shook the yellow-haired man awake. Li Dong. Jiang Ye was pleasantly surprised to discover that this individual was none other than Li Dong, who had previously ventured into the Twilight Land alongside the Heavenly Spirit Association. You're... Li Dong blinked his bleary eyes, gazing at Jiang Ye with disbelief. I never expected to see you again in my lifetime, brother Jiang. Li Dong appeared frail, his voice barely a whisper. Observing his condition, Jiang Ye hurriedly produced some sugary water for Li Dong to drink and offered him the remaining instant noodles and beverages. Brother Jiang Ye. Li Dong's eyes shimmered with tears. As an ordinary person, surviving until now seemed unimaginable. Seeing Li Dong's gaunt appearance, Jiang Ye hastily prepared several packets of instant noodles and handed them to him. This is all I have left. If the opportunity arises, I will bring you more supplies. Li Dong devoured the noodles, tears streaming down his face. This was the first hearty meal he had eaten in a long time. Can you tell me what happened? Jiang Ye was deeply intrigued. How had an ordinary person managed to survive alone in Twilight Land for such an extended period? Li Dong finished the last spoonful of soup and, with a contented sigh, reclined beside the fire. After finishing the black bear meat, I awoke to find myself in Twilight Forest. Nearby were the remains of several companions, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. I suspected that this was the doing of the Fire Master. Li Dong rubbed his belly, as if recounting trivial matters. Initially, I intended to leave, but realizing I had finally made it to Twilight Forest, I decided to search for the nightmare fruit to heal my sister, Li Xian. As Li Dong spoke of his sister, a resolute glimmer flickered in his eyes. I faced numerous obstacles and dangers, yet fate was unkind. I never managed to find the nightmare fruit, he sighed. After an indeterminate number of days, I finally emerged from Twilight Forest. But when I attempted to return to the real world using a scroll, I discovered it was ineffective. I couldn't go back. Fortunately, I had collected many supplies from my fellow travelers, which allowed me to barely survive to this day. Li Dong's recounting was simplistic, but the days he glossed over were undoubtedly fraught with peril. It was now meaningless to dwell on those memories, and he preferred not to speak further. Speaking of which, my sister's hospital fees are nearly exhausted. I have no idea what to do next. The worry etched on Li Dong's face was palpable. You need not fret. I have discovered a way to another realm, Jiang Ye reassured him. What? Li Dong sat up abruptly, as if clinging to a lifeline. This requires a 5th-tier elemental master or above to utilize, and the location is in the sky. Jiang Ye gazed upward, fabricating a lie to comfort Li Dong. Haha. Is that so? Li Dong forced a smile, naturally assuming Jiang Ye was jesting. Jiang Ye then unfurled his dark wings, revealing his true power. Li Dong, clearly aware of the elemental wings, was astounded and asked, Brother Jiang, are you speaking the truth? What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Jiang Ye replied. Li Dong suddenly appeared revitalized, pulling out a bank card from his pocket. The password is 666666. My sister is in the Chengdu B District Hospital. I kindly ask you to assist me in paying her fees. Jiang Ye accepted the card, gripping it firmly. Rest assured, I will ensure your sister's needs are met. Thank you so very much. Li Dong wept tears of gratitude. Jiang Ye's arrival had rekindled his hope. Then I shall take my leave. Take care of yourself. I hope that when I return, you will still be alive. Jiang Ye placed all the remaining materials from the spatial ring beside the campfire and then soared upward. Once out of Li Dong's sight, he immediately activated the nightmare eye and traversed the colorful gate back to the real world. After these two discoveries, He realized that the nearest light orb upon his return to the reality was the spot closest to where he had departed for the other world. It appeared that there were still many survivors in the Twilight Land, and Jiang Ye began to silently contemplate. If he could gather them together, it would ensure Li Dong's safety and facilitate his own dealings. Chapter 47. The final summary: implementing all of this would not be an easy task, for the strength of a single individual is limited. Standing by the riverbank, Jiang Ye felt the setting sun stretch his shadow infinitely, while a gentle breeze tousled his hair. The journey ahead would be long, with numerous tasks to undertake. After all, ordinary individuals expend all their efforts merely to survive. Reluctantly pushing aside future thoughts, Jiang Ye reclined on the grass by the river, gazing at the distant sky and the flowing waters, his mind wandering back to several years prior. At that time, he was a carefree youth, brimming with vitality and hope each day. Yet now, everything had changed. The pressures of life, family upheavals, and the harsh realities of society had left him utterly fatigued. In this moment, lying on the grass by the river, he listened to the gentle lapping of the water against the shore and felt the warm breeze caressing his cheeks, gradually finding solace. Only this fleeting tranquility allowed him to feel alive, rather than suffocated by the burdens of existence. He closed his eyes, savoring the beauty of this moment, wishing time could linger indefinitely. On the Chengdu Bridge, Su Qingying cast a sideways glance at Jiang Ye, who lay on the grass below, biting her lip thoughtfully. As if struck by inspiration, she took out a sheet of white paper and began to write. With a swift motion, she folded the paper into a paper airplane and, with a flick of her right hand, sent it soaring into the sky. Jiang Ye squinted slightly, as if peering through a veil into a more distant world. He lay comfortably on the grass, hands behind his head, reveling in the warmth of the sun upon him. As his gaze lifted towards the heavens, a paper airplane gradually came into view, gliding gracefully like a free-spirited bird, leaving behind a beautiful arc in the sky. Jiang Ye couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. This humble paper airplane carried the dreams and hopes of countless individuals, as if guided by an unseen force. The paper airplane circled a few times in the air before heading directly towards Jiang Ye. It flitted through the clouds and air with the grace of a nimble bird, seemingly on a mysterious mission. With each passing moment, Jiang Ye's heart raced. He widened his eyes, curiously observing this extraordinary paper airplane. At last, it landed gently beside him. As though completing a precise descent, Jiang Ye slowly rose, his gaze deeply fixed upon the paper airplane in his hands, as if seeking to uncover the secrets hidden within it. He tenderly caressed the wings and body of the airplane, absorbing the warmth and mystery it exuded. Then, with utmost care, he unfolded it, fearful of damaging any potential information contained within. Once fully opened, a line of tiny text appeared before him. The words were deliberately written small, but were nonetheless clear. Jiang Ye then looked up towards the Chengdu Bridge, but he saw only emptiness and silence, devoid of any figures. After a brief moment, he seemed to recall something, his expression becoming momentarily dazed before swiftly regaining clarity. He gently placed the paper airplane on the grass, treating it like a precious treasure. Turning away, he did not glance back at the airplane again, but instead walked resolutely into the distance. Sunlight cascaded upon him, forming a golden silhouette, rendering him a solitary traveler. His figure gradually faded from sight, leaving the paper airplane quietly resting on the grass, awaiting its destined purpose. The end.